Area expecting slushy snow, coastal flooding, and low visibility.
Our first alert team has more on what the storm could mean for your area, as parts of the tri-state could see over a half a foot of snow today. Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Chris Raggy.
I'm Mary Kelly. Welcome to CBS 2 News this morning. We have team coverage for this storm from the city out to New Jersey and up to Westchester. This nor'easter could bring the biggest snowfall to the tri-state in over 2 years. Let's begin with John Elliott on your first alert forecast.
Well, I got to tell you, this is pretty exciting stuff. So I'm coming in from Jersey, and it was like these massive snowflakes. And then you get in close to the city, it's just wet. But now the change is underway. So we're so glad you're here with us. Let's talk about it as we're on early. In the city right now, temperature key, 34. Cold enough for snow? Sure is, Sherlock. And you're going to see more of it. Numbers around the area? Definitely starting as snow, and it's a really wet snow, so it's going to be a bear to move. So make sure you're ready for that. Oh, this is something Tony and I will be checking all morning long, too. I think visibility is going to be an issue with this because wind will fill in, snowfall rates are going to jump up, so you have that to deal with. So the pink right there you see through parts of Queens and over into Nassau, that's changing over to snow. Find Sandy Hook, we're almost in the center of the TV screen through more of Monmouth County. That's changing over. It's still rain for Suffolk and Ocean. A lot of available moisture. So that's why we're concerned about snowfall rates, and we're also concerned about accumulating snow. That said, want to remind you, National Weather Service has this winter storm warning. What's that mean? Plan on winter driving conditions. Trust me. Depends where you are. You're already in it. So it's, again, overnight through Tuesday morning. Rain is going to mix to all snow. Wind will be an issue as well. So factor in some extra time. I don't want to say amazing, but one of the features of this storm is it will be out of here quickly. So you are going to see a marked improvement for the afternoon drive. But I know, Mom and Dad, if you're up early, there's a lot of scrambling going on around the area. Take a closer look at totals and timing it out for you in a bit. Right now, though, we'll send it right back to Chris.
Okay, John, thank you very much. Now for a check of your first alert traffic, here is Guy Stanier with more. Guy?
But first, let's take a look outside for you right now as the snow is starting to come down. A live look for you at 4:02 this morning. And we have roads right now that are slightly wet and a little bit slick. So you have to really watch out for some icy conditions out there as you head out the door. But we are on early this morning to bring you the live coverage throughout the tri-state area. But let's get things right now to Christy Kalishan. She's in Mobile, too, checking out the roads in New Jersey. She joins us live from West Orange in Essex County. Good morning to you, Christy.
Good morning, Mary, Chris. We are in West Orange right here on Main Street. I can tell you this is a very well-oiled machine. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because I'm from this area. I've been seeing some plow trucks, salters out here. You can see that the road has a light coating right now. Look to our left. We'll be seeing another plow truck coming through. So thankfully, I have to say, clearing efforts are underway. Some of these side streets, though, lots of hills here in West Orange, going to be a little bit dangerous. I would say if you are coming from this area, I would not bank on having these little side streets cleaned. Actually, we're passing by one right now. I think that's Park Avenue. They are clean. So some streets, might be inconsistent. Some of them might be clean, some of them might be not. So please do not test out those brakes today. AAA always tells us your car takes 9 times longer to stop in this snow. So definitely something you don't want to test, even if you have brand new brakes. Something to keep in mind, especially if you live on hills. But as we look down the road, we can see that there are quite a few more trucks out here plowing and salting. So something to keep in mind, especially when you're here in these small roads and on the highways. Now we are live in West Orange, New Jersey. Christy Kalishan, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Christy, thank you. Now let's get an update on that first alert traffic report. Here is Guy Stanier. Hey, Guy.
Good morning, Chris. Starting in New Jersey, due to the difficult driving conditions outside, there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This includes tractor trailers and empty trailers. This is not in effect on the Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. And in New York, there's a similar ban in New York State that includes interstates 87, 95, 287, as well as 84. Checking mass transit, everything currently running on or close to schedule. Today, Metro North will be running a modified schedule due to the challenging conditions. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. And taking a live look outside at some of our cameras, here the Cross Bronx moving well at the Bronx River Parkway. No one really out on the roadways around 405. And over to the Lincoln Tunnel, no delays on the Helix getting down around and into Manhattan. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. As for schools, New York City schools going remote today. North of the city, Yonkers, New Rochelle, White Plains schools all have snow days. Plenty of closures reported across Long Island, including Manhasset, Riverhead, Nassau, Great Neck, and Valley Stream. And in New Jersey, Ridgewood, Patterson, Teaneck, Wyckoff, South Orange, Maplewood, Hoboken schools all will be closed as well. Of course, it's best to check with your individual school district before heading out this morning.
4:06 right now. Let's get you to Bergen County, and CBS News' Christina Fan
joins us live from a place I've heard of, Mahwah. Christina, good to see you this morning.
Chris and Mary, good morning. It is very clear that the transition from rain to snow has already happened here in Bergen County. We are in Mahwah this morning, and you can see here on the ground, I would say this is probably between 1 to 2 inches of accumulation we have here. The snow sticking pretty well to things like parking lots, cars, trees. Right across the road over there, you can see there's a car dealership, and all of the cars over there, snow covered this morning. Also want to give you a quick look at Route 17. We are standing alongside this major thoroughfare, and the good news is the plows, they have been coming by pretty frequently. You can see most of the major thoroughfares in the state have been treated and salted, so everything still clear from now. We are expecting Bergen County to get the lion's share of snow, which is why so many school districts have canceled class for the day. At last count, that number was in the 60s and includes towns such as Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, as well as Ridgewood. So parents, make sure you check in with your child's school district this morning, because more likely than not, your kids will probably have a snow day. And if you are hoping or planning to stay in and work from home, well, you have the governor's seal of approval. He is asking for everyone to stay off the roads and stay home today, if that is possible. For now, reporting live from Mahwah in Bergen County, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Yeah, really coming down now, Christina. Thank you so much. 4:07. Let's get a look at conditions here in the city.
CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live in Columbus Circle. Hi, Elijah.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Mary. So right now we are just bracing ourselves for a long, messy morning, and your commute potentially could be dangerous. Here's a live look right now at Columbus Circle. The snow right now not sticking. I would say it's a mixture of that snow and rain, but you could see the roadways are quite wet, which could pose for a messy commute. We know that the city's Office of Emergency Management is issuing a travel advisory until about 6 o'clock this evening due to low visibility and potentially dangerous road conditions. Throughout the night, they've been having about 700 salt spreaders out on the roads treating the streets, and about 2,000 plow trucks. As we mentioned earlier, public schools in the city will go into full remote learning. And as for public transit, the MTA says it's been gearing up for the weather today by doing things like putting chains on their buses and placing extra crews on its subways and commuter rails. But as you can see right now, this is a live look at Columbus Circle, a quiet one for now, just after 4 o'clock in the morning. Brace yourself today. Make sure you have on the proper gear and take your time as you navigate the streets and roadways. And that's the very latest from Columbus Circle. I'm Elijah Westbrook. Chris, Mary, let's send it back to you.
Yeah, those flakes really coming down now, Elijah. Thank you so much. 4:09. We're already seeing air travel trouble due to this storm. Taking a live look for you at Newark Airport there in the distance. 151 cancellations, 5 delays. The numbers were higher at LaGuardia, 345 cancellations and 6 delays. There are 171 cancellations and 28 delays at Kennedy Airport.
Essentially, no one will be flying today. And stick with CBS 2 News for full coverage of today's storm. We have more weather and traffic updates on the air, online, and of course streaming at CBS News New York.
4:09 right now. Coming up, new information regarding the death of an innocent bystander after a shooting in the Bronx, what police are searching for this morning.
And it's Election Day on Long Island, where the race for New York's 3rd district stands right now, and how the storm could impact voter turnout.
And we will get another check on your first alert weather team forecast, an update on that storm. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
Good morning and welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning. It is 12 minutes after 4 right now. Let's check in with our first alert weather team, meteorologist John Elliott and Tony Sadiqa. We're going to start with Tony out in Mount Kisco this morning. Hey, Tony.
Hey, good morning there, Chris. We're here at Mount Kisco, just south of Main Street, South Mojo Promenade, and we've been getting some of these snow bands to come down here over the last couple hours. I want to say it's been steady. It's been the type of snow, now that the temperatures have cooled to about freezing, that we're certainly starting to get a little bit of accumulation on some of the sidewalks. Certainly the grassy surfaces, you're seeing bigger accumulations too, and the roads, we're starting to get a little bit of accumulation there too, now that the roads aren't super busy, so we're not having that work against it. Train stations off across the way. It's going to be one of those days that we're really going to start to see the activity picking on up, especially as we approach that morning commute. Want to get you out the door, show you what to expect. Those temperatures have certainly cooled on down. It's not that spring feel anymore. We got a lot of readings in the 30s right now across the area. In the city, you're just above freezing, but White Plains is at freezing. Poughkeepsie is too. Monticello in the 20s. Not feeling too much of a wind out here, but certainly the steady snow is falling all across Westchester County, seeing perhaps some bigger, more intense snows down across parts of Fairfield County in Connecticut. Widen out the map for you, giving you an idea of what to expect out the door. A lot of areas seeing that precipitation, that changeover happening areas to the south, perhaps still some light rain falling across sections of, say, Monmouth and Ocean County, but everything is beginning to move in. We've got those alerts in place. In the pink is the winter storm warning, as we've been talking about the trend for the storm to shift south. So now parts of, say, Sullivan, Ulster County, you're now out of the warning. The focus of this activity, the heaviest we think, the most impactful weather, going to be right through the city. Points south across New Jersey. That's where we expect really this activity to really be super impactful. I want to bring in John Elliott now, because you see the snow falling here, and so let's talk about how long this is going to stick around here for the rest of the day.
I mean, you said it, Tony. The fact that they've dropped Sullivan and Ulster, that speaks to the rate at the exit of this thing. One thing we're going to talk about all morning, fog is going to be an issue. Visibility is going to be a concern between the snow and the blowing, so you want to make sure you're factoring in that. Again, this was the development last night. This line right there, this time yesterday morning, was right there. So that shift to the south, you think, well, that's not that many miles, but you have to consider the volume of traffic and the folks that call this place home or a destination. That's why you saw later in the day yesterday this kind of elevated, this kind of amped up concern about it. And Tony just showed you the brighter white through Orange County and down through Morris and out through now the North Shore. This is what we're going to be waiting for, and there's more available moisture that's going to be plowing into that cold air. So here, we'll time it out for you, and you can see right here, see how quickly that's going to wrap up before lunchtime? But look at the intensity between now and, say, 1 or 2 in the afternoon. It's going to get out of here, but wow, snowfall rates and the temperatures and the available moisture means it's going to be a heavy snow. It's going to really be tough to move and manage, and it's going to be hard for the crews to deal with. Oh, and let's not forget, wind is going to be kind of an increasingly difficult factor of this. Not only are we going to see gusty winds piling up the waves, but then a cold wind as well. So trouble spots, and again, it's that 1 to 2 inch snowfall rate per hour for the island, parts of Fairfield County, and you've got coastal flooding concerns with 1 to 2 feet of inundation and the potential for 4 to 9 inches of snow. And then farther north and west, again, a better chance with elevation that you're going to see some of those double-digit snowfall totals when it's all said and done. And it will be done quickly. I mean, we could even see the sun this afternoon. Tomorrow, we will see the sun, but oh boy, it is going to be chilly. Then there's another little system later Thursday. It does not have as much moisture. But, I'm glad people are taking it seriously. Yeah. A lot of schools, I know it's a big scramble for mom and dad, but it's the kids are going to love this snow because it's snowball and snowman snow. What a day for them, right? Especially if the sun comes out later on, but we got to get through this morning. All right, let's check on traffic for you. See how the roads are doing right now. 417 right now. Guy.
Good morning, Mary. The roads are doing pretty well. A lot of people, I think, are still at home. But in New Jersey, due to the difficult conditions outside, there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This includes tractor trailers and empty trailers. This is not in effect on the Turnpike or Garden State Parkway. And there's a similar ban in New York State that includes interstates 87, 95, 287, as well as 84. Checking mass transit, everything currently running on or close to schedule. Today, Metro North will be running a modified schedule due to the challenging conditions. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. Taking a live look outside at the Gowanus Expressway, you can see the visibility John was talking about. That's going to be a challenge. Having said that, not a lot of cars out on the roadways, which is a good thing. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, guys, thank you. Developing right now, 5 people were injured and an innocent bystander was killed after someone opened fire on a Bronx subway platform.
Right now, police are still trying to track down the gunman. CBS News' Naveen Dhaliwal has new information about the person who died.
The Mount Eden train station cordoned off Monday afternoon and into the night as shots were fired, striking 6 people.
Sounded like a firecracker.
Like
boom, 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 real loud.
We have multiple people shot at the Mount Eden Avenue 4 line.
Witnesses stunned as the gunfire erupted.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I ran.
Investigators say around 4:30 p.m., a fight on a northbound 4 train started between a group of teenagers and as the train pulled up to the Mount Eden station.
The doors opened up and at least one of the individuals in that group, or in the 2 groups, took out a gun and fired shots.
That's where police say the 6 people, 4 males and 2 females, were shot as others on the platform ran for cover.
Everybody going down, Ronnie.
Yanessa Ortega saw EMS crews scrambling to help those injured.
We see that one woman was here blowing a lot of blood, and one they was doing the CPR.
Detectives say the victims, ages 14 to 71, were rushed to the hospital. Sadly, a 34-year-old man succumbed to his injuries.
Our hearts go out to the victims, the 5 people who are injured, and also the person whose life was lost.
And now this message from police for subway riders and stern words for the shooter.
New Yorkers, 4 million a day ride to, from work or school. You are safe. You will continue to be safe. Today was an isolated event, and those are responsible, we will find you, and we will make sure that you're prosecuted.
And the teen arrested in the shooting of a tourist in Times Square is due back in court today. 15-year-old Jose Alejandro Rivas Figueroa is charged as an adult with attempted murder, attempted assault, and criminal possession of a weapon. Prosecutors say the teen from Venezuela shot a woman inside a sporting goods store last Thursday, then opened fire on police officers chasing him. He was arrested Friday at his mother's house in Yonkers.
Well, a man was shot and killed by police in Queens after they say he pointed what they now believe to be a fake gun at officers. Police released a photo of the gun they say they recovered at the scene. Officers responded to a 911 call around 10:30 yesterday morning on the 4th floor of Ocean Bay Apartments in Edgemere. They say it was believed to be a domestic dispute between brothers. Officers spoke to one man through the door of a back bedroom.
Door opens up. Our members go to step into the door, and then the male points a firearm at them. Our officers gave commands to drop the weapon.
Police say the man was shot in the stomach and they tried to save him, but he was pronounced dead at the hospital. None of the officers was injured.
421 right now. Mayor Adams says polling sites will remain open in the city today in the race to replace George Santos. A special election in New York's 3rd district includes parts of Queens and Long Island. Still, there are concerns the weather could impact turnout. Democratic candidate Tom Suozzi and Republican challenger Mazi Pilip, a Nassau County legislator, are neck and neck. The candidates made a last-minute push to voters yesterday ahead of the storm.
I think regardless of what happens, the weather's going to affect the Democrats and Republicans alike. The story historically is that Republicans turn out early and Democrats turn out later.
It may gonna snow a little bit, but I'm not worried. The reason for that, voters are very engaged on this election.
The early voting numbers are in. More than 57,000 voters cast ballots in Nassau and another 9,000 in Queens. 500,000 people have yet to cast a ballot.
We have special election guide with information on polling times, locations, and more on CBSNewYork.com. We'll also have special election coverage today on CBS 2.
422 right now. Up next, we continue our coverage of the nor'easter hitting the tri-state.
John Elliott will be back for a check on the first alert forecast. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
.424 right now. We're in the middle of what you've been warning us about, John.
Yeah, this is it. And the next few hours are going to be critical. So let's talk about the timing between now and 7. This is when we could see some of the most challenging weather with those snowfall rates approaching 2 inches an hour. So that's a pain for you, but you've got to remember the crews. They have to keep on top of this. So it's a matter of pacing and it's a matter of management. 7 to 11, snowfall rates will slow down around the city. And then between 11 and 4, what? Yeah, this thing's going to clear out of here. I've turned the satellite up to show you already the snow has stopped for parts of Ulster and Dutchess. But look at that. Look at that band through Orange. Look at parts of Sussex. Look at parts of Morris. Big View shows the center right here. It still has to head this way, intensify, then you get the banding. So that's the concern. Now, I mean, but it will exit. I mean, by 4 or 5 o'clock, you're snow free, but wow, you're going to be sore because you're going to be moving so much snow. And then don't forget, we're going to see that nor'easter element of this with the winds piling up. We've got the possibility of 1 to 2 feet of inundation in the darker shaded areas, and this is right through tomorrow. Then it's a cold wind, so that brings in the really cold air later today and tonight. So let's pace ourselves. We'll get through this together. More weather in a bit. Right now, though, right back.
Okay, John, thank you. As that snow continues to fall, we'd like to see what it looks like near you. Share your pictures or videos with us, and maybe we'll put them on the air. Just scan the QR code on your screen or head to cbsnewyork.com/photos.
426, President Biden is pushing for a 6-week pause in the fighting in Gaza.
He met with Jordan's King Abdullah yesterday for a talk about a hostage deal and how to bring an end to the war. Both men issued a strong warning to Israel, which is now threatening to invade the southern Gaza city of Rafah.
The major military operation in Rafah should not proceed without a credible plan for ensuring the safety and support of more than 1 million people sheltering there.
We cannot afford an Israeli attack on Rafah. It is certain to produce another humanitarian catastrophe.
And in southern Gaza, more explosions this morning, a day after Israeli forces rescued 2 hostages from an apartment in Rafah. But dozens of Palestinians reportedly died from heavy airstrikes conducted during that raid. On Donald Trump's election interference trial, the former president has asked the Supreme Court to extend the delay in the case. Trump's attorneys filed an emergency appeal yesterday saying he's immune from prosecution on charges he plotted to overturn his 2020 election loss. The filing keeps on hold what would be a landmark criminal trial of a former president while the nation's highest court decides exactly what to do.
Time now is 4:27. Still ahead. We continue our team coverage as this winter storm hits the tri-state.
So just how much snow will this nor'easter bring? We're tracking it all for you this morning, and we will have those results for you when we come back.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
And now on CBS 2 News this morning, a nor'easter in New York. We're tracking the storm that's expected to bring heavy snow for large parts of the tri-state.
Team coverage all morning long with everything you need to know as you head out the door.
And good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Chris Rankin.
I'm Mary Calvi. Welcome to CBS 2 News this morning. A First Alert weather team, John Elliott and Tony Sadiku standing by. We also have reporters all across the tri-state areas. We could see the most snow we've had in a couple of years. Let's begin with John Elliott and your First Alert forecast at 4:30. Good morning, John.
Look at those boxes. There's a lot of snow coming down right now. Depends on where you are. Parts of New Jersey, parts of the South Shore of Long Island still hanging on to drops, but yeah, with limited exception, it has changed to flake form, and that's why it's going to really slow you down. Hey, the other thing we're going to have to be mindful of is visibility. Wind out of the northeast at 14, a nor'easter, yes. Shifting winds during the life of this storm. 34, the current reading, obviously cold enough. You can draw a line right there. You see 32, definitely all snow there. Some mixing where you see 36, well east and well south. I'm going to check visibility all morning long. I think visibility is going to be an issue as you are dealing with this, not only the snowfall rates, but some low clouds and fog. You can see right now, you can see that pink line, so we are seeing the changeover. This is the great thing with all the reporters and Tony out in it. I want to just send things right up to meteorologist Tony Sadiku. He's in Mount Kisco. And show me what's going on right now and what's it feel like. And wow, that's an awful lot of white behind you, Tony.
Yeah, good morning, John. Yeah, here in Mount Kisco, where, we know this isn't going to be a long-lasting event, but certainly an impactful one. And this is one of the areas where we expect to see some of the biggest totals. You see the snow falling now, enough to at least coat the sidewalk here with a good bit of snow. Tell you, it's a totally different look and feel from what we had yesterday. The 40's gone. We knew this storm would be effective in really pulling in that cold air, and it has. Mobile Weather Lab set up right out here on South Moser Avenue, and we're getting readings at temperatures below freezing. The other thing we'll have to keep an eye on, as you mentioned earlier, is the winds. Not blowing all that bad right now, but, we could get into a situation where the winds pick up. We could get into a blowing snow situation, really reducing visibility. Not the case right now, but I'll tell you, even without that, our drive up here on Sawmills River Parkway, it's still coming down heavy. Can make it feel like those lane lines are tough to see. Signage tough to see as well, so we got to be extra careful. I'll tell you though, we have seen plows up and down. That might be one right off into the distance. I don't know, Evan, if you can see it, but they've been spreading salt. They've been working these streets, trying to keep them safe. And there you go. There's one passing by, and that's going to be super effective and super important for keeping these roads safe. As you can see, some of the snow, Chris and Mary, collecting on some of these roads.
Those crews out throughout the night. A big thanks to them as they're salting and now sanding and plowing. Thank you so much, Tony. It is 4:33 right now. Let's get you to First Alert Traffic. Talking about those roads, here's Guy Stanier.
Good morning, Mary. We're going to start in New Jersey, where there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways due to the difficult conditions. This is not in effect on the Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. We have a similar ban in New York State that includes Interstates 87, 95, 287, as well as 84. Checking mass transit, everything currently running on or close to schedule. Today, Metro North will be running a modified schedule. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. Taking a live look outside at the Cross Bronx at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge. Difficult conditions outside, as you can see. So if you have to drive, give yourself plenty of extra time this morning. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Now let's send things out to Christy Kalishian, who's in Mobile 2 in New Jersey. She joins us live from Parsippany. Christy?
Guy, we're in my old territory, Parsippany. So as we all know, in this area, as well as in basically any other part, northwestern part of New Jersey, gets pelted with snow. Right now here on I-80 West, I could tell you we can still see the blacktop, but the snow is coming down pretty heavily. And John was mentioning earlier there were some massive snowflakes that he saw. And I have to say, I saw that earlier. Now we're seeing this kind of small, fast-moving snow. This storm is really taking on a lot of forms, and that's as we came from east to west. So even just a few minutes being here in Morris County, I can tell you it's definitely intensified. Our photographer Chris Gay here is driving, says he's seeing a little bit more slippery conditions as we get here, especially as we get under overpasses. You can see that it gets a little more wet. So seeing a little bit of inconsistent conditions, but thankfully we are seeing a lot of snowplow trucks as well as salters. And there is that commercial vehicle ban you were talking about. I have to say, not to get anybody in trouble, but I did see a few trucks out here pulled over, of course, because these conditions are very dangerous. Again, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I did see some trucks out here. They should not be out here. But just keep that in mind when you are driving. You are sharing the road with a lot of cars, especially the snow and plow trucks and the salt truckers. So definitely keep that in mind when driving out on these highways this morning. You are sharing the road, seeing a lot more cars driving east as well. And we're live in Morris County. Christy Gleesian, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Christy, thank you. As for schools, New York City schools going remote today. North of the city, Yonkers, New Rochelle, and White Plains schools all have snow days. Plenty of closures reported across Long Island, including Manhasset, Riverhead, Nassau, Great Neck, and Valley Stream. And in New Jersey, Ridgewood, Patterson, Wyckoff, Teaneck, Mahwah, South Orange, Maplewood, Hoboken schools all will be closed today. Of course, though, best to check with your individual school districts before heading out this morning.
4:35 now. Let's take a look at what's happening here in the city.
CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook live in Columbus Circle. Hi, Elijah.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Mary. So yeah, the first few snowflakes are beginning to fall, as you can see here behind me. You'll also feel it as well, and that is because the wind is really starting to whip at this hour. You're getting a live look at Columbus Circle just after 4:30 in the morning. A quiet one for now. We've been seeing just about maybe a few people walking around this area. Of course, dressed for the occasion, dressed for this weather, because you will feel it between the cold air, the wind, the snow that's coming down, and the streets, of course, they are messy, and that's because of everything that you're seeing now. So certainly keep that in mind as you navigate your way around town. We know that the city's Office of Emergency Management says it's issuing a travel advisory till about maybe 6 p.m. This evening due to low visibility and potentially dangerous road conditions. Throughout the night, about 700 salt spreaders were out treating the streets, plus 2,000 plow trucks are being deployed throughout the morning. So keep that in mind. As we mentioned earlier, public schools here in the city will go into full remote learning. And as for public transit, the MTA says it's been gearing up for the weather today by doing things like putting chains on their bus tires and placing extra crews on its subways and commuter rail lines to be able to respond quickly to any issues that may come up. Looks nice now if you're not a snow lover, right? But, you know, we know in the next few hours all this will change. So be mindful of that. And that is the very latest from Columbus Circle. I'm Elijah Westbrook, CBS 2 News.
Elijah, thank you. Now to northern Bergen County and CBS 2's Christina Fan.
She's live in Mahwah. Christina, what are you seeing? It looks more white than it does wet, as we've seen behind Elijah there.
It certainly does. The major news this morning out of Bergen County are the school closures. So far, we've counted at least 60 school districts that have officially declared a snow day. And when you see snowflakes of this size coming down this fast and this furious, it's really no surprise why. Bergen County is expected to get the lion's share of snowfall accumulation today. And we want to give you a look at our morning commute to show you just the drastic difference from county to county. This first clip was taken in West New York along the Hudson-Bergen County border. You can see hardly anything was sticking to the ground. And the second shot was taken about 20 minutes later along 3 West, and already you see a pretty decent coating there near Paramus. Again, if you haven't already checked, parents, make sure to confirm with your child's school district if they do have class today. Dozens have canceled school, including Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, and Ridgewood. This heavy snowfall is expected to persist well into the morning, which is why school officials want to play it safe. Now back here live, want to give you a look. This is Route 17 in Mahwah. You can see the major roads still faring pretty well at this hour. We've seen a lot of plow trucks, a lot of salt spreaders here within just the past 30 minutes, but a much different story as we pan back this way into the front lawn of some of these businesses. You can see, I would say this is about 1 to 2 inches of snow we've had this morning, and again, it's still coming down so quickly. This is the sight you are going to be greeted with as you walk outside, you start shoveling your driveway and make your way through those side streets, so be sure to give yourselves plenty of time. For now, reporting live from Mahwah, New Jersey, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
And Christina, we're already seeing some air travel trouble due to the storm. Taking a live look at Newark in the distance there, 151 cancellations and 5 delays there. The numbers are higher at LaGuardia, 345 cancellations, 6 delays. There are 171 cancellations and 28 delays at Kennedy Airport.
And stick with CBS 2 News for full coverage of today's winter storm. We'll have more weather and traffic updates on air, online, and on the CBS New York app.
4:40 right now. Coming up, a pitfall for pigeons. How netting on a building is proving dangerous for birds there, and what the building is doing to fix the problem.
And the First Alert weather team tracking the storm hitting our area. More on what you can expect for the rest of the day. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning. Good morning. Welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning on this snow day. Mobile 2 out on the roads on this Tuesday, 13th of February, tracking some of the conditions for you. Let's check in with our First Alert weather team. Meteorologist John Elliott and Tony Sadico are both working here this morning. We're going to start with Tony, who is outside of Mount Kisco this morning. Hey, Tony.
Hey, good morning there, Chris. Yes, one of these days. I mean, it's been such a novelty for us to see big snow days like this. Prior to today, we're talking about this, we were tied for our least snowiest winter. It looks like that won't be the case. We're just south of Main Street here in Mount Kisco, where you can see the snow falling. And I'll tell you, these snowflakes have gotten a little bit bigger since we've gotten out here. We kind of get into this fluctuation. Sometimes it lightens up, and you can see just how it's collecting on some of these bushes. This is the parking lot, train station right over there. You could see someone left there, looks like a Jeep or something, and you could see, I mean, just in a matter of hours, how the snow has collected the windshield, the top of the car, that sort of thing. That's likely what you're going to be waking up to. So just kind of be mindful of that. The parking lot's covered. And, you know, it's not just the snow that's falling and quickly accumulating because it is that heavy, wet snow. We also got to talk about the visibility. So let me show you some of those visibility numbers now. And they have certainly come down, almost like a fog situation. Visibility come down to a mile in some places. We'll have to watch out for that, especially the further west you go, interior sections of Jersey. What about the snow that's falling now? It's steady, especially north of the city, Westchester County. Notice not so much the further north you live, places like Sullivan also, although it is filling up in a little bit. That rain snow line right over Monmouth County, Ocean County, seeing more rain. We expect that to continue to shift to the south. So it's mainly a morning event. By midday, it's just a few snow showers. And we could finish this day that we're starting with snow with sunshine by the time it's all said and done. But as I bring in John Elliott, I mean, we're talking about a system that's bringing in cold air. So with the kind of situation setting up here and the snow that's going to accumulate, it may be a while before it all melts, as those temperatures are going to get colder in the days ahead.
You said it, Tony, and it's an intensifying system, too. I'm glad you're talking about visibility, because beyond just the meteorological impact on visibility, don't forget the mechanical impact. What do I mean? You're behind a salt truck. The spray is really going to be challenging, so you really have to slow your roll. Let's just dive into the future now with the Futurecast and show you, make a few stops along the way. This is what Tony's talking about. By 10 o'clock, it's already done in Warren, Sussex, and Ulster. But you're shoveling. Watch the darker shades here, the banding. That's why we're concerned about snowfall rates through 10 o'clock. They slow down a bit, and then it is very pronounced as far as between 10 and 2 when we do see the system wrapping up. So then we're just going to be left with the wind. Wind is going to be a key component. You know, when it's called a nor'easter, it's because that northeast wind. But a shifting wind is going to bring in a lot of changes. A lot of wave energy, the darker color. These are warnings, 1 to 2 feet of inundation. You see it there. Advisory up to ½ a foot. Like you don't have enough to deal with, you've got to watch your high tide cycles over the next, well, all day today through tomorrow morning. So again, it's that 10 o'clock hour into the early afternoon initially, and then we'll see less wave energy as the storm passes. But today is going to be challenging along the coast. I wanted to skip ahead to your Valentine's date, because Wednesday night is going to be okay. It's just going to be very cold. Look at this. There's another system Thursday night. Does not have as much moisture, doesn't have the same kind of wind profile, but that's our next system. And then we're just stuck in this cold rut where we're even going to see a stray snow shower Saturday afternoon. But again, those are those isolated snow showers. 39, gusty winds, tapers off into the afternoon. With those winds, and we're talking gusty winds, what does it do to the bottom line? Wind chills tonight in the Hudson Valley are going to be in the single-digit range. It's going to be in the teens in the city. So that means the onus really is on you to make sure the sidewalk and the driveways are clear and bone dry, because you will have icing if you have that kind of cold air. And then a lot of sun tomorrow.
And unlike the past couple times when we've gotten a little snow, it's going to stick around for a little while, right?
Because it gets so cold.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to be pretty. I mean, if you can salvage some kind of silver lining there. But it is going to be a big chore to move it today.
Yeah, heavy shoveling. All right, John, thank you.
Guys. All right, now for checking your First Alert traffic, here's traffic reporter Guy Stanier with more. Hey, Guy.
Good morning, Chris. We've been talking about the difficult driving conditions outside, and there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways in New Jersey. This is not in effect on the Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. There is a similar ban in New York State that includes roadways like 87, 95, 287, as well as 84. And taking a live look outside at the Lincoln Tunnel, still no delays getting into the city at all 3 Hudson River crossings, but you can see the wet roadways out there. And over to the RFK Triborough Bridge. Remember, these elevated roadways can freeze before normal on-the-ground roadways, so to speak. Again, be careful if you have to get behind the wheel this morning. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 448 right now. Shooting in a subway station in the Bronx has left an innocent bystander dead and 5 others recovering this morning. Police still searching for the gunman. It happened at the Mount Eden station late yesterday afternoon. Police say a fight broke out on a moving 4 train between a group of teens. As the train doors opened at the station, gunfire erupted as riders ran for their lives. The bullets hit 6 people, the victims ranging in age from 14 to 71. A 34-year-old man was killed.
Our hearts go out to the victims, the 5 people who are injured, and also the person whose life was lost.
New Yorkers, 4 million a day ride to from work or school. You are safe. You will continue to be safe. Today was an isolated event, and those are responsible, we will find you, and we will make sure that you're prosecuted.
It's unclear how many people were involved in the fight that led up to the shooting. Police are not saying if any of the shooting victims were involved.
An update now on a violent attempted robbery on the Upper East Side. The NYPD made an arrest in the case. 91-year-old Hyman Silverglad is recovering after his ribs were broken in the attack on February 1st. Investigators say he was walking on East 86th when the suspect pushed him to the ground and then punched him while trying to take his wallet. 45-year-old Christian Torres of Brooklyn has been charged with attempted robbery.
450 right now. Netting at an Upper East Side building appears to be trapping and even killing birds. Netting has been put up under the sidewalk shed at the Normandy Court apartment building on East 95th and 2nd Avenue, meant to prevent pigeons' droppings from littering the sidewalk. But animal rescuers say they regularly see dead and trapped birds.
So there's gaps, and the birds are getting in. They're making nests up here, and the babies get caught. And then when the birds, the moms go out to look for food, they can't find the holes again, and they can't feed their babies. So the babies starve and they die.
A representative for Normandy Court Apartments told CBS 2 that before the netting went up, the pigeon problem was so bad that they were cited by the Department of Health. The building is now trying to find a solution to this.
I don't understand how netting can prevent droppings from getting out. Okay, up next, rent in the city just got more expensive. More on the squeeze many are feeling this morning.
And doctors calling for caution if you like to work out in the cold. What they say you need to know if you have heart issues ahead in your Health Watch.
And on our Money Watch, futures are down this morning as investors await earnings reports from dozens of companies, including Cisco Systems, Altice USA, and Kraft Heinz. It was a mixed close on the street yesterday. The Dow up 125, the S&P fell 4, NASDAQ dropping 48.
We haven't said it all winter, but we're going to get a good amount of snow in the city, John.
Oh, ho, ho, a lot of snow. So, and it's a heavy, wet snow too, Mary. So 34 degrees. It's a red alert kind of day today with that rain quickly changing over to all snow for almost everybody. Challenging for the morning commute. That's why you're watching us right now. Maybe you're rethinking, maybe I can wait a little while, maybe I can work from home, and then the wind will take over and usher in the cold air. Turned off the satellite, want to show you Dutchess County, want to show you more of Connecticut, want to show you over the Sound into Nassau, and look at that, Suffolk, you're losing it. It's back and forth right there. And then through more Bergen County into the city, this line right here, so we lost it now, it's all flakes in Staten Island. This line here through parts of Monmouth County, this thing is still intensifying, so that's why we're concerned about banding, and we're gonna have a lot of variety. This 4 to 9, remember it was here yesterday, now it's more of the city. There will be variety around the city, and now it's contingent on where the bands set up, those snowfall rates. It will be hit and miss, but where it's a hit, you're going to see these bigger numbers, and you're going to see, again, additional snowfall slow down for areas north and west as we make up the deficit. Between now and 7, this could be the most challenging period, and then gradually between the middle part of the day and the afternoon, snowfall rates will slow down. We'll watch it for you right now, though. We'll send it right back to Mary.
Yeah, challenging couple of hours, John. Thank you so much. 4:55 as the snow's falling. We want to see what it looks like near you. Share your pictures or videos with us. You can see them on air. Just scan the QR code on your screen or head to cbsnewyork.com/photos. In our Health Watch this morning, many find it difficult to maintain their exercise routine during the winter months, especially heart patients. And doctors say you can still stay active, but there are some warning signs to look out for when you are out in the cold. Some people need to be careful when exercising or shoveling snow because cold conditions can cause spasms in different vessels, which could lead to a heart attack.
You have to stop when you have some kind of symptoms, whether it's discomfort, whether it's shortness of breath. You certainly should call your physician. The problem has to be addressed first.
Those with cardiovascular disease and the elderly are advised to make sure they layer up before heading out to exercise in the cold. The extra layers will help maintain proper body temperature.
Well, renters in Manhattan and Brooklyn are feeling the squeeze as rent prices rose there last month, but fell in Northwest Queens. That's according to new data from real estate firm Douglas Elliman. Rentals in Northwest Queens saw average price drop of 5% in January compared to December. Last month's average rent came out to just over $3,400 a month. In Manhattan, rent rose by just under 2%. In Brooklyn, renters paid 2.5% more in January than the month before.
4:56 right now ahead of 5 team coverage as winter weather strikes the tri-state area.
We have got everything you need to know as you head out the door this morning. You're watching CBS 2 News This Morning.
live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Right now, heavy snow to start your day. Live pictures from the Lincoln Tunnel right now as the snow begins to fall.
And let's take a look at the radar where you can see the winter storm moving through the area, and we are right in the thick of things.
Our First Alert weather team is covering what you need to know before you leave your home this morning, from New York to New Jersey, and from the snow totals to the road conditions.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Kelby. Welcome to CBS 2 News This Morning. Our First Alert weather team standing by. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is live in Westchester County. Let's get started with meteorologist John Elliott. 5 o'clock right now.
Mary, appreciated that view of the helix because you could see from that live shot it's just wet roadways, so that helps. I mean, the friction of the other motorists, it's just wet. But you have to be mindful, spray is going to be an issue. There's salting going on, so visibility is going to be a concern during the course of this. Want to remind you, too, the National Weather Service has this winter storm warning. You can see it in the pink right there. That means plan on those winter driving conditions. And traffic guy makes a great point. Where you're dealing with bridges and overpasses, enough cold air is seeping in where you could see some icing as well. And notice the pink has slid to the south for more of the Jersey Shore and all of the island now, too. So just a real quick snapshot before Tony dives into more specifics. You see the green there bisecting New Jersey, so we're waiting for the cold air to take over. But remember, the low is still moving in the opposite direction. That's why it's a very dynamic situation, and it's a red alert through today as we see that rain changing to snow. And then don't forget, for your high tide cycle this morning and tonight, could see inundation all along the coast. More on that, more on the timing, and of course your 7-day. We'll see what the weather watchers are up to later in the hour. Right now, though, we'll send things right back to Mary.
Yeah, John, and it's starting to pile up. Let's send it out to our First Alert weather team. Tony Sadiku is live in Westchester County this morning in the middle of it all. Tony.
Hey there, Mary. Yeah, here in Mount Kisco, where we get pretty sizable flakes out here. Just tells you the atmosphere is sufficiently cold. We've got enough moisture. It's surviving down to the ground. Those temperatures here at or near freezing, and you can see just how much snow we're already getting everywhere here, from the promenade, the sidewalk, the road, the parking lot over there. Not a ton of traffic out here, but I'll tell you, if you got to be on the roads, this is one of those situations where you really want to take it easy. Make sure you're giving, yourself some time, some extra distance between you and the vehicle in front of you, especially if you're in an area that's a little bit more congested. Make sure you clean off your car as well before you head out, especially as conditions the snow will continue to pile up. And it's not just the roads. Obviously, a lot of them are going to be treated, but watch your footing on some of these sidewalks too, because sometimes the sidewalk isn't treated and it's easy to lose your footing. But the big story here, I mean, we're getting something we haven't seen in quite some time. This is what you expect in February. Finally starting to see some snow falling, and it's collecting out here in Westchester County, guys.
Yeah, we've had that deficit for sure. Right, Tony? Thank you.
Now for checking your First Alert traffic, here's CBS News traffic reporter Guy Stanier. Hey, Guy.
Good morning, Chris. We're going to start in New Jersey. Due to the difficult conditions outside, there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This is not in effect, however, for the Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. And in New York State, there is a similar ban. This includes I-87, 95, 287, as well as 84. Checking mass transit, everything currently running on or close to schedule. And today, Metro North will be running a modified schedule. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide to help you out. Taking a live look outside at the Cross Bronx Expressway near the Bronx River Parkway. Difficult driving conditions outside. Be careful and give yourself plenty of extra time if you have to get behind the wheel. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, guys, thanks. Let's get a look at conditions in Bergen County.
Snow boots on. CBS News' Christina Fan is ready to tackle whatever comes to Mahwah this morning. Hi, Christina.
Chris and Mary, good morning. And it's no secret, if you look behind us, that the transition from rain to snow here in Bergen County clearly happened several hours ago. According to some of the drivers we have spoken to, they say it started snowing at around 2 a.m. So we've had several hours now of snow accumulation. You can see here on the ground, I would say this is like a solid 2 inches we have here. There's a lot of accumulation on surfaces like parking lots, on cars. But the good news this morning is we're standing right next to Route 17, and you can see major thoroughfares like this one doing pretty well. That was a plow truck driver who just gave us a little honk there. We've seen caravans of them just driving through this morning, doing their work, clearing the roads for us. Now, we are expecting Bergen County to get the lion's share of snow, which is why so many school districts here have canceled class, and that really is the major headline this morning. At last count, that number is in the 60s and include towns such as Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, and Ridgewood. So parents, you want to make sure you check with your district this morning, because more likely than not, your child probably has a snow day. Great news for them, maybe not so good news for you. But if you are hoping to stay in and work from home, well, at least you have the governor's seal of approval. We know that state offices are operating on a delayed opening, and the governor is urging anyone who can stay at home and work from home to do so, because again, we are expecting this accumulation to pick up. We're only a few hours in, and already at least 2 inches of snow here on the ground in Mahwah, New Jersey. For now, reporting live in Bergen County, Christina Fan, Chris and Mary, back to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, Mary, but you know, Mahwah schools are closed. Can't go mountain. They'll be skiing today, so you can only imagine the type of crowd they're going to get on the slopes.
It is like the perfect day, right?
Yeah.
Because we're expecting some sunshine later on today. Christina, thank you so much. Let's get a look at conditions here in the city.
CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live at Columbus Circle for us this morning. Hi, Elijah.
Hey, good morning, Chris and Mary. Yeah, you can tell already it's going to be one of those mornings. And what I mean by that is expect a messy morning commute. Here's a live look right now at Columbus Circle. And I just want to give you just a sense of the amount of snow that's already fallen. It's not a lot, but you can see this pillar here that's set up along the street here. This is, it's mainly like that wet kind of snow, and that's what you are going to likely see at this time. Connie, if you want to pan more so towards the street, you can see the conditions on the roadway at this time. It's going to be slick, so be mindful of that as you head out the door. In fact, we know that the city's Office of Emergency Management has already issued a travel advisory that will run until about 6 p.m. due to potentially dangerous road conditions. Salt spreaders, they've been out. We've been watching some of them drive by, even some of the plow trucks as a precautionary measure. Public transit has been gearing up, we know, for this in the hours ahead. In fact, the MTA says that they're putting chains on their bus tires and placing extra crews on its subways and commuter rails to respond to any potential issues that may come up. But take us back out here live at Columbus Circle. A quiet one for now, but certainly expect a messy morning commute. And as I mentioned at the top of this live shot, it will be one of those days. Chris, Mary, let's send it back to you.
Elijah, thank you so much. 5:07. Let's get a look at the roads in New Jersey from Mobile 2.
CBS News' Christy Kalishian joins us live from Rockaway in Morris County. Hey, Christy.
Chris, Mary, here's a look at those roads as we just mentioned. It's a picturesque morning here in Rockaway Township. We just got off I-80 just to give you an idea of the significant difference that you're seeing here on the side roads compared to the highways. We've seen some plow trucks out here. It's a lot for just a few trucks to keep up with. It's understandable that it's not going to be the same as what you'll see on the highway, so definitely something to keep in mind when coming out if you really have to. And you can see the tire tracks of the cars left before. Not much blacktop visible as much as we saw on the highway. And speaking of visibility, in some areas of 80 West, they are barely lit out there. It's possibly dangerous conditions just because of the lighting alone. So you have snow, hills, and other cars, just a typical North Jersey combination out there. Just to keep in mind if you really have to drive out there, and you know, if you haven't been able to tell already, if you have to drive out there, it's definitely not something we recommend. As you can see, we're trying to slowly come up this hill, so you can see it's a little inconsistent. Some parts are a little more wet. We're seeing those kind of massive snowflakes that John mentioned earlier. So different conditions out here, but highly recommend you drive very slow, especially on these side roads. And we're live in Rockaway Township, New Jersey. Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christy, thank you. Our coverage continues, and we'll check back in with our reporters in just a bit. Also look for more weather and traffic updates at CBSNewYork.com and, of course, on the CBS New York app.
Time now is 5:09. Coming up, a deadly shooting in the subway. The search for the gunman who opened fire, hitting innocent bystanders.
Plus, today is the special election to replace former disgraced Congressman George Santos. How much weather could play in the role of voter turnout? And now let's send things back out to Westchester County, where meteorologist Tony Sadiku is standing by. Tony?
Hey, good morning, guys. You can see the snow continue to fall. It's been the case for a couple hours at this point, and if you've been waiting for that winter look and feel, oh yeah, we've got it. Snow falling. It's going to be coming down right through the morning commute. John and I have team coverage just how long it sticks around right here on CBS 2 News this morning.
Good morning. Welcome back to CBS 2 News this morning. This song, Bright Lights, Bigger City. Good little throwback for CeeLo Green. Haven't heard from him in a while. Let's check in with our first alert weather team meteorologist, John Elliott and Tony Sadiku, starting things off for us this morning. We had some pictures of Route 17 in Bergen County just a few seconds ago. Tony's out in Westchester County, and the plows are already out there. Hey, Tony.
Hey there, Chris. Yeah, we've seen so much equipment out here really helping to clear the roads. Now one plow basically going right through the promenade here, so making it so folks can pass without having to step on the slushy snow. But you just get the idea. These crews have been working all night long, keeping the roads treated, the sidewalks as well. It's going to be an hours-long effort. I remember John and I were talking about this. You know, after such a warm start to February, there would come a time where we would flip the switch here. Second half of the month, month, and that's exactly what we're seeing playing out right now. Want to note, by the way, Bedford Central School District announcing that they are closing schools in this area today, so folks not having to deal with the nasty weather. But for folks who do perhaps have to be out in some of this snow, want to get you ready what to expect out the door. So take a look. You're certainly dressing for this kind of weather. You're thinking about the hats, the coats, the gloves, the snow boots. You'll want that as well. So it's definitely a day where you're going to need to have the right gear on to get you ready. Here's what we're looking at on radar there, where for most of you watching right now, the precipitation type you're seeing is snow. The exception just to the south, perhaps a little bit more of a mixing. Northern sections of Monmouth County into Ocean County where it's a little bit more rain. We expect that line to shift to the south. Notice the winter weather alerts have shifted south. Sullivan, Ulster now out of it. Winter storm warnings, though, for much of the area across the Hudson Valley, sections of Jersey, including the city of Long Island. That's where we expect some of the biggest totals right through the morning commute. I want to bring in John Elliott because, I mean, you see the action taking place out here. I'll tell you that the wind's not so bad right now, but we expect the pressure gradient to tighten, the winds to tighten as we get later this morning. And we could still be a couple hours away, it looks like, from really being in the thick of it, right?
And that has such an important impact on not only how cold it feels, so your comfort, but safety, too, because that's going to impact visibility. So we'll take a look at the wind in a second. Again, Mary and I talking about this line right there. This line right there was right here yesterday, where we were going to say, you know, variation between, say, the Bronx and Staten Island. Well, now more of the city dealing with inches of snow, and that's why the National Weather Service, too, pushed the warning farther to the south. And again, it goes down. You're heading upstate. You're driving out of it, but we're really in the thick of it. So these busy corridors dealing with some of the worst of it. Let's use a little futurecast model guidance to show you what this line does between now and, say, 10 o'clock. It's those bands that set up, snowfall rates go up. That impacts visibility. That also contributes to the bigger totals that will ultimately be left behind. And then that wind is going to shift from a northeast wind to a northwest wind, and you've got that cold, cold air. So it really is, you have to be diligent to get things down to bone dry, because you're looking at snowfall rates at 1 to 2 inches an hour, gusts 25 to over 45. That contributes to the risk of coastal flooding and inundation. And then snowfall totals again between 4 and 9. Farther to the north and west, you cut it off here, Sussex into orange, you're actually in better shape. Sullivan, Ulster, Dutchess, somewhat of an anomaly with just the way this is setting up, but it's going to be very messy. And then you got to worry about those secondary roads, driveways, sidewalks, really challenging. It's a heavy, wet snow, not as windy, but windy enough, and you have similar numbers. So this is now Tuesday night. See how that northeast wind already replaced by a gusty northwest wind? So it's very cold, and it's screaming tomorrow morning. So you're thinking, wow, it's so cold. Yeah, single-digit wind chills tomorrow morning. Oh, and then this was a model we shared. This is now Valentine's night into Thursday night. That's our next chance. Does not look as moisture rich, so we don't anticipate a repeat as far as the totals go. Today, hands down, in fact, right now, between, say, 10 o'clock is the most challenging time. Get through this, and then you're in much better shape. It's just going to be very cold. I know the kids dig it, but I know it's a challenge for parents. I would also caution, major roadways are going to be fine, but walking in and out, you could be very slippery, so just be careful.
Yeah, we have many schools closed across the tri-state area, remote learning in New York City right now. Thank you very much. It's a tough time right now out there. Now let's get you to a developing story. 518, a shooting in a subway station in the Bronx has left an innocent bystander dead and 5 others recovering this morning. Police are still searching for the gunman. It happened at the Mount Eden station late yesterday afternoon. Police say a fight broke out on a moving 4 train between a group of teens. As the train doors opened at the station, gunfire erupted as riders ran for their lives. The bullets hit 6 people, the victims ranging in age from 14 to 71. A 34-year-old man was killed.
Our hearts go out to the victims, the 5 people who are injured, and also the person whose life was lost.
New Yorkers, 4 million a day ride to, from work, or school, you are safe. You will continue to be safe. Today was an isolated event, and those are responsible, we will find you, and we will make sure that you're prosecuted.
It is unclear how many people were involved in the fight that led to the shooting. Police are not saying if any of the shooting victims were involved.
Mayor Adams says polling sites will remain open in the city today in the race to replace George Santos. The special election in New York's 3rd district includes parts of Queens and Long Island. Still, there are concerns the weather could impact turnout. Democratic candidate Tom Suozzi and Republican challenger Mazi Pilip, a Nassau County legislature, are neck and neck. The candidates made a last-minute push to voters on Monday ahead of the storm.
I think regardless of what happens, the weather's going to affect the Democrats and Republicans alike. The story historically is that Republicans turn out early and Democrats turn out later.
It may gonna snow a little bit, but I'm not worried. The reason for that, voters are very engaged on this election.
The early voting numbers are in. More than 57,000 voters cast ballots in Nassau and another 9,000 in Queens. 500,000 people have yet to cast a ballot.
We have a special election guide with information on polling times, locations, and more on CBSNewYork.com. We'll also have special election coverage tomorrow on CBS 2.
5:20 for you right now. Up next, still ahead, Rangers and the Devils in action at home last night.
And the Knicks on the road look to finish up strong, headed into the All-Star break. Highlights coming up next in sports. .522 right now, hour by hour. This has been changing, John.
Mary, it's minute by minute.
Yeah.
I'll show you right now. It's 34 degrees. Again, critically cold enough for snow in the city. We've got proof of that. See the brighter white there, the banding? This is South Orange into Ulster and Dutchess. And then you're in and out of the heavier snowfall rates. Pretty good there in Westchester, I know. But, ooh, let's take a trip out to Suffolk. And this is what I'm talking about. See how you lose it? It goes back to water, back and forth, back and forth. Follow this line through the city. There's a little bit of icing in parts of Queens. And then look at this, Philadelphia, they've lost it. And there's heavy rain filling in parts of Ocean County. So if this can pull in a little bit of warm air, that will serve to tap down totals. That's why we're painting with such a broad brush. I know it's annoying. 4 to 9, what kind of a range is that? It's because of that line. I mean, it's snowing in Virginia right now, and it's raining in Massachusetts. So it's that kind of a dynamic storm, and that's why you see this big range. The other thing I want to remind you, 39, yeah, but remember, as the snow tapers off, it gets very chilly tonight, and then wind is an issue as well. More numbers minute by minute coming up in a bit. Right now, though, right back to Mary and Chris.
John, thank you. In sports, last night the Knicks were on the road to play the Houston Rockets down in Houston, while the Rangers played host to the Calgary Flames.
And the Devils took on the Seattle Kraken. Otis Livingston has your morning sports.
Good morning, everyone. The Nets host the Celtics on ice. The Devils hit the road to face the Predators in Nashville, while the Islanders welcome in the Kraken to UBS Arena. The Knicks' final 2 games before they leave for this weekend's All-Star break, which will give a couple of the players a chance to get a little healthier for the final playoff push. The Knicks currently sitting in the 4th spot in the East, visiting the young and exciting Houston Rocket team, and they proved to be a challenge for the Knicks. New York with one of its worst halves of the season, putting up just 43, while the Rockets open up a 14-point lead at the half. But the Knicks, as you know, they're going to fight back in the second half. Jalen Brunson, with only 7 points in the first half, nearly had double that in the third quarter alone. He ends up tying the game at 69, finishes with a game-high 27. The Knicks found themselves down 2 late in the game, and it's that man again, Brunson Burner. Step-back jumper ties the game with under 9 seconds to play, but it would not be a happy ending for the Knicks. Aaron Holiday is going to throw up a prayer, and the refs answer. Yeah, the shot is no good, but they call Brunson for a foul. You take another look, and you be the judge. Tom Thibodeau is not happy about it. Doesn't look like a foul to me, but New York was out of challenges. Holiday hits 2 out of 3 free throws, and the Knicks lose a tough one, 105-103. To the ice, Rangers hosting the Flames. Scoreless in the second. Blue shirts on the attack. Capo Caco shot is stopped, but Will Cooley finds the loose puck and puts it in for the lead. That's all the Rangers would need, as the Garden was chanting Igor Shesterkin's name all night long. He stops all of Calgary's 30 shots, picks up his first shutout of the season. Rangers win their 5th straight, 2-0 the final. Devils hosting the Kraken at the Rock. Jersey boys putting on a show in the second period. Jack Hughes is going to bank it off the goalie's mask and into the net for the 16th of the season for Hughes. Devils opening up a 3-goal lead when Dawson Mercer lights the lamp later in the period. His 15th of the season puts the game on ice. Devils win 3-1. I'm Otis Livingston, and that's your CBS New York Sports Update.
Thank you very much. Well, Super Bowl 58 on CBS was, guess what, the most watched program in the history of television. More than 123 million people watched the Kansas City Chiefs beat the San Francisco 49ers in that thrilling overtime game in Las Vegas. Records were set for viewership as fans watched from all platforms, including CBS, Paramount Plus, and Nickelodeon. And 120 million people watched the game just on CBS. It was the largest audience ever for a single network. Mary, at one point there were over 200 million people watching the game.
Yeah, we were all in it together watching it. So exciting. Still ahead, our coverage continues of this big winter storm.
This is a live look from Mount Kisco, our first alert weather team. Meteorologist John Elliott and Tony Sadico tracking it all for us. We'll be right back with our reporters who are also fanned out all across the area.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Winter storm is here, and it's the biggest one we've had in some time. Even in the city, we could see up to half a foot of snow. Schools in the city are all going remote today in many suburbs. Kids are getting a snow day.
Our first alert weather team of meteorologists and reporters standing by live across the tri-state area.
And here's a live look at Mobile 2 on the roads now in Parsippany, New Jersey. The snow has been falling for a few hours now. As we take a look at Newark Airport, too, we have delays and cancellations. We will get to all of that for you this morning.
It is 5:30. Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Kelly. Welcome to CBS 2 News This Morning.
Our first alert weather team standing by. Tony Sadico is live in Westchester County. But first, let's start with John Elliott. Hey, John.
See that? See his snowfall rates there in Westchester. They're ebbing and flowing, so you got to make sure you're mindful of that. We are going to see some banding. I want to dive right into the radar, and you can see it over my shoulder. We'll take it full to pink. That's where we're seeing some mixing through parts of Monmouth County, Sandy Hook, and then right over across the state line. Now, we're going to take a little bit of a radar trip. The little dots there, these are some snow reports that are coming in, all of this preliminary. So you can see Sussex County, 2.5 inches. Snowfall rates at 1/2 inch an hour there. Those could go up. Also have Hackettstown at over 2 inches. So yeah, we're getting more reports of about 2 inches of snow. You can see through Westchester, brighter white around Tony. That means those snowfall rates are up. Look how you're losing it in Suffolk County. This is a very dynamic storm. Temperatures right on the line. That's why we're seeing we kind of lose it. It goes back to liquid, and then it's back and forth. And as we pull in more energy, the concern is going to be those snowfall rates go up sufficiently to give you, even in the city, as Mary said, about 1/2 foot of snow. But there'll be variety. That's why it's such a big range for such a big part of the area. We're going to talk more about that, and we're also going to check in with the weather watchers in a bit and serve up a chilly 7-day right now that will send it right back to the desk.
Okay, John, thanks. Let's send it out to our first alert weather team. Tony Sadico is in Westchester County for us this morning. Hey, Tony.
Hey, good morning there, Chris. Yeah, we're just south of Main Street here in Monkisco, where, we've been getting some decent snowfall rates here over the last couple hours. The snow really began, I want to say, around 2 a.m. or so, and you could see just, how much has collected. And even over the last little bit, we had a plow kind of go right through here, cleaning it up, and you could see just how quickly it's continuing to fill in. Now, the profile of the atmosphere is cold, basically from top to bottom, so we expect it to stick, and we didn't have a situation here where we had a lot of rain beforehand, so that also not working against our accumulations. And it's that heavy wet snow that we often talk about that is very easily packable, right? This is your high water content type snow, so it's really good for making snowballs. But unfortunately, if you got to shovel this is going to be a chore. But I'll tell you, for the kids that have a day off here, maybe getting to enjoy some of this type of snow. But the big story, obviously, the impact to travel, winter weather, winter storm warnings in effect for this area, up to 1/2 foot of snow. And we'll be tracking it all for you guys when I see you in just a bit.
Yeah, really piling up there, Tony. Thank you so much. 5:33 right now. Let's get a look at the roads in New Jersey from Mobile 2.
CBS 2's Christy Clichy joins us live from Parsippany in Morris County. Hey, Christy.
Hey, Chris and Mary, we are on I-287 right now. The snow is coming down fast. It's coming down hard. It definitely doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon, but we can thankfully see some yellow lights on both sides of the highway. We can see those plow trucks as well as the salters, and they're at the ready also on the sides of the road. So they're with us and also at bay. And we're also seeing a lot more cars on the road, a lot more people waking up, going out, I guess, because they have to. And I know it's tedious, and it is a reminder that I will tell everybody every time, please clean your cars. I know it's annoying to clean the roof, but especially the roof should be cleaned. I know some people just like to clean it up just to see the out of the windshield, but you know what? It takes a lot more than that. And as you can see, these snowplow trucks, these salt trucks are out here on the road with you. Don't drive ahead of them, drive behind them, but really low visibility if you are not cleaning your car very well. And also, it feels like a brick is going to be hitting your windshield if you have a car in front of you that has a roof that's not cleaned out. So definitely keep that in mind. You don't want to do that to the car behind you. It could possibly be very dangerous. So again, we're on I-287 out here. Here's a look at what traffic is seeing right now. We are in Morris County right now, but how are things looking there traffic-wise?
Well, Christy, in Bedminster, New Jersey, an accident with an overturned tractor trailer has 2 lanes closed on the westbound side of Route 78. This is approaching exit 29. Checking mass transit, everything currently running on or close to schedule. Today, Metro North will be running a modified schedule. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. We just got word from Port Authority that some longer-haul bus lines, like Mart's, Peter Pan, and Trailways, have canceled certain trips, so definitely check with your carrier if you have a trip today. Taking a live look outside at the New Jersey Turnpike in front of Newark Liberty. In addition to the difficult driving conditions, we have lots of flight delays and cancellations this morning, as you can imagine. Mary will have more on this story in just a few moments. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
And Guy, as for the schools, New York City public schools are going remote today. North of the city, Yonkers, New Rochelle, White Plains public schools all have snow days today. Plenty of closures reported across Long Island, including Manhasset, Riverhead, Nassau-Boces, Great Neck, and Valley Stream. And in New Jersey, Ridgewood, Patterson, Teaneck, and South Orange, Maplewood, Hoboken public schools will be closed as well. Of course, it is best to check with your individual school district before heading out this morning.
You got to feel for the New York City kids who have remote learning, but all those other ones we talked about have a snow day, at least in New Jersey. All right, now to New Jersey for a look at the conditions up in Bergen County.
Let's get to Christina Fan, live in Mahwah this morning. Christina, good morning.
Chris and Mary, good morning. As you both have just teased, the major headline this morning in Bergen County are the school closures. We counted at least 60 school districts so far in just this county alone in New Jersey that have officially declared a snow day. And when you see the flakes coming down this fast and this furious, it is really no surprise why. Bergen County is expected to receive the lion's share of snow accumulation for the day. And when you look at our morning commute this morning, you can really see why. This first clip was taken near West New York along the Hudson-Bergen County border, and hardly anything was sticking to the ground then. The second shot is on 3 West about 20 minutes later, and already a pretty decent coating. We caught up with a plow operator earlier, asking for drivers to be patient with them.
You don't rush, never rush. Be cautious and watch for other drivers, because no matter how many lights are on the back of this truck, they don't care. We try to ask them, but I don't know how many more lights you can put back there.
And we want to go over some of the districts in Bergen County that have already declared a snow day for the day. They include Paramus, Ridgewood, Mahwah, where we are standing right now, as well as Fort Lee. But again, as we've mentioned, at least 60 school districts in this county alone. So make sure you check with your child's school district before you head out this morning. For now, reporting live from Mahwah, New Jersey, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christina, 5:38 right now. Let's check in on Rockland County. And joining us now on the phone is Town of Clarkstown Supervisor George Homan. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys this morning?
Good, George. Thanks for being with us. So what preventative measures have you all taken to make sure the town is ready for this nor'easter?
So we had all of our guys ready to go yesterday. We pre-treated the roads. We have 56 plow routes that'll cover our 310 miles worth of roads. We mobilized around 2:45 this morning, and right now we've got about 2.5 inches of snow on the ground. The roads are in pretty good shape, but the snow's coming down at a pretty consistent clip. I'm out on the roads now, actually, just coming from our highway department over to town hall, and not too many people on the roads. Basically, just snowplow operators, either ours or other municipalities or private contractors. So I think people are heeding the warnings and staying off the roads, which is a good thing. And all of the school districts up here in Rockland County are closed today.
Yeah, that definitely helps. You could expect up to 9 inches of snow, I believe, where you are. All right, we will check in with you again. We really appreciate you taking some time to talk to us. Thank you. 5:39 right now, and we're expecting about 1/2 foot of snow here in the city, where schools have switched to remote learning today.
CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live in Columbus Circle with a check on the conditions there. Hey, Elijah.
Well, you know, Chris and Mary, one of the first things you'll notice when you step out the door this morning is the wind. I mean, for what we're hearing, this is not even the worst of it, but I mean, you will certainly feel it, and making it seemingly a lot colder than what the temperatures are reading at this time. You could see some snowflakes coming down right now live at Columbus Circle. You see how wet the roads are at this time, so be mindful of that. There are several travel advisories in effect for the city's 5 boroughs. We know that about 700 salt spreaders you may have actually seen out and about throughout the night treating the roads. About 2,000 plow trucks, yes, 2,000 have been deployed already. So if you're someone who uses public transit, just know agencies like MTA says it's actually implementing extra crews on its subways, buses, and commuter rail to help out with any issues that may come up. The buses, in fact, have chains on their tires to help them navigate through these messy conditions. But back out here live, you can see not much snow has fallen, let alone accumulated on the ground, but conditions are expected to intensify, so be mindful that you will need the proper gear once you head out the door this morning. And that is the very latest from Columbus Circle. Elijah Westbrook, Chris Mary, let's send it back to you.
Elijah, thank you. We're already seeing some air travel trouble due to the storm. Guy mentioned it a few moments ago. Taking a live look now at Newark Liberty. There are 151 cancellations, 5 delays, and the numbers are higher at LaGuardia. 345 cancellations and 6 delays, and there are 171 cancellations, 28 delays at Kennedy Airport. Nobody's going anywhere today.
Yeah, tough go. And stick with CBS 2 News for full coverage of today's winter storm. We will have more weather and traffic updates on air and online on the CBS New York app.
Can you believe those numbers? It's, I mean, that is significant. All right, coming up, a life-saving heart scan that not everybody knows is available.
And he found out that I needed a stent in my heart.
Through one woman's journey, we'll show you how it works. And now let's turn things out to meteorologist Tony Sadiku. He is live in Westchester County. Oh, that snow's really coming down now, Tony.
Yeah, no doubt, Mary Chris. It's been consistent, if anything. I mean, at times it's a little bit heavier than others, but a lot of impacts with this as it continues to fall. You can see the accumulation behind me. We've got winter storm warnings in effect for the city, the first time in 2 years. We'll have another radar update team coverage with John Elliott, timing it all out for you. That's coming up next. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
Hey, good morning. It's 5:44 right now. Welcome back. Let's check back in with our First Alert weather team. Meteorologist John Elliott and Tony Sadiqa both standing by right now. Let's start things off with Tony out in Westchester County. Hey, Tony.
Hey there, Chris. And yeah, we're really starting to get in the thick of it. The snow continues to fall, and occasionally we've gotten a little bit more of that wind. We've been expecting that as the system would pull on closer. But decent snowfall rates here in Mount Kisco, and it's reducing visibility. I mean, you look off in the distance, you kind of start to lose, your sense of direction a little bit. So just kind of be mindful of that. The snow, of course, is accumulating just about everything from meters here, trees, and we'll have to watch some of this too, especially with decent rainfall, snowfall rates, 1 to 2 inches. We could start to see a situation over time that you get into power outages. And the other thing I want you to be mindful of too is just how quickly the snow is accumulating on cars. So we're of course advising folks to stay home, but say you got somewhere to be, you're going to have to give yourself extra time, obviously, to clean off your car and just be mindful. Parking lots, streets are snow covered, and this is the primary danger here. Thankfully, we haven't seen a ton of folks out here navigating the roads, at least where we are, but certainly something to be mindful of. All right, I want to show you, this is interesting. We got this winter storm warning, first time in a while. It's really our first big snowfall in 2 years. We've been talking about this. The last time we had, more than 2 inches of snowfall, you got to go back to January, late January 2022, got a snowstorm, picked up 8.5 inches. We'll see if we come close to that. That was in the city, by the way. I want to show you current conditions right now, where we're certainly getting some big snowfall here across the area of Westchester County, especially areas south, the further south you go from Mount Kisco, and widen out the map for you to show it's snow for a lot of folks, but maybe not falling quite this heavy where you are. The further east you go, Long Island, it's more rain, more of a mix further to the south, but it's a mess for everybody. So to time out just how long we're dealing with all this, John Elliott's back here. A lot more impacts and a lot more hours to go that we've got to deal with this storm.
Well, you said it, and it is so interesting. We check in with the weather watchers. There's so much variety. Thanks, Tony. Want to welcome in the weather watchers, and our weather watchers network has tripled in size. Appreciate all these observations. So I'm just going to use this to show you. Look at all of these numbers, just critically cool enough, except when you head to Jersey Shore, 36. That's for Ron. Here's Joe, Ortley Beach, 37. So it's rain there. So you have to be mindful of that it's kind of back and forth. Yes, it is Pancake Day. It's Shrove Tuesday, but I think Juneau wants to get out and play. This is a scene that you're going to see. There's so much moisture in it, it just sticks. It's going to weigh down on all the vegetation. So be mindful of that. Cheddar Day, and I think this guy has the right idea. A new weather watcher, Tucker, and I like the way Tucker's taking a look at it. I want to remind you, and I want to follow up on what Tony said. See how, want to make sure that you're clearing everything off the car and make sure that the top is cleared off too, because it's so wet that you get up to speed and it'll just fly off. So make sure you're mindful of that. When you look at the radar, this thing looks like it's parked. The 4 to 9 is because the water line is going to go back and forth. But now we've shifted the line farther to the south because we are anticipating more cold air. Suffolk County, though, you're losing it. It is just back to rain for you, and it's basically pushing farther north in Monmouth County. This is the line we'll be watching. Skipping ahead just a little bit, you can see a little bit of banding, so that may allow those numbers to go back up in Suffolk County. This doesn't move that much until the afternoon when it's going to spin out. And then we're going to be definitely dealing with those cold winds that Elijah's talking about. The nor'easter characteristics of this storm replaced by a gusty northwest wind, so you really feel the chill overnight. Again, everybody's saying, don't go, but I know the reality is so many have to go. Please factor in extra time to clear everything off your car. If you're going by mass transit, make sure you're warm and comfortable. Take some snacks. Keep the cell phone charged. The good news is the actual precipitation event ends for many by early in the afternoon, but then we just settle into that raw chill this afternoon into the next few days. So I hope you got your Valentine something very warm.
Yeah, and not a snowman or something like that. Yeah,
Or like
but this afternoon is going to be really nice for being out there.
We may even see some sun this afternoon.
That right there, silver lining.
Yeah.
And tomorrow, even if it's cold. All right, John, thanks. And when that snow, continues to fall, and when it finally does end, we want to see what it looks like near you. You can share pictures or videos with us, and we may show them on the air. Just scan that QR code on your screen, or head to cbsnewyork.com/photos.
Tough going on the roads. Let's get to first alert traffic at 5:49. Here's Guy Stanier.
Good morning, Mary. We're going to start with mass transit. Everything currently running on or close. Today, Metro North will be running a modified schedule. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. And some of the longer-haul bus lines like Mart's, Peter Pan, and Trailways have canceled certain routes. So definitely check with your carrier if you have a trip today. Taking a live look outside at the Cross Bronx at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge, you can see the difficult driving conditions with low visibility and wet roadways. Be careful if you have to get behind the wheel this morning. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Well, this is American Heart Month, and we are raising awareness about heart disease. Technological advances are now making it easier to spot heart conditions before they lead to heart attacks. Norma McFadden of the Bronx is a heart disease survivor, a U.S. Postal Service worker in her 50s. Her condition went undiagnosed for years. She underwent a coronary heart CT scan, and it can show plaque and blockages before an invasive procedure. The scan uncovered what was causing McFadden's symptoms, first by mapping the arteries and revealing blockages. Interventional cardiologist Joseph Puma helped pioneer coronary heart CT scanning technology, which continues to improve with AI-assisted software.
Nothing's going to stop progress now. Coronary CT scans are now so advanced. They're the #1 recommendation in the American College of Cardiology and the American Heart Association. They're faster, cheaper, higher quality, and more accurate with more detailed information than nuclear stress testing, which had been the standard of care.
Norma says if it wasn't for Dr. Puma, she would not be alive today. Great story there. Okay, the CBS New York Book Club is heating up this cold weather.
We're wrapping up our current Read Where You End. Now it's time to vote on our next book. And here are our top 3 Fig Picks. Acts of Forgiveness by Maura Cheeks, about a black family dealing with their past as the nation debates the first reparations program for descendants of the enslaved. The Fortune Seller by Rachel Kapelke Dale is a story of a group of Yale University students, their mysterious roommate, and how a tragic death upends their future. And A Love Song for Ricky Wilde by Tia Williams is a book of romance and history in present-day Harlem with flashbacks to the glamour of the Harlem Renaissance. You can go to clubcalvi.com to vote now and read free excerpts of the books as well.
3 more tough choices out there. It is 5:52. Up next, changes to Stanford's school calendar leading to controversy.
The group rallying against the decision to keep kids in class on Veterans and Columbus Day.
A protest Monday in Stamford where some residents want Columbus Day and Veterans Day reinstated as school holidays.
The school board recently voted 5-3 to eliminate those days off. While Columbus has been at the center of controversy in recent years, it was not a main factor in the Stamford decision. School board members say cutting out those holidays is an effort to reduce the number of school days in June. But demonstrators want those holidays back.
Listen to us. Listen to what the community wants. Honor these holidays and reinsert those two holidays back in the school calendar.
Stamford points out nearby districts, including Greenwich, have changed their calendars to remain open on Veterans Day in November. Connecticut state law requires schools that are open on Columbus Day to offer a suitable education program in observance of the holiday.
It is 5:56 right now. Still ahead, our First Alert weather team tracking the latest data on storm totals.
We have reporters checking out the roads and some of the communities that could get hit the hardest. You're watching CBS 2 News this morning.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Right now at 6, we're on red alert. The snow is really coming down across the tri-state area. A layer of heavy snow sticking to the roads in some places and blanketing cars. Other areas seeing a wet, wintry mix, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon. With New York City schools remote, we could be seeing up to half a foot of snow in the 5 boroughs. And a live look on the roads from Mobile 2. We're taking a look at Morristown in New Jersey. You can see that layer of snow on the street. Be sure to take it slow out there if you're commuting this morning. Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Mary Calvi.
And I'm Chris Rangi. Welcome to CBS 2 News this morning. We're tracking a system bringing lots of snow to parts of our area that we haven't seen in over 2 years now. And all morning, we're bringing you live team coverage from across the tri-state area. Our First Alert weather team is on red alert, tracking the latest conditions to prepare you before you head out the door, if you in fact have to head out the door this morning. Let's begin our team coverage by taking things right over to John Elliott and your First Alert forecast. John?
I mean, it's pretty, but when you consider this a heavy, wet snow, you see all these trees, it's going to weigh heavily on them. So let's just dive right into the radar, and I want to show you clearly we are seeing that changeover. on part of the island. Boy, Suffolk County, you're just losing it. The brighter white you see through parts of Rockland, Westchester, and Putnam, that's where we're seeing more significant snowfall rates. And now already over into the North Fork. So Riverhead and up to Wading River, it's back to rain. And then you head on in the LIE, it's back to snow. Look at that, parts of Queens, you're hearing a little bit of ice in the mix, and that's definitely through Monmouth County as well. It's a dynamic storm. It's not moving fast enough. It will get its act together and take it on the road, but the fact that it's moving so slowly and it's pulling in more cold air, that's why we're concerned about the potential for these kind of big numbers. And the jackpot numbers are going to be in the middle part of the screen, and that's where so many of us live. So be mindful of that, and then don't forget, even as it wraps up into the afternoon and early evening hours, that wind is going to fill in, so that chill sticks around. You stick around, we'll time it out for you, and we are going to take a look at what's next. There's more snow in the 7-day. Right now, though, right back to the desk.
All right, John, thanks so much. Let's send it out to meteorologist Tony Sadiku now in Westchester County, 6:01 right now. Hi, Tony.
Hey there, Mary. Right here on South Moser Avenue, Main Street up the road there, and you can see obviously the snow falling. Just tough getting around this morning. I mean, you see the footsteps in the sidewalk. Folks trying to get around, that morning walk is just going to be challenging. Walking the dog, inconvenient. You typically do that morning jog thing. Just give you an idea of what you've got to contend with. We've seen folks try to enter the bank here, perhaps check out the ATM. You know, this is the kind of weather they're having to navigate, whether you're trying to catch the train over there. I mean, weather's just certainly going downhill, that's for sure. The conditions are certainly right for not just the snow falling, but for it to stick. Our mobile weather lab registering those temperatures, they've been below freezing, so yeah, no problem on the roads too. Of the snow, you could see it there, and you know, over the last little bit too, I got to tell you, we've started to see some of the snow start to come down a little sideways. Not so much right now, but the wind is going to be part of the story here. And as we get towards the later commute hours, we'll really have to watch this, because the winds reducing visibility could really make for an even trickier travel. Of course, we'll have much more when I see you guys in just a bit.
All right, Tony, thank you so much. 6:03 right now. Let's get you a check on First Alert traffic. Here's Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy.
Thank you, Mary. We're going to start in New Jersey. Due to the difficult driving conditions outside, there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This is not in effect on the Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. In New York, there's a similar ban that includes interstates 87, 95, 287, and 84. Taking a live look outside at the New Jersey Turnpike in front of Newark Liberty International. In addition to the difficult conditions, we have lots of flight delays and cancellations this morning, as you can imagine. Mary will have more on this story in just a few moments. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. As for schools, New York City schools are going remote today. North of the city, Yonkers, New Rochelle, White Plains schools all have snow days. Plenty of closures are reported across Long Island, including Manhasset, Riverhead, Nassau, Great Neck, and Valley Stream. And in New Jersey, Ridgewood, Patterson, Teaneck, Wyckoff, Mahwah, South Orange, Maplewood, Hoboken schools all will be closed as well. But of course, best to check with your individual school districts before heading out this morning. But the closures are widespread.
Now, 6:04, let's get you a look at conditions in northern Bergen County.
CBS 2's Christina Fan is live in Mahwah on Route 17 with more. Hi, Christina.
Chris and Mary, good morning. That list you guys just went through with all the snow, with all the school closures, it goes on and on and on, at least right here in Bergen County. And if you look outside, this is why. We're counting about 3 inches of accumulation here on the ground. Want to give you a live look at Route 17 that we're standing right next to. We're going to have Vince pan on over. Believe it or not, a caravan of about 7 to 10 plows just went through here, but you can see the blacktop is still fairly hard to see this morning. I want to say the snow really picked up in the last half hour or so. These plow truck drivers, they have been telling us that a lot of the drivers have been following them quite closely, more closely than they would like. So they're hoping that people give them plenty of space to complete their work. We know this heavy snowfall is expected to last for several more hours, and it's why school districts across Bergen County declared snow days. That last count, that number number was close to the 70s and included towns such as Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, Ridgewood. And also, while checking your kids' school status this morning, you also might want to check your text messages. My photographer, Vince, he says his son got a text from his employer this morning telling him that it's technically a snow day for him too, that he can log in and work from home, which is great news for him. And it's also something that Governor Murphy has really been recommending that employers and employees do today: work from home, stay off the roads, and stay safe. For now, reporting live from Mahwah, New Jersey, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. New York City schools have switched to remote learning today with around half a foot of snow expected.
CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook is live in Columbus Circle with a look at conditions here in the city. Elijah.
My goodness, Mary and Chris, it may not seem like it right now during this live shot, but the wind is really starting to whip up, and that is something you will feel as soon as you walk out the door this morning. That snow will certainly smack you in the face, if you will. I want to give you a live look right now just outside of Central Park here at Columbus Circle, more so towards the entranceway. And I have to say, we watched as a couple of smaller plows came through to clear out the snow, and it seems like they really didn't do much, because maybe about a half hour later you could see that some snow has accumulated on the ground. So that will be a familiar sight this morning. Go ahead and take a look. We know that there are some travel advisories currently in effect for the city's 5 boroughs. 700 salt spreaders you may have seen already out and about throughout the night. 2,000 plow trucks apparently will be deployed. And if you're someone who uses public transit, just know that agencies like MTA says that it has extra crews on its subways, buses, and commuter rails. So be mindful of that, which is a good thing, if you will, in case any sort of issues arise on the rails. But feel free to take us back out here live. You're looking at Columbus Circle, the entranceway to Central Park. Quiet one at this hour, but yeah, it's windy and the snow is coming down. So gear up for what's to come. Chris and Mary, let's send it back to you.
Yeah, we can see that angle of snow. Really, that wind's picking up. All right, Elijah, thank you so much. Let's get you a look at the roads in New Jersey from Mobile 2.
CBS 2's Christy Kalishian joins us live from Morristown in Morris County. Hi, Christy.
Hi, Chris, Mary, good morning. Yeah, we're right outside the Morristown Green right now. It looked like a Norman Rockwell painting. It was beautiful out there. But right here, we're seeing a little less blacktop than we saw out there on the highways on I-287 and I-80 where we were this morning. Lots more hills in this area, which can be hard on the brakes. All-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, don't get overconfident on those. I'm getting my own brakes fixed today. Thank you to our photographer, Chris Gay, for picking me up this morning. But when I come out of that shop with the new brakes, I will not be testing them out here in this snow, especially on the hills there in Essex County and around North Jersey in general. And we're seeing lines of plows and soldiers out here. And you know what? Even a biker. We saw a guy on his bike. You cannot make this stuff up. Something I do not recommend, but of course we saw it out here. Really, you don't know what you're going to see out here, but definitely seeing a lot more of those trucks out here cleaning up the roads. A lot to catch up on these suburbs. We're live in Morristown, New Jersey. Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
Okay, Christy, thank you. As the snow falls throughout the day, be sure to stay with CBS 2 News. We'll be bringing you continuing coverage, including the weather and traffic updates on air, online, and on the CBS New York app.
Time now is 6:09. Just ahead, the search for the gunman responsible for a deadly subway shooting.
An innocent bystander killed in the crossfire. What we know right now about who police are searching for.
And we're checking in with meteorologist Tony Sadiku in Mount Kisco. Tony, what are the conditions out there right now?
Hey there, Mary Chris. Certainly a pretty picture, that's for sure if you're a snow lover. It's been consistent snow, though, throughout the overnight hours. You're just waking up, just joining us. Yeah, the snow's arrived here in Westchester County. And even where we've seen plow trucks come in, the snow quickly filling on in. We've got more decent snowfall rates to go, more wind, a lot of impacts with this. So we'll time it out, bring in John Elliott in your first alert forecast. Straight ahead.
And welcome back. It is 6:12. Our first alert weather team standing by this morning. Meteorologist John Elliott here in studio. But let's start with meteorologist Tony Sadico with the Mobile Weather Lab in Westchester County in Mount Kisco. Hey, Tony.
Hey there, Chris. And yeah, snow continuing to fall. I mentioned earlier, it's a pretty picture if you've been looking for snow in a winter that's given us almost nothing. And now here it comes. It's pretty, if you can stay home, but, it's not a weekend. It's a Tuesday. Some folks have to be out, have to be navigating through this. And I'll tell you, whether you're waiting for the bus, you're waiting for the train, you got to drive in it. It's the kind of weather that's just going to slow you down. You can see the roads here. Plows have been coming through it, but, it's the car tracks, the tire tracks. It's just going to kind of add to that slushy mess as you're out and about. And just speaking of the crews, just had a gentleman walk by earlier. He told me he's been working since yesterday evening, about 6 o'clock, and it's just such an effort for these crews, making sure it's safe for folks to be out there. And we've got hours to go of this stuff, so I want to kind of get you to the graphics, show you what to expect right now, where it's still going to be an active morning for so many. There's the radar right now. You can see all the white all across Westchester County in the northern part of the county. You're further to the south, places like Roxville, you're seeing some snow too, Clarkstown too, and it continues now all up across the Hudson Valley, up towards Dutchess, back out to the west where it's filling on in, northern New Jersey, and you see that rain snow line kind of shifting further to the south. This is what we've got to contend with. This is why the winter storm warnings have been shifted to the south, because the positioning of the low we knew would kind of bring the bullseye of the activity right through there. That's where we could see a major snowfall. So for folks who've got to be out there, just make sure you got your headlights on, you're taking it slow. It's just going to be a messy morning all around. Timeline here for you. It's basically now through about the next hour. We could see some decent snowfall rates, rain shifting to snow further south in and around the city. It's really going to be between 7 and 11 o'clock that you're going to be in the thick of it. Then by this afternoon, we get rid of the snow quickly. Could be talking about sunshine by the time the day's over. Want to bring in John Elliott because lots more to talk about with this storm. Obviously, the impact extending all across the region, and it's more than just the snow that's falling right now.
Yeah, but those snowfall rates are so important, Tony, because the crews have to decide how many times do we want to take a pass and work our way through it. And this is the line that Tony's talking about. So if this verifies, models are pushing it farther to the south. So where you saw the green on the screen for parts of Suffolk and even in through the city, that's replaced by colder air, so it pushes through, and we're going to see that continue through 10 o'clock. The darker shades here, again, it's a stab at where we're going to see those bands set up, and you go from half an inch an hour to maybe an inch and a half an hour. Then it makes it hard for you with the driveway and the sidewalk, but hard for the crews to try to keep the roads as safe as possible. Then this afternoon, wow, sun's out. Yeah, enjoy it, because we need those dry hours to get things dry. The northeast wind will be replaced by a gusty northwest wind that will just serve to reinforce the chill and drive those numbers down. With the northeast wind, though, that pile-up effect in full effect. So we have a warning right here, darker shades, 1 to 2 feet of inundation. Elsewhere, could see some minor coastal flooding. Those next high tides between, say, 10 and 2 will be key. The risk of flooding will attenuate after the first high tide cycle. It's still an issue into Wednesday. And then here's some guidance for the wind. So we skipped ahead a few hours, still screaming out of the northeast. Man, it's just raw, it's wet, it's snowy. But then watch what happens as we get rid of the snow. Do you see that change? Then we see this northwest wind, which serves to dry out surfaces that have been adequately cleared. But wow, will that reinforce the chill? Very gusty winds overnight. So we wake up tomorrow morning, even in the city, with a wind chill of 19, 6, potentially as cold as 6 for parts of the Hudson Valley. Very cold for your Valentine's Day. Another system late Thursday. Early flights on Thursday should be fine. And then we see cold air sticking around for the weekend.
That means the snow is going to stick around, too.
Well, yeah, what falls will stick around, yeah.
Thank you, John. Now to a developing story. An innocent bystander killed and 5 people wounded after someone opened fire on a Bronx subway platform. But first, let's get right to traffic. And Guy Stanier, my mistake. Guy?
That's all right, Chris. Good morning. We're going to start with mass transit. Everything currently running on or close to schedule. Just a heads up, today Metro North will be running on a modified schedule. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. And taking a live look outside at the Cross Bronx at the Alexander Hamilton Bridge, you can see low visibility, wet roadways. Be careful if you have to get behind the wheel. And over to the Lincoln Tunnel, moving well down around the Helix despite the conditions. No delays at all 3 Hudson River crossings. I bet a lot of people are working from home today. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you. Now to a developing story. An innocent bystander killed and 5 people wounded after someone opened fire on a Bronx subway platform.
This morning, police are still trying to track down that gunman. The violence unfolding inside a car on the 4 train. This was in the Mount Eden section before it spilled out onto the platform. The Mount Eden train station cordoned off into the night Monday as shots were fired, striking 6 people.
Sounded like a firecracker. Like boom, 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 you know, real loud.
Witnesses stunned as the gunfire erupted.
We have multiple people shot at the Mount Eden Avenue 4 line.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I ran.
Investigators say around 4:30 p.m. a fight on a northbound 4 train started between a group of teenagers as the train pulled up to the Mount Eden station. That's where police say the 6 people, 4 males and 2 females, were shot as others on the platform ran for cover.
We see that one woman was here blowing a lot of blood, and one they was doing the CPR to one boy.
Detectives say the victims, ages 14 to 71, were rushed to the hospital. Sadly, a 34-year-old man succumbed to his injuries. And now this message from police for subway riders and stern words for the shooter.
New Yorkers, 4 million a day ride to from work or school. You are safe. You will continue to be safe. Today was an isolated event, and those are responsible, we will find you, and we will make sure that you're prosecuted.
It's unclear how many people were involved in the fight that led to the shooting. Police are not saying if any of the shooting victims were involved. And the teen arrested in the shooting of a tourist in Times Square is due back in court today. 15-year-old Jose Alejandro Rivas Figueroa is charged as an adult with attempted murder, attempted assault, and criminal possession of a weapon. Prosecutors say the teen from Venezuela shot a woman inside a sporting goods store last Thursday, then opened fire on police officers chasing him. He was arrested Friday at his mother's house in Yonkers.
It is 6:20 for you right now. Coming up, our first alert team tracking the latest snowfall areas, totals across the tri-state area.
And a live look for you. Columbus Circle, some wet snow falling down right now and starting to add up those inches. Be sure to wear the winter boots today. Welcome back to CBS News this morning. We're on red alert today. Live look from Mobile 2. This is Route 46 in Parsippany. The snow's been really coming down for a couple of hours now. Let's get over to the first alert forecast. And John, what are we expecting in the next hour or so?
I don't like the looks of that. You could see. I mean, it's really going to be slippery out there. Here's a snapshot. Again, right now you're just seeing a lot more snow, and that mixing is now starting to head to the south. So let's getting more snow reports. Some of these popping on and off the screen. See that banding right there? Now we have over 4 inches of snow already in Sussex County. 4 to 5 on the ground, and snowfall rates still coming down. So that's where you're going to easily get that 9 to possibly double-digit totals. So this is now Sparta. Look at Sparta, 5.6 inches of snow. So more snow into parts of Westchester. This is interesting. See how this is going to start to retreat and push closer to the South Shore. You're going to lose it there in Queens. And look at it's snowing here in Ocean County, and it's raining here in Monmouth County. So yeah, we do have some heavy snow. So real quickly, maybe this will cheer you up. Maybe you need a bloodhound to get you through this. Come on, look at this. Katie was nice enough to say Robert the Bloodhound is happy to help out anybody find their lost snow boots. It's going to be tough for the pups today, though. Snow this morning, still messy for the walk this afternoon. Don't forget, with all the salting, make sure those paws are nice and dry. And if you've got a pup you'd like to share, send us a picture and we'll share it on TV. Chris?
Okay, Johnny, thank you so much. Don't know how the Puppy Bowl did, but the Super Bowl 58 on CBS, the most watched program in television history. More than 123 million people watched the Chiefs beat the Niners in a thrilling overtime game Sunday night from Vegas. Records were set for viewership as fans watched across all platforms, including CBS, Paramount Plus, and Nickelodeon. And 120 million people watched the game just on CBS alone, the largest audience ever for a single network television program. At one point, over 200 million people were watching. 200 million people, Mary. All right, now let's transition from television to the CBS New York Book Club. It is heating up here.
Yeah, that's also very exciting. Yeah, we're wrapping up our current read where you end. Now it is time for you to choose our next book. So here are your top 3 fig picks. Acts of Forgiveness by Maura Cheeks, about a black family dealing with their past as the nation debates the first reparations program for descendants of the enslaved. Then there is The Fortune Seller as our next fic pick by Rachel Kapelke-Dale. This is the story of a group of Yale University students, their mysterious roommate, and how a tragic death upends their futures. And also a love song for Ricky Wilde by Tia Williams. This is a book of romance and history in present-day Harlem with flashbacks to the glamour of the Harlem Renaissance. You can go to clubcalvi.com to vote now and read free excerpts of the books as well.
Doors are open for Club Calvi, so get in there and be a part of it.
Ahead in the next half hour, we're tracking the latest snowfall across the tri-state area.
Having a live look from Mahwah, New Jersey. Snow coming down all morning long, and we're expecting to see some significant snow in that area. Camp Gull Mountain, if you're hearing me, get those lifts open.
Yeah, this is the day for it. Live look from the roads and Mobile 2. We're tracking the latest conditions for your morning commute in your neighborhood. The latest on the areas of most concern next.
This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
Now at 6:30 on red alert, our team is tracking a storm system bringing the most snow parts of our area have seen in over 2 years.
The suburbs to the north and west of the city have been seeing heavy snowfall for hours, blanketing trees and cars, while rain turning into a mix of snow in the 5 boroughs. Where we could see at least a half a foot of snow with schools in the city going remote for the first time this year. Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. Welcome to CBS 2 News This Morning. From Bergen County to Westchester, New York City, our reporters are checking the conditions, and our first alert weather team is on red alert, tracking the latest snowfall totals. Let's begin with John Elliott.
And those snowfall rates are what is going to be the most vexing, because where you see the rates pick up, number one, impacts visibility, but then you see things pile up, makes it so hard for the crews. Look at this view over my shoulder. This is our front door here on 57th. You can see 57th itself is just wet, but boy, it's sloppy and the cars are covered. Got to make sure the cars are cleared off before you take off, because that stuff will fly off. Snow at 34, wind out of the north-northeast at 14. Winter storm warning continues until 6 p.m. Even though by then the snow will be long gone, residual issues with wind and chill will follow. See the green? That means it's just barely warm enough for drops instead of flakes, but you're going to lose that. It'll go back to flakes. That little bullseye there for Queens, that's going to go back to snow. We see that line pushed to the south, so the concern is going to be with additional moisture, you're going to see some banding of snow, and that's going to bring in the bigger totals. So it's a red alert. Just factor in extra time if you do have to go as we see that rain change over to snow. And then don't forget flooding concerns and wind making it very cold. We'll talk more about that and have the rest of your 7-day in a bit. Right now, though, I'm going to send things back to the desk.
John, thank you. Let's send things out now to meteorologist Tony Sadiku live in Mount Kisco this morning. Hey, Tony.
Hey there, Chris. Yeah, definitely one of those days. You're heading outside, make sure you're layering up, dressing for the snow, good shoes, good everything. Still getting some moderate snowfall rates here, and it's accumulating on everything, from the Love Mount Kisco sign to parking meters like this. And we've seen plows, really throughout this area over the last several hours, clearing up the roads, adding salt, all these types of things. That's going to be critical on a day like this, especially as we continue to get that heavy, wet snow. Schools here, by the way, closed. So how about a good snowman making snow day? We got that high moisture content, just the perfect conditions. Our mobile weather lab set up. You got those temperatures right below freezing. Look at that relative humidity. Wind's not too much of a problem right now, but as we start to get a little bit of light, that helps the visibility. But there may come a time, as you see a plow truck going by there, that we'll have to really contend with those strong winds. Higher snowfall rates really making for some treacherous travel here in the hours ahead, guys.
Okay, Tony, thanks so much. We'll get back to you in just a little bit. As for schools, New York City schools going remote today. North of the city, Yonkers, New Rochelle, White Plains all have snow days. Plenty of closures reported across Long Island, including Manhasset, Riverhead, Nassau, Great Neck, and Valley Stream in Jersey. Ridgewood, Patterson, Teaneck, South Orange, Maplewood, Hoboken, Mahwah, Wyckoff. Oh, the list goes on and on for all the schools in the tri-state area as well. It's best to check with your individual school district before heading out this morning, but there are lots and lots of closures.
6:33, and there are lots of problems when it comes to first alert traffic. Here's Guy Stanier with the very latest for us, Guy.
That's right, Mary. We're going to start in Queens. A crash has 2 lanes closed on the northbound side of the Van Wyck at the Kew Gardens interchange. Delays are back to Atlantic Avenue. Checking mass transit, everything currently running on or close to schedule. Just a heads up, Metro North will be running on a modified schedule. Also, New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. And taking a live look outside at the George Washington Bridge Toll Plaza. No delays here, but you could see the low visibility and wet conditions out there, so please be careful. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. And we're expecting up to half a foot of snow here in the city, and public schools are switching to remote learning.
CBS News' Elijah Westbrook live at Columbus Circle with a look at the current conditions there. Elijah?
Well, Chris and Mary, heavy wet snow is what we are seeing at this time right near Columbus Circle, and you mix that in with all the wind and the just how the way it's blowing, it really makes for some uncomfortable conditions. If you want to pan up there, Connie, and show us the lamppost, you can get a sense of how that wind is blowing and the direction that the snow is moving. We know that there are travel advisories because of the wintry conditions in effect until about 6 p.m. So expect to share the streets with hundreds of salt spreaders and nearly 2,000 plow trucks. As we mentioned, city public schools have switched to full remote learning for the day and expect possible service delays or issues on the trains and buses, although the MTA says it's prepared for what's to come. In fact, we plan on speaking with the MTA president and CEO Jana Lieber later this morning to hear how the transit agency is keeping riders safe. But feel free to take us back out here live in just a sec. Expect a messy morning commute. I mean, you could see just the ground right now, so when you walk around, just make sure you watch your footing, as it could be quite slippery. Of course, the same thing with the roadways. But on that note, we will send it back to you, Chris and Mary, live from Columbus Circle.
Okay, Elijah, thank you. Now to New Jersey for a look at conditions in Bergen County.
Christina Fan joining us live from Mahwah this morning. Really coming down now, Christina.
Well, Chris and Mary, the major headline this morning in Bergen County are the school closures. We've counted nearly 70 closures now just in Bergen County alone. And when you look at the size of these snowflakes and the rate at which the snow is coming down, it's really no surprise. Also want to give you a quick look at Route 17. You can see the blacktop is getting harder and harder to see. Bergen County expected to get some of the heaviest snowfall. And if you take a look at our morning commute, you can see the clear distinction as we moved from Hudson into Bergen County this morning. The first clip was taken near West New York. Hardly anything was sticking to the ground, kind of like what Elijah is seeing in the city. And the second shot is on 3 West about 20 minutes later, and already there was a pretty decent coating. We did catch up with a plow operator this morning, asking drivers to be patient and take it slow.
You don't rush. Never rush. Be cautious and watch for other drivers, because no matter how many lights are on the back of this truck, they don't care. We try to ask them, but I don't know how many more lights you can put back there.
Also want to briefly go over a few of the districts that have announced closures for the day. They include Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, Ridgewood, and of course Mahwah, where we are standing right now. But again, at least 60 up to 70 school districts in Bergen County alone declaring a snow day for the day. So make sure you check with your school district before you head out this morning. For now, reporting live from Mahwah, New Jersey, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
And Christina, let's get a look now at the roads from Mobile 2 in Morris County.
CBS 2's Christy Kalishian joins us now from Denville. Christy.
Chris, Mary, right now on Route 46 West, as we go up and down these hills, Route 46, as you know, crosses through a lot of different towns. So we're seeing a lot of different conditions. Right when we got off I-80 East, we saw several inches of snow on the road itself. It was actually a little dangerous trying to turn to get onto 46. So definitely have to be careful when getting off of these ramps, because you just don't know how well plowed these areas are. The highway might be fine, but when you get off, please, I highly recommend really manage your speed, because some of these ramps are definitely not plowed well. That's what we saw surprisingly there in Parsippany, because I know it's a very high traffic area. And also keep in mind when the cars are next to you, sometimes you get that splashback of the slush on the roads, which can really startle you sometimes. So when cars are getting close to you, really keep that in mind, especially when you're on these 2-lane roads like we are on now, where these cars are coming the opposite way. Sometimes they can splash that back for you. And I will rant again, clean the top of your car, clean those roofs off, because those can not only be dangerous for the car behind you if you're driving fast enough, it can hit that windshield. It can also go into the front of your car. All of a sudden, that could be a lot for your wipers. All of a sudden, just seeing that snow come down. So it might take an extra few minutes, but clean that car off. I'm telling you, if you're at home watching and you're about to go out for whatever reason, clean the top of your car. And we are live in Morris County, New Jersey on Route 46 and Mobile 2. Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christy, thank you. 6:38 for an update on the situation in Westchester. We are joined now by Westchester County Executive George Latimer. Good morning.
Mr. Latimer, how are you?
How are you?
Good, thank you. Can you tell us what efforts are underway this morning to keep the roads in Westchester County clear?
Yeah, so far the roads have been open. All of our major parkways, which are the most problematic ones, Hutchinson River Parkway, Sawmill, Taconic, Bronx River Parkway, they're all open and clear at this point. The snowfall accumulations we thought would be greater by the morning, overnight, but they haven't materialized. They apparently now are going to be happening during the course of the morning. So at least the start of the rush hour has been very normal for us without road closures. Our Beeline bus system is still moving on schedule. Our county airport is open, although it's always a good idea to call the carrier if you're going to be leaving on a flight or picking somebody up, because there are delays that happen because of what's happening across the region. We're prepared for what we hear will be the southern part of our county, 5 to 8 inches of snow, the portion that borders the Bronx, major cities, Yonkers, New Rochelle, Mount Vernon. And then up in the northern part of Westchester, those numbers have dropped a bit to 4 to 7 inches. That's better than what we were told when we all went to bed last night. All of our schools are closed out here. We have 44 school districts, and they're all closed, which keeps people off the road. And I guess the advice you're giving people is the right advice. If you have to go out, be careful, take time, and make sure your car is clean before you hit the highway.
All right. Sounds good. Oh, Mr. Latimer, thank you very much. We appreciate hearing from the Westchester County Executive this morning.
And we'll have continuing coverage throughout the day here on CBS 2 News. During this winter storm, we'll be bringing you more weather and traffic updates on air, online, and on the CBS New York app.
Always good when we hear from these officials and things are going better than expected, or at least the way they had it planned, which is always good. Coming up, Election Day in a local race gaining national attention.
The 2 candidates for New York's 3rd district casting their votes, plus the large turnout already being reported from early voting.
And we're checking in with meteorologist Tony Sadiku live with our mobile weather lab in Mount Kisco. Tony.
Hey there, Chris. Yeah, keeping close eye on the conditions here. The snowfall rates continue. It's been the case over the last 3 hours or so. Moderate snow, and we got the big flakes here. A lot of moisture content, a lot of cold air. It's sticking on surfaces from sidewalks to roads to parking lots. John and I tracking it all. We've got your first alert forecast, how long we've got to deal with this snowy weather when we come back.
Starting with kindness often begins by looking within, like my friend Drew Barrymore.
Every morning, to focus on my mental health, the first thing I do, even before I open my eyes, is I ask myself, what do I need? How can I plan my day out with a tone that will keep my mood boosted and not let myself slide back into stress and anxiety and fear, which is a very familiar place for me. So before the eyes even open, what can I do to set myself up today? What do I need?
Well, many find it difficult to maintain their exercise routine during the winter months, especially heart patients. Doctors say you can still stay active, but there are some warning signs to look out for when you're out in the cold. Some people need to be careful when exercising or shoveling snow because cold conditions can cause spasms in different vessels, which could lead to a heart attack. And those with cardiovascular disease and the elderly are advised to make sure to layer up before heading out to exercise out in the cold. Some great advice. Let's get over to John Elliott right now with your First Alert Weather Team. Standing by in studio here, and Tony Sadico is with the Mobile Weather Lab. He is in Westchester County this morning. Tony?
Hey there, Chris. Yeah, snow continuing to fall. It's been the case for hours here in Westchester County. We've seen crews. Saw a guy earlier shoveling some of the sidewalk. He told me he'd been here since midnight. There's so many folks it takes to kind of keep the road safe. But while a lot of folks are working, some get the day off. I ran into Albert, right? Alberto, thanks so much. You were watching, wanted to stop by and say hello.
Yes.
So tell me, you get the day off. What do you think of the snow? It's been a while, right?
It's been a while. I love the snow. I'm a skier. We're going skiing next week for our winter break, and I think it's beautiful when it first comes down. I figured to come down and say hi to you guys because I'm a big fan of all of you. Hi, Chris Ragger. Hi, Mary Calvi, John Elliott. You guys are awesome. I watch you guys every morning when I wake up.
Well, we certainly appreciate it, and certainly want to get folks ready for the day. So what's in the plans today? I know you got a daughter also off of school today.
Yes. Well, I figured we'll probably go out and make a couple of snowmen in our front lawn, and I'll shovel all the snow. Not actually shovel, but I'll probably use the snow blower that we have and clear the driveway and do some grading.
Awesome. So a little bit of you gotta get the grading done still. So a little bit of a mess to clean up, but at least you get the snow day. Thank you so much, Alberto.
Thank you very much
for stopping by.
You guys are awesome. Thank you.
So there you go. This is something that's affecting so many folks. The commute, people, got to drop off their kids, daycare, whatever it is. It's coming down. Some folks get obviously the benefit of enjoying a nice snow day. I want to send it on over to you, John Elliott, because as you heard there, some folks loving the snow, but it's also having a big impact out there for folks who've got to be out in it.
Well, we love Alberto. This guy's great. I love that guy. And also, he makes a great point. Think of what a blessing this is going to be to people in the snow business, ski resorts, and folks that can make money removing the snow. So again, if you keep it in that perspective, it's the good with the bad. The reality is, though, we have this 4 to 9 inch event. We've already verified. We have reports of 5 to 6 in parts of Sussex, parts of Orange County. So this has verified, and we are waiting to see more. I want to kind of direct your eye to these darker shades of blue here. This is model guidance. We think the 7 to 10 o'clock period could be the most, productive as far as higher snowfall rates per hour. See little bands like that as they fill in and stick around. Then you're going to see these bigger totals verify for the island, more of the city. Boy, Christy Kalishian making a great point. Sometimes you're on a road, and when you have to go to another road, you're going to run into little pockets of slush. It's starting to ice up, so that's going to be an issue. Remember, we're done with this afternoon, but residual problems with moving that heavy, wet snow. Please take care of your heart and use your legs to get the snow out of there. That northeast wind is replaced by a gusty northwest wind that will reinforce the chill. So I hate to be a nag, but you have to be as diligent as possible to get things as dry as possible. Don't forget high tide cycle starting around 10 o'clock all along our shorelines. Possibility of 1/2 foot to 2 feet of inundation, and then with that wind, it really will reinforce the chill. So wake up wind chills tomorrow morning. could be in the teens for many, some single-digit wind chills. And then here's a quick little take at not Valentine's Day, which should be dry and cold, Thursday night. Another quick hitter with a little bit of additional snow. And you made the point earlier, Mary, that, you know, once it snows, it's going to stick around with this kind of cold air in place. Ash Wednesday tomorrow, Valentine's tomorrow. I know it's a busy period, so just please be careful as you remove the snow and watch out behind the wheel. And if you see Alberto, say hi for
We need to get,
how nice is that guy?
We need to get Alberto something out of the prize warehouse, right? I mean,
Yeah.
good to have people like that out there.
Yeah,
Alberto,
coming out during all that snow, so we really appreciate it. Let's get you check on First Alert traffic. And Guy Stanier's very latest for us on the commute this morning, 6:49 right now.
Thank you, Mary. We're going to start in Queens, where we have a crash. 2 lanes are closed on the northbound side of the Van Wyck at the Kew Gardens interchange. Delays here are back to Atlantic Avenue. Taking a live look outside at Newark Liberty International Airport, you can see all the snow and low visibility out there. If you have a flight today, here are the current numbers at all 3 area airports. Newark Liberty showing 178 cancellations and 11 delays. LaGuardia has 388 cancellations and 21 delays. JFK showing 171 flights canceled with 40 delays. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 6:50 right now. Polls are now open in New York for voting in the special election to replace George Santos in Congress. Mayor Adams says despite today's weather, voting sites in the city will remain open.
New York's 3rd district includes parts of Queens as well as Long Island, and there are concerns that the weather could impact turnout. Democratic candidate Tom Suozzi and Republican challenger Mazi Pilip, a Nassau County legislator, are neck and neck according to polls. The candidates made a last-minute push to voters last night ahead of the storm.
I think regardless of what happens, the weather's going to affect the Democrats and Republicans alike. The story historically is that Republicans turn out early and Democrats turn out later.
It may gonna snow a little bit, but I'm not worried. The reason for that, you know, voters are very engaged on this election.
The early voting numbers are in. More than 57,000 voters cast ballots in Nassau, another 9 in Queens. 500,000 people have yet to cast a ballot. And we have a special election guide with information on polling times, locations, and more on CBSNewYork.com. Also, be sure to stay with us for special election coverage on CBS2.
6:51, and we are counting down to our next class act.
That's right. We'll be live from Newark Arts High School this Friday morning, highlighting some unbelievable talent from some very bright minds. We'll have a sneak peek coming up.
6:54 right now. It's official. We're headed to Newark Arts High School for this week's class act.
Cannot wait, and I guarantee you we have highlighted some brilliant students in some wonderful schools before, but you're going to be hard-pressed to find as much talent, musical, artistic, you name it, that we found at this very first public arts high school in the country. Kids are amazing in so many disciplines: singing, acting, dancing, TV, cinematography, you name it, they can do it. Be sure to join us this Friday. We will be live all morning long from Newark Arts High School in Newark, New Jersey. And if you'd like your school to be our next stop, please send in your submissions on our website. We cannot wait, though. Newark Arts, we're going to be there this Friday morning.
I can't wait to see them. Yeah, and we'll be right back with the latest on the snow totals across our area.
Our John Elliott has when we can expect this system to be moving out.
I'm Tony Nicopol. Coming up on CBS Mornings, award-winning actor Lashana Lynch will be here. She'll be live in studio talking about her role, her dream role, really, in the new Bob Marley biopic. She plays Marley's wife, Rita. She is terrific in this movie that's coming up on CBS Mornings.
How's it looking in your neighborhood? Let's take a look. We're seeing some viewer pictures already this morning and a live look from Rockland County. Actually, some viewer pictures. We've been showing you some live pictures throughout the morning. We'd love to see what it looks like in your backyard, too. So thank you very much for sending that one in. You can send us your photos, your videos. You can see them on air. Just scan the QR code on your screen and head to cbsnewyork.com/photos. So thanks for sending that in.
Really did look nice out there, right? Especially after having 60 on Saturday. Now let's get a check your first alert traffic. And here's traffic reporter Guy Stanier.
Good morning, Chris. Taking a live look outside at the New Jersey Turnpike in front of Newark Liberty International. In addition to the difficult driving conditions, we have lots of flight delays and cancellations this morning, as you can imagine. So check with your carrier if you have a flight today before you head out the door. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. 6:59, let's get you a check on first alert forecast. John, what are we looking at here?
This line keeps pushing farther to the south, so you're seeing more snow for more of Nassau, more of Suffolk County. Remember, you're going to see accumulating snow. It's a heavy, wet snow, and behind it, a very cold wind. Wind chills in the teens tonight.
For more live local news, weather, and traffic streaming exclusively on CBS News New York. You can find it on Pluto TV or by using the free CBS News app. Thanks for watching. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. CBS Mornings is next.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News at 7.
And right now, wintry weather is bearing down on the tri-state area. We are on red alert as what started as rain now turning to heavy snow. Welcome to CBS News New York. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Mary Calvi. There were a few people out braving the snow in Mount Kisco this morning. The snow's been coming down pretty consistently, blanketing cars and roads. Westchester County Executive tells us that all 44 public school districts are closed there.
It's a similar sight in New Jersey. This video taken in Randolph. You can barely see the roads ahead. Governor Phil Murphy has advised residents in the state not to go out if they don't have to.
And here in the city, we won't see much sticking to the roads, but we are in for up to half a foot of snow. In preparation for the large numbers, Mayor Adams announced all public city schools will be remote today. And we have team coverage this morning. John Elliott and Tony Sadiku are breaking down the totals in the area and what to expect. Elijah Westbrook is at Columbus Circle. Christina Fan in Mahwah, where roads are blanketed. And Christy Kalishan is in Mobile, too, with the conditions on the roads.
But first, let's start with John Elliott in the Weather Center. John?
You know, I see, when you see the pictures, you're drawn to these kind of beautiful snowscapes, but I'm always mindful of this right here. So in all of our shots, you want to make sure you're keeping your eyes down here, because look at that little slushy. Now that right now with temperatures here on 57th Street, that's just going to be slushy to drive through. It's different though. Christy Kalishan's driving in and out of that stuff, and I know Tony up in Mount Kisco, they're trying to keep in advance of it. But the problem is there's just snowfall rates are over ½ an inch an hour, so the crews have to just keep going back and forth. Right now we're at 33, and this afternoon snow is going to taper off, but that 39 will never feel like it with these gusty winds. Here's what's going on right now. Brighter colors indicating the heavier snow through Rockland, Westchester. See how that has changed? Wow, look at that. This is new data coming in, so you're seeing that cold air, so you're replacing the drops with a little bit of ice, and then it's snow closer to the city. Follow that line. See how it's snowing in parts of Ocean County and it's raining in parts of Monmouth? With this system intensifying, it will pull more cold air in, so you are going to see it change over. And all the while, next few hours, this is where we're going to see the most active weather as far as snowfall rates per hour. So watch what happens between now and say 10. It's still snowing. It's moving, it's cranking, but we are waiting to see the actual exit. We're going to have to wait until this afternoon, and then you're going to be dealt with that really gusty wind out there. That's going to fill in, and that wind will be over snowpack, so you're really going to feel it. Don't want to shortchange the coastal flood advisories, warnings, and advisories all along the coast. This is until Wednesday morning, so be mindful of that. And it is a nor'easter now, but then it's a northwest wind, so it's really going to be cold tonight. Then after today, we have another system Thursday night. Doesn't look right now to have as much moisture, but it's like we aren't going to get a break. With a break from the snow, you're still dealing with these very cold temperatures on your Valentine's Day, Ash Wednesday as well. So I want to go up to Tony in Mount Kisco. So Tony, we're talking about snowfall rates, and every time we check in with you, I mean, I'm seeing crews behind you. It's very hard for crews to kind of stay on top of this, isn't it?
It is, and we've seen a lot of trucks. I mean, the plows spreading salt, and you just see the conditions of the road. It's just turning into that slushy mess. The activity's picked up with traffic. Is the brighter it's gotten, the more folks trying to navigate and get into work. And it's a pretty landscape when you think about it. Just considering it's February, we've gone snowless so far, and this is a month that can give us some big snowfall. We average about 10 inches for the month, and we're at a big deficit. I mean, for our winter, about 1.5 feet in some places. We're doing our best, a little effort here to try to make up some of that lost ground here. But the real story is the impact. I got my man Victor, who stopped by earlier just to say hello. We appreciate you stopping by.
Good morning, Tony. How are you?
Good, good. Good to see you, man. And you're on your way to work. You said you.
On my way to work. That's correct.
Stop by. So how are the road conditions? I mean, how's the drive been this morning?
It has been a little bit sloppy out there. I think the snow started a little later, so I think the trucks haven't gotten a chance to get to the roads yet. But I think they're all out in force now, and I think the roads will start clearing up. But yeah, it's a little sloppy out there.
How's this going to impact your day today?
Well, we took precautions last night. We told a lot of guys to stay home because of the weather, early morning snow. So I'm just going to go to the site and make sure everything is secure and everything is okay and safe.
You work in construction, and so a lot of folks will get the day off. Victor, thank you so much for taking a few moments with us. Drive safe, please.
I will. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Yes, sir. You too. And as you saw earlier, a bunch of plow trucks are making their way through. It's all about keeping the road safe out here as we send it back over to you guys at the desk.
All right. Nice of Tony to be out there going out to check on his guys, right? Okay, let's get a check of your First Alert traffic report and check in with traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy.
Thank you, Chris. We're going to start in Queens. A crash has 2 lanes closed on the northbound side of the Van Wyck, right near the Kew Gardens interchange. Delays here are back to Atlantic Avenue. In New Jersey, due to the difficult conditions outside, there's a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This is not in effect on the Turnpike or Garden State Parkway. And there's a similar ban in New York State that includes Interstates 87, 95, 287, and 84. Taking a live look outside at Newark Liberty International Airport. A heads up if you have a flight today. Here are the current numbers. Newark Liberty showing 178 cancellations and 11 delays. LaGuardia has 388 cancellations with 21 delays. JFK showing 171 flights canceled with 40 delays. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. Let's get you a look at conditions in northern Bergen County.
CBS News' Christina Fan joins us live from Mahwah, right on Route 17 with more. Hey, Christina.
Hey there, Chris and Mary. Well, there is definitely more than enough snow this morning to make some snowballs, make some snow angels, perhaps go sledding. And if you are a kid living in Bergen County this morning, you'll probably need to find a way to be preoccupied because chances are schools are closed for the day. Right now in Mahwah, we're seeing about 3 to 4 inches of accumulation. You can see it's already pretty deep, and we've been walking along this trail all morning, and you can see every step we take. About 30 minutes later, it's just covered with snow again. Want to give you a live look. This is Route 17, and really the snowfall rates, they've been picking up as well. When we first arrived here, all the lanes were pretty much clear, not so much anymore, and it is not for a lack of trying. We saw a caravan, about 8 to 10 trucks passed by earlier, 3 to a lane, and even so, it was really difficult for those drivers to keep up. This heavy snowfall is expected to last for several more hours. It's why school districts across Bergen County declared snow days. At last count, that number was close to 70 and includes towns such as Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, Ridgewood, and of course Mahwah, where we are at right now. Also want to mention, if you're hoping to stay in and work remotely from home, Governor Murphy, he certainly is supporting that decision. He is asking everyone to stay off the roads and stay home if possible. We're expecting the snowfall to last for several more hours. For now, reporting live from Mahwah in Bergen County, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. And New York City Public Schools have switched to remote learning today with around 1/2 foot of snow expected.
CBS News' Elijah Westbrook is live in Columbus Circle with more on the conditions there. Elijah?
Hey, good morning, Chris and Mary. So between the occasional wind gusts and the steady snowfall, it can feel a little uncomfortable, especially if you're standing out here for long periods of time. So be mindful of that. You want to make sure you have the proper gear on. You can really see now the snow is starting to accumulate here on the ground. This is a live look of Columbus Circle just outside of Central Park, and you can see how slushy the ground is. It can be slippery in certain parts. Now, there are several travel advisories in effect, so keep that in mind until at least 6 o'clock this evening. Expect to share the streets with hundreds of salt spreaders and nearly 2,000 plow trucks, according to the city's Office of Emergency Management. You know, as we mentioned, city public schools have switched to full remote learning for the day, so the kids are not necessarily getting a snow day per se, but they will be home learning, and expect possible service delays or issues on the trains and buses, although the MTA says it is prepared for what's to come. But feel free to take us back out here live. This is a look at Columbus Circle just outside of Central Park, and wow, I mean, the snow is really starting to come down, and that wind is nothing to play with. I mean, I might have to switch to wearing a baseball cap at some point to protect you know, the face, but yeah, you really want to be careful out there this morning and make sure you have the proper gear on. Chris and Mary, listening to you back in studio. We're live right now from Columbus Circle.
Elisha, thank you so much. Let's get a look at the roads in New Jersey from Mobile 2. This is in Morris County.
Christy Kalishian is on the road for us this morning in Mountain Lakes now. Hey, Christy.
Hey, Chris, Mary. Right now, we are actually approaching Parsippany. We are seeing a lot more snow cover on the roads. You can see right there we have a plow truck turning right here out of the shopping center. As the sun comes up, we're seeing a lot more drivers on the road here. Definitely a reminder to keep that following distance, especially with more cars out here, and keep those you're keeping those wipers on, of course, but also keep those headlights on. You can get ticketed for that. Don't want that happening in the middle of a snowstorm. Just a reminder. And our photog Chris Gay is telling me hours into the storm that it's getting a little difficult and a little slippery out here. I mean, you can see we're right behind a plow truck, but still, some of them have their plows up. It might not be enough for them to push, so please keep that in mind. Even if you see them out here, they might still need some time before they can actually start pushing. The snow needs to build up a little bit. And he's saying it seems a little difficult for us to see which lane we're in, if we are even in a lane. So that's something to also keep in mind out here, even as the snow comes up. And another thing is seeing these signs out on the road. We were having some trouble on I-287 looking at an exit. We're like, oh, is this exit 35 or 36? It was completely covered by snow. So this is definitely a sign of that wind that is covering these little signs, even stop signs out here, as well as those exit signs out there on the highway. So lots of things to look out for. You would think that the sun would help us out here, but we're actually starting to see a little more treacherous conditions as the morning goes on. And we are live in Morris County, New Jersey, Mobile 2. Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
All right, Christy, thank you. Stick with CBS 2 News for full coverage of today's winter storm. We'll have more weather and traffic updates on the air and online at cbsnewyork.com.
Now to a developing story. An innocent bystander killed and 5 people wounded after someone opened fire on a Bronx subway platform.
This morning, police are still trying to track down that gunman. The violence unfolded inside a car on the 4 train in the Mount Eden section before it spilled out into the platform.
The Mount Eden train station cordoned off into the night Monday as shots were fired, striking 6 people.
Sound like a firecracker. Like boom, 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 you know, real loud.
Witnesses stunned as the gunfire erupted.
We have multiple people shot at the Mount Eden Avenue 4 line.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I ran.
Investigators say around 4:30 p.m. a fight on a northbound 4 train started between a group of teenagers as the train pulled up to the Mount Eden station. That's where police say the 6 people, 4 males and 2 females, were shot as others on the platform ran for cover.
We see that one woman was here blowing a lot of blood, and one they was doing the CPR to one boy.
Detectives say the victims, ages 14 to 71, were rushed to the hospital. Sadly, a 34-year-old man succumbed to his injuries. And now this message from police for subway riders and stern words for the shooter.
New Yorkers, 4 million a day ride to from work or school. You are safe. You will continue to be safe. Today was an isolated event, and those are responsible, we will find you, and we will make sure that you're prosecuted.
It's unclear how many people were involved in the fight that led to the shooting. Police are not saying if any of the shooting victims were involved in that fight. Mayor Adams says polling sites will remain open in the city today in the race to replace George Santos. The special election in New York's 3rd district. Includes parts of Queens and Long Island. Still, there are concerns the weather could impact turnout. Democratic candidate Tom Suozzi and Republican challenger Mazi Pilip, a Nassau County legislator, are neck and neck. The candidates made a last-minute push to voters Monday ahead of the storm.
I think regardless of what happens, the weather's going to affect the Democrats and Republicans alike. The story historically is that Republicans turn out early and Democrats turn out later.
It may gonna snow a little bit, but I'm not worried. The reason for that, voters are very engaged on this election.
The early voting numbers are in. More than 57,000 voters cast ballots in Nassau, another 9,000 in Queens. 500,000 people have yet to cast a ballot. We have a special election guide with information on polling times, locations, and more on CBSNewYork.com. Also, be sure to stay with us for special election coverage all day here on CBS 2. We're taking a quick break, but coming up, a netting at an Upper East Side building seems to be doing more harm than good. The problem with the new pigeon deterrent and why the property is facing violations from the city. Plus,
President Biden sends a warning to Israel. I'm Ian Lee with growing fears of the war escalating in Gaza.
and a live look outside from Mobile 2. You can see the snow coming down hard right now. We'll have more on the winter storm hitting the area. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News New York. Live pictures from Columbus Circle. Snow's really coming down and starting to stick. City is looking more like a snow globe this morning. And we have the latest information from our weather team throughout the morning here as we continue to take a live look at the pictures coming down. And we can tell you that let's right now get to our weather team as we have the very latest on the snow totals.
Red alert weather. Why? Accumulating snow, gusty winds, coastal flood advisories. So really there's a lot as this storm wraps up and passes through. That snow is heavy and wet, going to be hard to manage and move, and then the wind is going to drive the wind chills down, and we're watching for the possibility of 1/2 foot to 2 feet inundation along our coast. So today is it. It's the busy day. We dry out and it's going to be brighter, but very cold tomorrow.
Thanks, John. And netting at an Upper East Side building appears to be trapping and even killing birds. Netting has been put up under the sidewalk shed at the Normandy Court apartment building on East 95th Street and 2nd Avenue. It's meant to prevent pigeon droppings from littering the sidewalk. But animal rescuers say they regularly see dead and trapped birds.
So there's gaps, and the birds are getting in. They're making nests up here, and the babies get caught. And then when the birds, the moms go out to look for food, they can't find the holes again, and they can't feed their babies. So the babies starve and they die.
A representative for Normandy Court Apartments told CBS 2 that before the netting went up, the pigeon problem was so bad that they were cited by the Department of Health. The building is now trying to find a solution. The NYPD is now searching for the suspects they say robbed a group of Buddhist monks inside the Brooklyn temple where they live. It happened around 2:30 Sunday afternoon. Police say at least 3 men wearing masks kicked in the back door of this temple on Rugby Road in Flatbush. The robbers flashed a gun and a knife and demanded cash.
Sit down. Where is money? Where is money? Buddhist monks have to pray for all people around the world. Not killing, not stealing other property, and then not make misconduct or telling a lie.
Police say the thieves took cell phones and an undisclosed amount of cash, including all of the money from a donation box. The conflict in the Middle East yesterday was at the top of the agenda when King Abdullah of Jordan met with President Biden at the White House. They discussed the latest negotiations on a possible hostage deal, and they urged Israel not to launch a ground assault in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. CBS News' Ian Lee has more.
A tough warning from President Biden and Jordan's King Abdullah to Israel as it threatens to invade the southern Gaza city of Rafah.
The major military operation in Rafah should not proceed without a credible plan for ensuring the safety and support of more than 1 million people sheltering there.
We cannot afford an Israeli attack on Rafah. It is certain to produce another humanitarian catastrophe.
Over 1 million displaced Palestinians fled to Rafah to escape strikes in the north over the past 4 months. Israeli officials say Hamas fighters are also there and they want to destroy them. Tel Aviv has called on the UN to help evacuate civilians before a ground assault.
Don't say it can't be done. Work with us to find a way.
And in southern Gaza, more explosions this morning. A day after Israeli forces rescued 2 hostages, 70-year-old Louise Har and 60-year-old Fernando Simon Marman from an apartment in Rafah. But dozens of Palestinians died from heavy airstrikes conducted during that raid.
Every innocent life in Gaza is a tragedy, just as every innocent life lost in Israel is a tragedy as well.
President Biden says the U.S. is also working on a hostage deal that could include a 6-week or longer pause in fighting. Ian Lee, CBS News.
Coming up, a calendar controversy has protesters in Connecticut fired up.
Honor these holidays and reinsert those 2 holidays back in the school calendar.
Reaction to a decision to eliminate Columbus and Veterans Day as days off for students. We'll be right back here on CBS News New York. Stay with us. Protesters are hoping to impact a school calendar controversy. They want Columbus Day and Veterans Day reinstated as days off for students. CBS News' Tony Aiello has a story from Stamford.
A statue of Columbus sits at the center of Stamford's downtown. His October holiday is now at the center of attention for a number of unhappy residents who protested Monday over changes to the Stamford school calendar, eliminating Columbus and Veterans Days as days off for students.
Listen to us. Listen to what the community wants. Honor these holidays and reinsert those 2 holidays back in the school calendar.
Al Fusco and Steve Fisher say the school board acted hastily, voting 5-3 recently to eliminate the days off. While Columbus's role in colonization is, for many, controversial, it was not a main factor in the Stamford decision. School board members say eliminating holidays is an effort to reduce the number of days school is held in June. Stamford points out many nearby districts, including Greenwich, have changed their calendar to open on Veterans Day in November.
The day belongs as a day off from school to show respect for those that serve the country.
The decision won't impact the ability of school bands to march in the Veterans Day Parade, which is held on a weekend. Protesters want the school board to reconsider the changes, and they're prepared to battle on another front. State law requires schools that open on Columbus Day to offer a, quote, suitable educational program in observance of the holiday. Stanford is preparing its Columbus curriculum. Protesters want to make sure it is fair to a historical figure they consider a hero. Tony Aiello, CBS 2 News.
The board member who pushed for the calendar change also proposed opening schools on the Muslim holiday Eid al-Fitr and the second day of Rosh Hashanah, but those changes were not approved. Up next, the top stories of the day and your first alert weather forecast. Plus,
saw an uptick during the pandemic, actually, and that continues today.
New concerns over plate covers that are supposed to be banned in the 5 boroughs, but how were we able to get some? It's part of a CBS 2 investigation. And another look outside as we take a look at Mount Kisco. Winter wonderland out there. The snow is still coming down, and it's expected to last for a few hours, this storm. We will have the very latest for you, and those totals will be right back here on CBS News New York.
This is CBS 2 News at 7.
And welcome to CBS News New York. I'm Chris Raggi.
And I'm Mary Calvi. Coming up this half hour, drivers are using tinted license plate covers to dodge tolls and police cameras. That's a problem that is costing the city millions of dollars. We investigate the issue and what Amazon has to do with it.
But first, here's another live look outside right now. Columbus Circle, right in that Central Park area right there. And you can see the snow's been falling for the last couple of hours. And now you've got that nice white sheen over everything out there, as it really kind of looks like a winter wonderland right here in our backyard finally. They haven't had snow, measurable snow in Central Park in quite some time. But as you can see, put an end to that.
Yeah, take a selfie. Looking pretty out there. Let's get to the First Alert weather team. John Elliott, Tony Sadiku, you've been on this and warning us about it for a number of days. Tony's in Westchester County, but let's get started with you, John Elliott, in the Weather Center.
And that was nice, family taking a selfie. And I don't know, there was somebody walked right in front of the camera smiling. So yeah, snow lovers are loving it, but want to keep you safe and comfortable. It's a winter storm warning that's in effect until 6 p.m. for the most densely populated area of the country. So yeah, it's a big impact storm just because of where we live. So trouble spots again. You look at the city, Long Island, Fairfield County, snowfall rates have been an issue and they continue to be 1 to 2 inches an hour, 2 inches the exception. But we have seen easily 1/2 inch to 1.5 inches snowfall rates per hour. That's why when Tony shows you some of the totals, these are running totals, and we're not done with it yet. So we're mindful also of the risk of coastal flooding and then those ultimate big totals. North and west, you know, we've dropped the line here because well north and west, you get a bit of a break. It's where the moisture is setting up. The area low pressure is pulling in the cold air, so it's very messy. I got to tell you, just in and out of roads, like changing lanes, you get that little bump over the slush. You have to be mindful of that. Wind is going to be a big issue, too. Not only does it impact visibility, not only does it bother the big rigs that are trying to navigate roads, and they have so many restrictions placed on them, but it also will limit visibility, and this is where we could see these bigger totals, too. You look at a map like this, you're thinking, well, boy, that's not very specific. This is based on snowfall rates and banding. If you get banding, you could easily see, yeah, 1/2 foot in Staten Island and 4 in the Bronx, or it could be the inverse. Same goes out on the island. So it's a very dynamic storm. It's a storm that's already served up some pretty big numbers, and proof of that in more ways than one, meteorologist Tony Sadiku. He's got a list that he and Justin have been working on, but also there's the proof right there. Ho, 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 that looks like snow. Morning, Tony.
Morning, John. Yeah, it's just crazy. We're in this kind of snow globe effect, and what a difference a day makes. I mean, yesterday we were talking about it, you know, so mild of a day. How are we going to be able to get the cold air? And the storm did the thing, and you could just tell what we've got right now. And folks have to navigate through this. In fact, you look off into the distance, there's some folks that have been working, trying to shovel some of the sidewalks. You know, if the sidewalk isn't clear, I mean, this is what you have to navigate through is, you know, you're trying to grab that cup of coffee, you're trying to grab that bagel, trying to get into work, and not to mention the roads, which have been so treacherous. Plow trucks actually just came right through here. That's why it looks a little bit better. They've been spreading salt and sand, trying to work on these conditions that have just gone downhill the later we've gone through this morning. And so let's take a look at the amount of snow that we've seen throughout the morning, and it's been impressive numbers. Just overnight, you're just waking up with this. This is what's greeting you out the door. Places like Wantage, over 7 inches of rain in Monroe. You're close to 1/2 foot. Sparta, 5.5 inches of rain. In Danbury, Connecticut, 3 inches of rain. And I'm saying rain, it's snow. And we've got more snow falling. There's your precipitation type right there. It's all white on the screen all across basically the region. Long Island, too. It's switched on over. And it continues into the city as we widen out the map. The exception, perhaps southern Monmouth, Ocean County, where it's a little bit more rain for you. It's a slushy mess. Coming and going to and from work this morning especially. This is really when we have that winter storm warning in effect. So it's going to be a slow go out there on the roads and still going to be a leftover mess. It's not going to be snowing as you're making your way home later today, but that doesn't mean the conditions are going to be all that great if you do have to travel, as we'll be dealing with the leftover slush, and but generally improving conditions. Certainly traffic picking up out here as we're starting to see more cars on the roads, perhaps some folks trying to catch the train stations just way off into the distance there. But the theme is generally improving conditions. The sun up about a half hour ago. You're not seeing it now, but it looks like we could be in for a better sunset later today. But of course, that's going to mean that colder air is going to start to work in here for the rest of the week. Back to you.
Tony, live in Mount Kisco for us. Thank you. Let's get you a check on First Alert traffic right now. Here's Guy Stanier with the latest.
Thank you, Mary. We're going to start in Queens. We have a crash that has 2 lanes closed on the eastbound side of the LIE at exit 28. Delays are back to exit 26. Over to New Jersey, due to the difficult driving conditions outside, there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This is not in effect for the New Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. There is a similar ban in New York State. This includes Interstates 87, 95, 287, and 84. Taking a live look outside at LaGuardia Airport. A big heads up if you have a flight today. Here are the current numbers. LaGuardia, 388 cancellations with 21 delays. Newark Liberty showing 178 cancellations and 11 delays. JFK showing 171 flights canceled and 40 delays. Make sure you call your carrier before you head out the door. Checking mass transit today, Metro North will be running on a modified schedule. PATH is currently running with delays between Hoboken and 33rd Street. This is due to a stalled train in the area. And New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris and Mary, back to you.
Guy, thank you. A storm is expected to bring about half a foot of snow to the city today. New York City schools have switched to remote learning.
CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook live at Columbus Circle with a check on the current conditions there. Elijah?
Well, you see it here, Chris and Mary. That snow is really coming down to the point that one of our photographers this morning, Connie, who's been doing a great job, has to keep wiping the lens off on the camera because it keeps getting wet. So just bear with us this morning. But here's a look inside Central Park. I mean, look how picturesque this is at this time. It can feel a little uncomfortable, especially if you're not prepared clothing-wise, and that's because of that mixture of the snow and gusts of wind that we are experiencing periodically. So again, dress accordingly. But here's some new video we got here at Columbus Circle. If we have all this queued up, you can see the statue right there covered in snow. We've also been seeing people out and about walking their dogs and heading to work. Some folks even got in on their routine exercising. Now, we spotted some joggers out here. Not sure how they're able to manage with all this wind, but kudos to them. And all this snow may seem pretty when it accumulates on the ground, but be careful as it will be slippery in most spots. We know that there are several travel advisories currently in effect across the city, and as mentioned before, public schools are switching to remote learning for the day. Take us back out here live. I mean, Chris and Mary, isn't this beautiful? Certainly a picturesque shot here. I think more so for the people who are inside who can watch from afar. Maybe not the ones who have to truck in all of this, but it's quite nice to see some legitimate snowfall during this time of year. Live right now from Columbus Circle, Elijah Westbrook. Let's send it back to you inside.
Yeah, Elijah, it's been a long time since we've seen this kind of snow in the city. Good to see you. Thanks so much for all of this throughout the morning. Let's get a look at the roads in New Jersey from Mobile 2 in Morris County now.
CBS 2's Chrissy Kalishian joins us live from Montville with more. Chrissy?
Chris, Mary, in this area, we're moving very slow on I-287 north. I would say probably the slowest we've been moving all morning. Right now, we're keeping a good following distance from the cars in front of us. I highly recommend you do that. You could still see some trucks out there. I'm pretty sure I-287 is one of the highways where commercial trucks should not be. Unfortunately, I did see some pulled over on the shoulder. I wonder why. These are really dangerous conditions, I would say. Definitely keep that in mind with your wipers as well. I saw somebody pulled over fixing their wipers. Very dangerous. I hope they're okay, but definitely something you should check before you leave the house. Make sure everything is working fine. Lights as well as wipers. You can get ticketed for not having your lights on out here. And also keep that following distance again. Not worth chancing your brakes here, testing that out. You can see the limited visibility here as well, so that's why the lights are important, especially because you would think that the sun is out at this time, but look at this. Very limited visibility as we go far down. I can't even see the lights ahead of us. us even brake lights if they were to break. So definitely something to keep in mind, especially as we are unfortunately still seeing trucks out here, even though they're banned on highways like I-287, I-280, and 80 right here in New Jersey. And we're live in I-287. Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
Christy, thank you. Earlier this morning, we spoke to Westchester County Executive George Latimer.
Here's what he had to say about the current weather conditions. Can you tell us what efforts are underway this morning to keep the roads in Westchester County clear?
Yeah, so far the roads have been open. All of our major parkways, which are the most problematic ones, Hutchinson River Parkway, Sawmill, Taconic, Bronx River Parkway, they're all open and clear at this point. The snowfall accumulations we thought would be greater by the morning, overnight, but they haven't materialized. They apparently now are going to be happening during the course of the morning. So at least the start of the rush hour has been very normal for us without road closures. Our B-Line bus system is still moving on schedule. Our county airport is open, although it's always a good idea to call the carrier if you're going to be leaving on a flight or picking somebody up, because there are delays that happen because of what's happening across the region. We're prepared for what we hear will be in the southern part of our county, 5 to 8 inches of snow, the portion that borders the Bronx, major cities, Yonkers, New Rochelle, Mount Vernon. And then up in the northern part of Westchester, those numbers have dropped a bit to 4 to 7 inches. That's better than what we were told when we all went to bed last night. All of our schools are closed out here. We have 44 school districts, and they're all closed, which keeps people off the road. And I guess the advice you're giving people is the right advice. If you have to go out, be careful, take time, and make sure your car is clean before you hit the highway.
All right, sounds good.
Our first alert. Team coverage continues all morning long right here on CBS News New York. And look for our complete coverage on our website, cbsnewyork.com.
Now to a CBS 2 investigation. Drivers use them to dodge tolls and police cameras, but the sale of license plate covers is supposed to be banned in the 5 boroughs.
So why did Amazon send 3 of them to the CBS 2 Investigates team? Investigative reporter Tim McNicholas looks into it.
Amazon says it restricts the sale of tinted plate covers in New York, but we got these easily. 3 more examples of the challenges the city and the state face as they move ahead with a congestion pricing plan that depends on readable license plates. That is the sound of consequences. MTA Bridges and Tunnels officers stopping drivers on the RFK Bridge for violations ranging from a tinted plate cover to a fake plate covering up a real one.
Have you seen an uptick in people trying to cover their license plates?
We saw an uptick during the pandemic, actually, and that continues today.
Richard Hildebrand is Chief of Operations for MTA Bridges and Tunnels, the agency that will manage congestion pricing tolls.
Do you anticipate that that kind of thing will increase even more?
That we don't know. We have a robust set of tools.
Those tools include cameras and scanners that read plates, sometimes even obstructed plates. But officers also watch with their own eyes because traffic cameras aren't perfect. The New York City Comptroller recently found the city system, which is different than the MTA's, rejects more than 20% of the images due to fake or covered plates. One step City Hall took, telling Amazon to stop selling tinted plate covers to New Yorkers.
This merchandise endangers New Yorkers,
which the head of the city's law department explained early last year.
Amazon complied with the city's demand.
Amazon put up notices warning they won't ship them to New York. But a few weeks ago, we found 5 listings for tinted covers on the site with no such notice. One even used a New York plate as an example. So we ordered 3 different covers.
It's like Christmas morning.
And got them shipped to Manhattan within days.
See, that's disturbing.
We showed the covers to Councilmember Robert Holden, who created the 2021 law banning the sale of them.
We're going to get them fined. Again, the Amazon platform is going to have to pay, and it looks like I may have to even up the penalty.
But some people try to cheat the system even without hiding their plate. That's one reason the MTA sensors alert officers when a repeat toll dodger is detected nearby, which we saw in action. The MTA says this truck, owned by a third-party delivery contractor for FedEx, had more than $1,000 in unpaid tolls. Workers had to empty out the truck before the MTA seized it. Officers say on this day alone, they impounded 10 cars and gave 33 tickets connected to $420,000 total in unpaid tolls and fees.
Your vehicle will be taken off the roads until you pay your fair share, and become a good citizen amongst the city of New York.
These cameras and sensors have been here for years, and the MTA has been installing similar tools in Manhattan to prepare for congestion pricing. But some New Yorkers wonder, will it be enough?
I can't see them trying not to find another loophole to get out of it.
People will find a way to cover those license plates easily.
But we made it a little less easy. Amazon removed those 5 listings from its site and thanked us for flagging them. They declined our request for an interview and would not tell us why they didn't block the sale of these. Tim McNicholas, CBS 2 News.
And if you have a story you'd like us to investigate, email us at cbs2investigates@cbs.com, or you can call our tip line at the number on your screen.
It's official. We're headed to Newark Arts High School for this week's class act.
I guarantee you we have highlighted some brilliant students in some great schools before, but you're going to be hard-pressed to find so much musical and artistic talent in one place under the same roof. It is the very first public arts high school in the country, and the kids are extremely talented in so many disciplines, from singing to acting, dancing, TV, cinematography. They can do it all. Be sure to join us this Friday. We will be live all morning long from Newark Arts High School in Newark, New Jersey. Also, if you'd like to be a school on our next stop, please send in your submissions right there on the screen. If you go to the website, you see that logo. Send us what you think would be our next best class act.
We're taking a quick break. Up next, a life-saving heart scan that not everyone knows is available.
We're going to show you the new technology to get a better look at the human heart and how it's functioning inside the body.
And a live look outside. This is Mount Kisco. It's a winter wonderland out there today due to all the snow they've been getting this morning. And it's not over yet. The latest on the winter weather that's coming up. We'll be right back here on CBS News New York.
Red alert weather. Why? Accumulating snow, gusty winds, coastal flood advisories. So really there's a lot as this storm wraps up and passes through. That snow is heavy and wet, going to be hard to manage and move, and then the wind is going to drive the wind chills down, and we're watching for the possibility of 1/2 foot to 2 feet inundation along our coast. So today is it. It's the busy day. We dry out, and it's going to be brighter, but very cold tomorrow.
Well, February is American Heart Month, and today we focus on heart disease. As CBS 2's Dave Carlin reports, technology is making it easier to spot heart conditions before they lead to heart attacks.
Norma McFadden of the Bronx is a heart disease survivor.
I'm happy to be alive.
A U.S. Postal Service worker in her 50s. She says her condition went undiagnosed for a year.
I would feel like I'm going to pass out in the street. I was going to another doctor and nothing was being done about it. So I heard about Dr. Puma on the Breakfast Club.
We got a special guest in the building. Dr. Joseph Puma is here. Dr. Puma, welcome.
Thank you for inviting me. Just listening to him on a Breakfast Club, I said, you know what, let me get this second opinion. And if it wasn't for Dr. Puma, I wouldn't be alive now.
Interventional cardiologist Dr. Joseph Puma is founder and president of Sorin Medical, helping pioneer coronary heart CT scanning technology that continues to improve with AI-assisted software.
Our practice has actually been able to reduce by almost 50% the need for invasive heart catheterizations or angiograms, reducing by almost 50% the need to bring patients into the hospital.
A 3-minute scan, and you see plaque and blockage before an invasive procedure. The scans uncovered what was causing McFadden's symptoms. First, mapping the arteries and revealing trouble areas. Then this 3D imaging assisted by AI.
As you can see the calcification here and the plaque, and you see how it's blocked up there? And that's why you ended up with 2 stents.
Oh, okay.
But that's what it looks like. So you have 2 of these.
Yes.
Any shortness of breath anymore? Feel like you're going to fall out anymore?
Like a new person.
Feel like a new person.
This CTA-first approach is gaining popularity, and Dr. Puma says this is only the beginning.
Coronary CT scans are now so advanced. They're the #1 recommendation in the American College of Cardiology and the American Heart Association. They're faster, cheaper, higher quality, and more accurate with more detailed information than nuclear stress testing, which had been the standard of care. If you have symptoms of chest discomfort, shortness of breath, pressure in your chest, jaw discomfort, even if it goes away, then we want to look into it.
Listen to your body.
McFadden did that, searching for and finding the right doctor and the right technology, saving her life. Dave Carlin, CBS 2 News.
For American Heart Month and beyond, experts recommend we all eat a healthy, well-balanced diet, be more physically active, refrain from smoking, and avoid or reduce alcohol consumption. Coming up, we'll have a rundown of this week's forecast, plus this.
Valentine's Day can be complicated for some. I'm Cristian Benavides with the gift suited for people in situationships.
It's almost Valentine's Day time, meant to celebrate your significant other, but in today's dating culture, that may be hard to do. CBS's Christian Benavides explains how people in situations are finding the perfect token of appreciation this year.
In Miami's tropical paradise, there's one aspect of the city that's not so sunny.
Is dating complicated in Miami?
Absolutely. Nobody really has a relationship. We have a situation.
Meaning not all relationships are clearly defined.
Are you guys together? I think so.
Begging the question, what to get for the other half of your situation on Valentine's Day.
Introducing Sweethearts Situationships.
Sweethearts, the iconic heart-shaped sugar candies, has a solution for confused singles everywhere. A box of blurry, misprinted situationship candies hard to read, like many potentially romantic situations.
Sweethearts are supposed to be all about love. Are situationships all about love?
I think anyone in a situationship is probably asking themselves that very same question. You know, is this a love? Is it a friendship?
Evan Brock is the VP of Marketing for Spangler, the company behind Sweethearts.
Sometimes we have a whole batch of them that end up just being a little bit misprinted. And when we heard about this new relationship term called the situationship, it was like the answer was right in front of us.
Gen Zers may like the label. For others, it's hard to swallow.
I don't know how long it can go in this situation.
People don't like living in the gray area, which is really what a situationship is.
Matchmaker Devin Simone, host of Match Me in Miami, says not all situationships are inherently bad.
If you just want to have fun, then hey, situationship it up. Do your thing.
The perfect gift for those asking, will you be mine? Sometimes. Christian Benavides, CBS News, Miami.
The CBS New York Book Club is heating up this cold weather. We're wrapping up our current read where you end. Now it is time to vote for their next book. Here are our top 3 fic picks. Acts of Forgiveness by Maura Cheeks, about a black family dealing with their past as the nation debates the first reparations program for descendants of the enslaved. And then there's this book, The Fortune Seller by Rachel Kapelke Dale. It's the story of a group of Yale University students, their mysterious roommate, and how a tragic death upends their futures. And A Love Song for Ricky Wilde by Tia Williams is a book of romance and history in present-day Harlem with flashbacks to the glamour of the Harlem Renaissance. You could go to clubcalvi.com to vote now and read portions of the books. We'll be right back.
Just like that, it's winter. 39 your high today. Won't feel like it. Remember, we're still in the midst of this. We have accumulating snow, big area with this range of 4 to 9. Well, we've already verified 6, 7, 8. So yeah, it'll be easy to get to these numbers. And then remember, wind is going to be a big issue too. We'll blow it away by this afternoon. So then overnight tonight, 29. But when you do factor in the wind chills tomorrow morning, and parts of the area will be in the single-digit range, widespread wind chills in the teens. And remember, it's a nor'easter now, but it's a northwest wind tonight. So that wind over all that snow is just going to reinforce the chill. So then as we work our way into your Valentine's Day, it'll be sunny. Ooh, it is going to be cold. 37 won't feel like it's still a bit of a breeze. And then there is another system bringing in a chance of a little bit more snow overnight Thursday.
Super Bowl 58 on CBS was the most watched program in television history. More than 123 million people watched the Kansas City Chiefs beat the San Francisco 49ers in a thrilling overtime game Sunday night in Las Vegas. Records were set for viewership as fans watched across all platforms, including CBS, Paramount Plus, and Nickelodeon. 120 million people watched the game just on CBS. And thanks for watching. I'm Mary Calvi. CBS News New York at 8 starts right now.
We're tracking a system bringing lots of snow to parts of our area that we haven't seen in over 2 years now.
Want to make sure that you're clearing everything off the car and make sure that the top is cleared off too, because it's so wet that you get up to speed and it'll just fly off.
We saw several inches of snow on the road itself. It was actually a little dangerous trying to turn to get onto 46, so definitely have to be careful when getting off of these ramps.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
And welcome to CBS News New York. It's Tuesday, February 13th. I'm Chris Wright. It's the 8 o'clock hour. Thanks for being with us from Bergen County to Westchester and New York City. Our team is live out in the field this morning covering this storm for you. Our First Alert weather team on red alert tracking the latest snowfall totals. We're also keeping an eye on conditions on the roads live. If you still have to get to work this morning or wherever you have to go, we're going to let you know where things stand right now. And after months of challenging weather, New Jersey getting hit hard by another winter storm today. Governor Phil Murphy will join us to discuss how the state is handling this latest weather predicament. Let's start with our First Alert weather team. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is in Mount Kisco this morning. We'll check in with Tony in just a couple of minutes. But first, let's get right over to meteorologist John Elliott tracking this storm from the Weather Center, radar and all. Hey, John.
Thanks, Chris. Want to show you a snapshot of what we're dealing with right now. We've turned off the satellite, just the radar, the brighter white through orange and again lingering into Dutchess, Fairfield, definitely Westchester. Tony will have proof of that in a bit. Look at this, though. Oh, look at all of these storm reports. So let's just dive in, pick a few for you and show you. Wow, this is Port Jervis. 8.5 inches of snow. It's still snowing. So this is where we have a better bet of getting some double-digit totals. Not that far away. I think Middletown was on the map. So let's see. Yeah, this is Orange County, 7 inches. And you can follow that line here where you see that brighter white. That is indicating that's indicating these snowfall rates that are definitely filling in now. See how we've lost the green on the screen there for Suffolk? It's changed from drop back to flake. And then look at this line pushing out into the Atlantic and more of the Jersey Shore as well. And that's what we were anticipating, that this would take over. So just real quickly, I want to show you, as this pushes through, we can time stamp the future. And just real quickly, between now and 2, we are going to see a vast improvement. But some very important advisories you need to know as you navigate your day. So I want to send it up to a very snowy Mount Kisco and meteorologist Tony Sadiku.
Yeah, John, the snow continues to fall. It's been falling for hours, and we got hours to go. We just had a plow go through the promenade there. They've been working hard. I mean, trying to get through this we're right on South Mosier, where, you know, it's tricky. You got the plows working the streets. It's tricky travel. And this is, you get a sense of what folks are having to deal with, whether they're trying to walk through all of this. And it's the kind of day where you got to make sure you've got the right footwear because everything is sticking out here. If you're a meteorologist, you like the snow. If you're a kid, on a day like this, you're loving it. Schools are closed, and it's the perfect snowball making snow out here with a lot of water content, so it is certainly easy to pack it out here. But you've been talking about those advisories. We've got big snowfall totals here across the area, so just something to keep in mind. Over the last several hours, you can see how it's certainly adding up here across the area. And you see more plows out here across the area as well. Trees really getting that nice winter look. You see shovels. I mean, everybody's doing what they can, right, to navigate through this mess, whether it's cleaning up the roads, cleaning up the sidewalks, because it is a mess out here for folks who have to be through it. And one more thing I want to show you. Perhaps you're taking the bus. You're grateful when you got covering like that. Probably not sitting on a bench that's snow covered like this. But the snow continuing to fall here in Mount Kisco. We've got hours to go. Back to you.
Okay, Tony, thank you so much. Now let's get a look at some of the conditions out on the road. Here's CBS News traffic reporter Guy Stanier with the latest. Guy.
Good morning, Chris. We're going to start in New Jersey. Due to the difficult conditions outside, there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This is not in effect on the New Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway. There's a similar ban in New York State. This includes Interstates 87, 95, 287, 84. Taking a live look outside at the Lincoln Tunnel, hardly any traffic here as most people staying at home, and you can see why. The visibility and driving conditions are less than ideal. Be careful out there if you get behind the wheel. Checking mass transit today, Metro North running a modified schedule. PATH is running with delays between Hoboken and 33rd Street due to a stalled train, and New Jersey Transit will be cross-honoring tickets system-wide. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you so much. As for schools, New York City schools going remote today. Now, mind you, this is just a fraction of the schools that are closed for today's snow day. North of the city, Yonkers, New Rochelle, White Plains all have snow days. Plenty of closures reported across Long Island, including Manhasset, Riverhead, Nassau, Great Neck, and Valley Stream. And in New Jersey, we're going to go to Ridgewood, Patterson, Teaneck, South Orange, Maplewood, and Hoboken. Those are just a few of the schools that are closed today. Of course, check with your individual school district before you head out this morning, but I'm sure you already have since it's 6 minutes after the hour. All right, now for a look at conditions in Bergen County. Let's get to CBS News' Christina Fan, who joins us live from my hometown, Mahwah. Hello, Christina.
Good morning, Chris. Well, there is more than enough snow out here this morning to make some snowballs, perhaps some snow angels, go sledding. You got to find a way to keep your kids preoccupied, because if they live in northern New Jersey, chances are school is canceled for the day. Right now we are in Mahwah, as Chris just mentioned. We're seeing about 5 inches of accumulation here on the ground. Want to give you a look at Route 17 right in front of us. When we first arrived here this morning, these roads, they were absolutely clear. And the crews, they've been doing an excellent job trying to keep things clear. And so the conditions you see now, a little bit of blacktop, a little bit of white, it's not for a lack of trying. We saw a caravan of about 8 to 10 trucks pass by earlier, 3 to a lane, and even so, again, they really had trouble keeping up. The snowfall rates are definitely picking up as the morning goes on. Now, we know this heavy snowfall is expected to last for several more hours. It's why school districts across Bergen County really declared snow days. At last count, that number was in the 60s. Close to 70 districts closed for the day, including towns such as Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, and Ridgewood. And if you are hoping to work from home and accompany your kids maybe for a snowball fight later in the day, Governor Murphy, he has your back. He wants employers to give their employees not the day off, but just to have them work remotely from home so they're able to avoid all this hazardous travel currently outside. That's the latest here in Mahwah. Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, before I let you go, are you right in front of the State Line Diner right now?
I am, and it's been great. It's open 24 hours, and we've been coming all morning long, getting coffee inside. The owners have been very kind. So,
Christine, I've been going there since I was 13.
Oh my gosh.
40 years. Tell everybody who's watching Inside the Diner right now, stay in line. Still the best fries, best steak fries in the tri-state area. All right, Christina, thank you so much. Make sure you say hi to everybody in there for me. All right, with around a half a foot of snow expected, New York City schools have switched to remote learning for today, which is kind of unfair. They've got to go remote, but everybody else has got a snow day. CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook is live in Columbus Circle with a current check on conditions in the city. Hey, Elijah.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Well, you see the conditions. I had to throw the hood on because that wind is really starting to pick up at this time. Can I just say that I always found it so amusing, if you will, to see joggers out here wearing nothing but just shorts and just a thin, essentially, sweatshirt. I mean, in these conditions, I don't know how that's even comfortable. But live look right now at Columbus Circle. I mean, you could see the snow is really starting to accumulate at this point. See those street signs there? You can't even make out that says Central Park West. Just maybe about an hour ago, you can actually read the street signs, but that is not the case at this time. Now, here's some new video we got of Columbus Circle. If we have all this queued up, you can see the statue there covered in snow. We've also been seeing some people out and about walking their dogs and heading to work. Some folks even got in on their routine exercising, and we spotted some joggers out here, as we mentioned. Not the ones that we just saw moments ago with their shorts on. We'll try to have that queued up for another half hour. But all the snow may seem pretty at this time when it accumulates on the ground, but be careful as it will be slippery in most spots. Travel advisories are in effect across the city, and as mentioned before, public schools are switching to remote learning for the day. So hopefully those kids, once remote learning is over, they can get outside and get in on all the action, if you will. I guess by the time they get out of that remote learning, the snow would have stopped by then, but maybe they could do some sledding or possibly build a little mini snowman. But yeah, it's really coming down here, Chris. Let's go ahead and send it on back to you.
For the record, I'm not impressed with people running around in shorts and a thin sled on a day like today. Bundle up. You're not impressing anyone.
It makes no sense. I'm a runner myself, and I know you want to be comfortable,
and treadmills.
But not in these conditions.
Do it inside.
Exactly. Exactly.
Thank you, Elijah. And stick with CBS News New York for full coverage of today's winter storm. We'll have much more weather and traffic updates on the air and online at cbsnewyork.com. Now to a developing story. An innocent bystander killed and 5 people wounded after someone opened fire on a Bronx subway platform yesterday. This morning, police are still trying to track down that gunman. The violence started inside a car on the 4 train in the Mount Eden section before it spilled out into the platform.
The Mount Eden train station cordoned off into the night Monday as shots were fired, striking 6 people.
Sounded like a firecracker. Like boom, 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 you know, real loud.
Witnesses stunned as the gunfire erupted.
We have multiple people shot at the Mount Eden Avenue 4 line.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I ran.
Investigators say around 4:30 p.m. a fight on a northbound 4 train started between a group of teenagers as the train pulled up to the Mount Eden station. That's where police say the 6 people, 4 males and 2 females, were shot as others on the platform ran for cover.
We see that one woman was here blowing a lot of blood, and one they was doing the CPR to one boy.
Detectives say the victims, ages 14 to 71, were rushed to the hospital. Sadly, a 34-year-old man succumbed to his injuries. And now this message from police for subway riders and stern words for the shooter.
New Yorkers, 4 million a day ride to, from work or school. You are safe. You will continue to be safe. Today was an isolated event, and those are responsible. We will find you, and we will make sure that you're prosecuted.
It's unclear how many people were involved in that fight that led up to the shooting. Police are not saying if any of the shooting victims were the ones initially involved. Well, polls are open in the special election to replace disgraced Representative George Santos. Mayor Adams says sites will remain open in the city today despite the weather. New York's 3rd district includes parts of Queens and Long Island. Democratic candidate Tom Suozzi and Republican challenger Mazi Pilip, an Nassau County legislator, are neck and neck according to some polls, if you can believe polls these days. The candidates made a last-minute push to voters last night ahead of the storm.
I think regardless of what happens, the weather's going to affect the Democrats and Republicans alike. The story historically is that Republicans turn out early and Democrats turn out later.
It may gonna snow a little bit, but I'm not worried. The reason for that, voters are very engaged on this election.
The early voting numbers are in. More than 57,000 voters cast ballots in Nassau County, another 9,000 in Queens. 500,000 people have yet to cast a ballot, but please do get out and vote today. Let's get this one right this time. Look for special coverage throughout the day. We have reporters covering both candidates and checking in on the voter turnout, especially with the snow today. And we'll also have special analysis from political reporter Marsha Kramer after the polls close. Look for live updates on our streaming platform, CBS News New York, and complete coverage on the special election coverage at CBS News at 8 o'clock and also coming up at 11. A rare early morning vote on Capitol Hill after debating through the night. Around 6:30 this morning, the Senate approved a $95 billion foreign aid package. It includes money for Ukraine, but also Israel and Taiwan. The vote was 70-29. Passage comes months after the White House requested the funding. Many Republicans have been demanding the foreign aid be tied to enhanced border security measures. They got that, but of course they opposed it last week. And more steep opposition is expected in the Republican-controlled House. The bill's passage there remains in doubt. Well, still ahead here on CBS News New York, the snow is still falling, making for a messy commute. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy will join us to talk about the conditions in the Garden State. And license plate covers are illegal in the city, so how did our investigative team get them so easily? Find out when we get back. And good morning. Welcome back to the 8 o'clock hour, taking a live look at Route 17 in Mahwah right now. Snow's been falling all morning long. Schools in Mahwah are closed for the day, so all the T-birds taking cover. That's for sure. Okay, let's keep going here. After last year gave us a break from the snowfall, we're seeing some noticeable accumulation this morning, especially in New Jersey, as we just showed you. Joining us now on the phone to discuss how the state will handle this latest storm is New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. Governor, thanks for taking a couple of moments.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Good to be with you.
So you recommended people stay home, and all the shots that we've been showing of a lot of the roadways in New Jersey, people have taken that warning and done just that. But for those who couldn't and are headed out, where are some of the trouble spots they need to avoid right now?
Well, I think the secondary roads almost always are going to be worse than the main thoroughfares, main highways. We've got, I think, 2,500 pieces of equipment out around the state. Not much accumulation in the south, more so central, and as you just showed, Mahwah, the northern part of the state is going to get the worst. I think it could be up to 10 or 12 inches. I would just do everything you can to stay off the road. If you do have to get out there, also please respect and steer clear of the crews that are out there. We've had some dangerous encounters in the past. And I would say, lastly, Chris, if you're in doubt about anything, the best one-stop shop for us is ready.nj.gov, which encompasses a whole host of sets of information.
I know it's still early, but I'm sure you've heard from many municipalities that are having any bigger issues than expected. Do you feel as though you guys were pretty well prepared, or are there some pockets that maybe weren't need to be as well off as they should be?
I think it's Mother Nature, so you can never bat 1,000, but this is playing out about as we expected, and it should go through probably midday And again, if you're up north, you're going to get something in the 8 to 12 inch range. Central still significant, but not as much. Not nearly any accumulation in the south, but it's playing out about as we expected. We closed state offices. I'm glad we did that. We've got a commercial vehicle ban in coordination with Pennsylvania and New York, and I think that was the right thing to do. So we shall see. We will try to stay ahead of this thing.
You know, Governor, we talked probably about a little less than a month ago, and at that point it was water damage due to excessive flooding and things of that nature. This time around, it's snow. How are you feeling about, this storm as it relates to others? And I guess just to kind of give a little reassurance, there's still a lot of people that I know, both up and down, not only the coast, but in parts of Wayne and things like that, that are still recovering from the rain issues and the water and flooding issues from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and that's not going away. I mean, that's a global issue. And it certainly is one in New Jersey. We just need to be more resilient against water and flooding. I think the flooding on this storm will be minimal. I think it'll be on the coast in the Barnegat and Raritan bays are the two bays that we're watching most closely. But we haven't really had a snowstorm of this magnitude in a couple of years, as you rightfully pointed out. So complacency is something else that I'd warn against, that folks need to take this seriously. If their power goes out, call it in. Don't assume someone else did. If you see a down line, don't go anywhere near it. Call it in. And if you can stay off the road and work from home, this is a good day to do it.
And Governor, we thank you for taking a couple of moments for us. On a much lighter note, before we do let you go, Valentine's Day plans with the First Lady tomorrow?
I think we're in tomorrow night, not because of the weather, but because I think we're so busy we could use a night at home. So I think that's where it's headed. Hopefully still romantic.
Well, with the Super Bowl, on Sunday and now staying in on Valentine's, that's a lot of time at the house. But far be it from me to judge.
Amen. Amen.
All right, Governor, thanks. We appreciate it. Okay.
Take care.
Now to a CBS 2 investigation. Drivers use them to dodge tolls and police cameras, but the sale of license plate covers is supposed to be banned in the 5 boroughs. So why did Amazon send 3 of them to the CBS 2 Investigates team? That's a no-no. Investigator Tim McNicholas now looks into it.
That is the sound of consequences. MTA Bridges and Tunnels officers stopping drivers on the RFK Bridge for violations ranging from a tinted plate cover to a fake plate covering up a real one.
Have you seen an uptick in people trying to cover their license plates?
We saw an uptick during the pandemic, actually, and that continues today.
Richard Hildebrand is Chief of Operations for MTA Bridges and Tunnels, the agency that will manage congestion pricing tolls.
Do you anticipate that kind of thing will increase even more?
That we don't know. We have a robust set of tools.
Those tools include cameras and scanners that read plates, sometimes even obstructed plates. But officers also watch with their own eyes because traffic cameras aren't perfect. The New York City Comptroller recently found the city system, which is different than the MTA's, rejects more than 20% of the images due to fake or covered plates. One step City Hall took, telling Amazon to stop selling tinted plate covers to New Yorkers.
This merchandise endangers New Yorkers,
which the head of the city's law department explained early last year.
Amazon complied with the city's demand.
Amazon put up notices warning they won't ship them to New York. But a few weeks ago, we found 5 listings for tinted covers on the site with no such notice. One even used a New York plate as an example. So we ordered 3 different covers.
It's like Christmas morning.
And got them shipped to Manhattan within days.
See, that's disturbing.
We showed the covers to Councilmember Robert Holden, who created the 2021 law banning the sale of them.
We're going to get them fined. Again, the Amazon platform is going to have to pay. And it looks like I may have to even up the penalty.
But some people try to cheat the system even without hiding their plate. That's one reason the MTA sensors alert officers when a repeat toll dodger is detected nearby, which we saw in action. The MTA says this truck, owned by a third-party delivery contractor for FedEx, had more than $1,000 in unpaid tolls. Workers had to empty out the truck before the MTA seized it. Officers say on this day alone, they impounded 10 cars and gave 33 tickets connected to $420,000 total in unpaid tolls and fees.
Your vehicle will be taken off the roads until you pay your fair share and become a good citizen amongst the city of New York.
These cameras and sensors have been here for years, and the MTA has been installing similar tools in Manhattan to prepare for congestion pricing. But some New Yorkers wonder, will it be enough?
I can't see them trying not to find another loophole to get out of it.
People will find a way to cover those license plates easily.
Now, if you've got a story you'd like us to investigate, you can email us at cbs2investigates@cbs.com or call our tip line at the number on your screen. Well, Jon Stewart in classic form as he makes his return to the Daily Show desk.
Now, where was I?
A look at the highlights and his year ahead. We'll be right back here on CBS News New York.
Put this on your hand. This is such good quality wrinkle patches for under your eyes, for your forehead, around your mouth. Go to cbsdeals.com. There's lots of different bundles. You could reuse these. You put these on if you're just sitting at home or when you go to sleep. I like because they stay on nicely. They're gonna bring more collagen to your skin. They're gonna increase hydration. They're gonna leave you with a glow. I put them on for 10 minutes yesterday when I was just answering emails. Literally puffiness gone, dark circles gone. This is, what are you looking at?
Oh, I'm just saying,
at my
you
wrinkles,
look like
schminkles?
you're 25, and
okay,
I know you're not.
Thank you. Under $11 is what the packages start at. Up to 32% off. The dermatologists vouch, plastic surgeons vouch for Wrinkle Schminkles. This is a trusted brand. We also sell the cleaner, so reuse them up to 20 times. That's how good quality.
To get this deal and more, scan the QR code at the top of your screen or head to cbsdeals.com to start shopping now.
We're on the move to discover different places, meet new people, and have some fun along the way. I'm Rachel Holt. Come join us for this week's Unique Adventure.
Uniquely New York with Rachel Holt, Saturday morning on CBS New York.
What could ever lead you? What could ever lead you? Back here where we need you.
Mr. Cocktail. But you know, we're talking about somebody else. Welcome back to Jon Stewart, settled into his old seat at the Daily Show anchor desk last night.
Stewart made clear that his reasons for returning go beyond his love for the show. Take a listen.
Why am I back? You may be asking yourselves. It's a very reasonable question. I have committed a lot of crimes. From what I understand, talk show hosts are granted immunity, so it doesn't make a lot of sense, but take it up with the founders. I don't know.
Makes perfect sense. Stewart, of course, hosted the award-winning program on Comedy Central for 16 years, ending back in 2015. On his first night back, he talked about the state of politics. No shortage of topics there. Also weighed in on the Super Bowl as well as the media storm surrounding Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. You can watch The Daily Show Mondays with Jon Stewart on Comedy Central and streaming on Paramount Plus. And he's EPing the other days of the week, so he'll be
and it's rotating host, which is fun too.
Yeah, without a doubt. They've got some incredible correspondents over there, by the way. So good to have Jon back, though. That's for sure. And thank you so much for watching the CBS News. I bet you hear that a lot, though. So good to have Jon back, right?
Yeah, I hear that all the time, especially at Wendy's.
I'm Chris Raggi. That's John Elliott. To everybody watching in the tri-state area this morning, because you're home on a snow day, stay with us. We got another half hour coming up.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News This Morning.
We are on red alert this morning, taking a look at some video sent in from our viewers as snow hits the tri-state area. This is a backyard in Wantage, New Jersey, and hello, doggy. And a similar scene in Brewster, New York. You can see some birdhouses totally covered in snow out there. Birds still seem to be moving around out there, though, even in those conditions. And in the city, slush on the streets as people step outside. This is video from Greenpoint, Brooklyn. If you'd like to share your pictures or video with us, just head to cbsnewyork.com/photos and send it on in, and we'll do what we just did. We'll put it on television. Welcome back to CBS News New York. It's the 8 o'clock hour. I'm Chris Raggi. Thank you for being with us. Hopefully you're enjoying this snow day. Now to our first alert weather team. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is in Mount Kisco, where he has been all morning long, and he's got the hood on now, if I can see correctly through the monitor right there, because that snow has been falling. We'll get to Tony in just a few moments, but right now let's check in with meteorologist John Elliott in the Weather Center. John?
So I really appreciate the viewer pictures, always do. And if you are feeding the birds, keep feeding the birds, because you can't stop with the weather. Want to make sure you're ready for that. You know, when we go up into Westchester County, you're going to see a lot more snow, but even here, this is 57th Street. See how the roadways are wet? But boy, in and out of where the traffic goes, you get this little bit of slush. Now, our crews here working real hard to keep the sidewalk just wet. The concern is going to be icing tonight. We've been saying it all morning. Make sure as you venture out, when you do later, if you have to, get as much of it clear as absolutely possible. Now, this is a later model Ford, but mine, or that could be a Hyundai. My sensors went out in the morning, so you have to make sure you're monitoring the sensors with so many safety features. Let's talk numbers. 33 in the city, that's the observation in the park. So around the area, from the Bronx to Staten Island, all these numbers are critically cold enough. It's all snow. It's totally gone over to snow all the way down into Ocean County. Even Brick's at 32 right now. So you know the air mass is cold enough. Initially, warm surfaces were allowing it to just be wet, but now that's changed. And boy, when we check in with Traffic Guy, there is so many issues. And Brian on the desk was showing me some video 80 out west. It's a real mess. From the west to the east, don't forget we have coastal flood alerts through Wednesday morning, and wind is going to be a big issue. A nor'easter today serving up the high dew points and the pile up waves, but then it's a northwest wind, so it gets very, very cold. But I want to send it up to colleague and fellow meteorologist Tony Sadiku in Mount Kisco, where, wow, Tony, you're just not getting a break. What's going on right now?
No break. Excuse me. Hey there, John. Yeah, you said it. I mean, it's been every single time you come to us, it's been snowing. That's been the case all morning. So it's no surprise you kind of get that nice winter wonderland look. The visibility goes down the further off you look into the distance. Our mobile weather lab is covered up here. Since last check, though, have you noticed our sidewalk's a little bit clear? Crews have been working it for sure. They're piling the snow up to the curb there, so at least it's a little bit more walkable. They've spread a little bit of salt out there too, so it's not going to be as slippery as you're trying to navigate. But you said something earlier, I got to reiterate for folks who are waking up, it's a good idea to start moving the snow before it really continues to pile up, because it's that heavy wet snow that really becomes a challenge to move, right? And as I try to navigate, just to show you the conditions on our mobile weather lab, where we're getting that reading, we've been below freezing, temperatures haven't moved, so it's the perfect conditions for that snow to accumulate, and we've certainly got some big accumulations throughout this morning. So let's talk about it in terms of what we're seeing right now. Satellite radar picture shows it's not just here in Mount Kisco. We're getting big snows across the area, and yes, it's that moderate to heavy. At times you're getting snowfall rates of 1 inch plus, and everything has changed over to snow. So let's walk you through the timeline. Where do we go from here? Well, now until about 9 o'clock, so the next half hour, we're still going to be dealing with this snow with decent snowfall rates. Through about 11, we're really going to start to push some of that heavier snow to the south before we start to wind things down the later we go. But in the meantime, guys, be careful. Folks, we're starting to see that traffic pick up, and you see the tires as these cars try to make it through. It's that slushy mess, and for folks who are hitting the roads, be sure to take it slow. Remember, on ice and snow. We'll send it back over to you, Chris.
Okay, thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate that. There was some air travel trouble due to the storm. Taking a live look at JFK Airport. Yes, believe it or not, there was an airport there in the background. 228 cancellations, 16 delays at Newark Liberty. The number's higher at LaGuardia. 410 cancellations, 52 delays, and 170 cancellations, 57 delays at the aforementioned Kennedy Airport. Just kidding with that picture there, though. You can see, obviously, the camera is snow covered. Let's look at the conditions out on the road. Here's CBS News traffic reporter Guy Stan with the very latest for us. Hey, Guy.
Good morning, Chris. We're going to start in New Jersey. Due to the difficult conditions outside, there is a commercial vehicle restriction on most of the major roadways. This is not in effect on the Turnpike or Garden State Parkway. And there's a similar ban in New York State. This includes Interstates 87, 95, 287, and 84. Checking mass transit today, Metro North is running on a modified schedule. PATH is running with delays between Hoboken and 33rd Street due to a stalled train, and New Jersey Transit is cross-honoring tickets system-wide all day long. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Chris, back to you.
Okay, Guy, thank you very much. Rockland County could see anywhere from 4 to 9 inches of snow today. Joining us now on the phone to discuss how they're preparing to handle this storm, Rockland County Executive Ed Day. Mr. Day, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. How are we doing today?
Good, good, good. Give us an idea how things are going in Rockland County right now. Any major issues to report?
The only major issue is the snow.
Yeah.
That's a major issue. But look, this is an active nor'easter. We're still very active. We're still in the middle of it. The snow's coming down at a 45-degree angle, so it's really still moving along. We're seeing this storm ending up probably around noon, getting out of here in Rockland County from north to south. The roads right now, the main roads are somewhat slushy. Some blacktop is showing, but generally speaking, the back roads are still a little bit challenging. We had no major power issues here. Orange and Rockland's our power company here in Rockland, and we have no outages at all in Rockland County. ORU.com. If you have an outage, that's how you should connect with them. And if you see any down power lines, please stay at least 30 feet clear of them. O&R just have mutual aid personnel on site, and they're ready to go in case something should come up. If you're thinking of going out, please rethink it. If you can delay your travel till after 10 or 12 o'clock up here in Rockland, you'll be a lot better off without a doubt, because we see clearing soon. So with that, we have everything under control. The plows have been out. They're still out. They're plowing actively, obviously. There are moments where we're getting about an inch and change an hour, so it's a challenge, but we're getting there. And we expect to have relatively normal conditions up here that are simple and straightforward by a little after 12 o'clock.
Yeah, our radar showing a lot of different bands. It gets heavy, it kind of backs off for a little bit, gets heavy again. So what's the county's priority, though, as this storm does progress throughout the day? As you mentioned, you're thinking this wraps around noon. That's kind of where we see it as well.
Well, we're right now, part of what our strategy right now is exactly what we're doing right at this time. Thank you for having me on. We're telling people to try to slow down. There's nothing that important. You have to start rushing around a snow-covered roadway. Be aware of the fact that if there's a down wire, and getting anywhere near it could have terrible consequences for you. If you can delay your travel outing. Look, I'm a 4-man white PD officer. I had to work shifts, so if sometimes you can't get out of it. But if you can delay your travels up here in Rockland until after 12 o'clock, you'll be much better off. And other than trying to find Puxatawny Phil for his prediction of spring, we're doing very well up here.
Yeah, we're going to take umbrage with that groundhog. All right, Ed, thank you so much. We wish you guys well in Rockland County, and we'll get back to you if there's anything else to report. But thanks for taking a few moments.
I appreciate it, Chris. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Good to talk to you. All right, let's get a look at some of the roads now in New Jersey. Mobile 2 is out on the road. CBS News' Christy Kalishian doing exactly what we've been telling everyone not to do, which is stay off the roads. How are you, Christy? I know you guys are keeping it safe out there.
Yes, we are. And yes, that is our job, just to do exactly what we're telling you not to do. Just as an example, look at it. I mean, I-287 south now has been a very slow go. You can see a lot of white on the road there. And what you can see is that the tire tracks of the car in front of you. That means that you got that snow in the middle and in between the lanes. So that means slow down if and when you're switching lanes to get off on any ramps. And again, those ramps, you don't know how well plowed they are. And you can see the car in front of us, actually, they're keeping their hazards on. Actually, the two cars in front of us are. And John brought up a great point earlier, saying that the sensors in his car were going. I mean, Exhibit A, you cannot rely on those things. Unfortunately, you would think that those safety features are, there to save you. But unfortunately, when there are a lot of these, this fluttering snow around, it blocks those sensors. So you really just have to use good old-fashioned, good judgment, slowing down. I think I told you earlier, there was a guy riding his bike in some of the neighborhood streets there. I wouldn't recommend that either. But yeah, there is a lot of nice scenery out here, limited visibility though, but when you get to see those trees, it's very nice. But if you're out there on the road, don't get distracted. And also keep in mind, earlier I was saying that AAA says it takes your car 9 times longer to stop in these snowy conditions. 9 times. This is not rushing weather. Take extra time to go where you need to go this morning. We're live in Morris County, New Jersey on I-287, Mobile 2. Christy Kalishian, CBS 2 News.
Yeah, if you're running late or in a rush, you are not in the right spot and definitely not on the right roads. Christy, thank you so much. Stay safe out there, you and your driver. Now let's check in with our First Alert Weather Network. Our teams from some cities across the Northeast tracking this storm for us. Let's check in with CBS Philadelphia.
I'm Ross DiMattei with CBS News Philadelphia, and we are coming to you from a very snowy Lehigh Valley. It's about an hour northwest of Philly. And the flakes have been falling fast and furious since about 4 o'clock this morning. Take a look at the road conditions. The snow has completely covered the roads here. There are plenty of plows out trying to keep them clear, but they can't seem to keep up with just how fast the snow has been falling. In terms of schools, most of the local districts have gone ahead and canceled classes today, so a traditional snow day for many of the local students, but a messy morning commute for a lot of the folks who have to head into work. We don't expect the snow to stop for several more hours, and by the time it's all said and done, the Lehigh Valley could see as much as 8 inches of snow.
Well, there you have it, Ross. Thank you very much. We have some breaking news here. NYC Public Schools currently experiencing, guess what, issues with remote learning. This, according to a tweet from about 8:22 this morning that says it has to do with IBM authentication. They say they're actively working with IBM to resolve the issue. NYC Public Schools were switched to remote learning yesterday ahead of today's winter storm, and we are working to learn more information, and we will keep you updated on CBS News New York. But so far, remote learning day off to a bad start. Grab the sled, kids. Okay, in other news, New York City's expanded curfew at shelters used to house migrants is underway. Residents at 20 more shelters will have to be inside from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. City officials say that means only 30 of its 216 shelters are without restrictions. The latest move follows a recent shooting and a separate assault on police officers in Times Square attributed to residents of those shelters. All right, still to come here, a calendar controversy has protesters in Connecticut fired up. Reaction to a decision to eliminate certain holidays as off days for students. Plus, Super Bowl history has been made, but not only by the teams on the field. We're going to tell you about the new record that was set on Super Bowl Sunday. Stay with us. You're streaming CBS News New York here in the 8 o'clock hour. It might be a little while, but as the snow falls in our area, we're all kind of waiting for a sunny day. Guess what? The sun may actually be out later today, as John was mentioning earlier. It's definitely going to be out tomorrow, but it's going to be cold. So all that snow you see, especially here in Mahwah, as we pull back right in front of the State Line Diner on Route 17, Camp Go Mountain in Mahwah, ski conditions are going to be great today, right through the week, because the temperatures are going to be cold enough. They're going to have some base, and they're going to be able to make snow as well. So check it out. Insider tip. Okay, protesters hoping to impact the school calendar controversy. They want Columbus Day and Veterans Day reinstated as days off for students. CBS News' Tony Aiello has the story from Stamford.
A statue of Columbus sits at the center of Stamford's downtown. His October holiday is now at the center of attention for a number of unhappy residents who protested Monday over changes to the Stamford school calendar, eliminating Columbus and Veterans Days as days off for students.
Listen to us. Listen to what the community wants. Honor these holidays and reinsert those two holidays back in the school calendar.
Al Fusco and Steve Fisher say the school board acted hastily, voting 5-3 recently to eliminate the days off. While Columbus's role in colonization is, for many, controversial, it was not a main factor in the Stamford decision. School board members say eliminating holidays is an effort to reduce the number of days school is held in June. Stamford points out many nearby districts, including Greenwich, have changed their calendar to open on Veterans Day in November.
The day belongs as a day off from school to show respect for those that serve the country.
The decision won't impact the ability of school bands to march in the Veterans Day parade, which is held on a weekend. Protesters want the school board to reconsider the changes, and they're prepared to battle on another front. State law requires schools that open on Columbus Day to offer a, quote, suitable educational program in observance of the holiday. Stanford is preparing its Columbus curriculum. Protesters want to make sure it is fair to a historical figure they consider a hero. Tony Aiello, CBS 2 News.
Well, the board member who pushed for the calendar change also proposed opening schools on the Muslim holiday Eid al-Fitr and the second day of Rosh Hashanah, but those changes were not approved. All right, in sports, last night the Knicks were on the road to play the Houston Rockets while the Rangers played host to the Calgary Flames. Devils took on the Seattle Kraken. Here's CBS 2's Otis Livingston with your morning sports update.
Good morning, everyone. The Nets host the Celtics on ice. The Devils hit the road to face the Predators in Nashville, while the Islanders welcome in the Kraken to UBS Arena. The Knicks' final 2 games before they leave for this weekend's All-Star break, which will give a couple of the players a chance to get a little healthier for the final playoff push. The Knicks currently sitting in the 4th spot in the East, visiting the young and exciting Houston Rocket team, and they proved to be a challenge for the Knicks. New York with one of its worst halves of the season, putting up just 43, while the Rockets open up a 14-point lead at the half. But the Knicks, as you know, they're going to fight back in the second half. Jalen Brunson, with only 7 points in the first half, nearly had double that in the third quarter alone. He ends up tying the game at 69, finishes with a game-high 27. Knicks found themselves down 2 late in the game, and it's that man again, Brunson burner. Step-back jumper ties the game with under 9 seconds to play, but it would not be a happy ending for the Knicks. Aaron Holiday is going to throw up a prayer, and the refs answer. Yeah, the shot is no good, but they call Brunson for a foul. You take another look, and you be the judge. Tom Thibodeau is not happy about it. Doesn't look like a foul to me, but New York was out of challenges. Holiday hits 2 out of 3 free throws, and the Knicks lose a tough one, 105-103. To the ice, Rangers hosting the Flames. Scoreless in the second. Blue shirts on the attack. Capo Caco shot is stopped, but Will Cooley finds the loose puck and puts it in for the lead. That's all the Rangers would need, as the Garden was chanting Igor Shesterkin's name all night long. He stops all of Calgary's 30 shots, picks up his first shutout of the season. Rangers win their 5th straight, 2-0 the final. Devils hosting the Kraken at The Rock. Jersey boys putting on a show in the second period. Jack Hughes is going to bank it off the goalie's mask and into the net for the 16th of the season for Hughes. Devils opening up a 3-goal lead when Dawson Mercer lights the lamp later in the period. His 15th of the season puts the game on ice. Devils win 3-1. I'm Otis Livingston, and that's your CBS New York Sports Update.
Good to see Jack Hughes back. All right, Super Bowl 58 on CBS was the most watched program in television history. More than 123 million people watched the Chiefs beat the Niners in that thrilling overtime game Sunday night from Vegas. Records were set for viewership as fans watched across all platforms, including CBS, Paramount Plus, and Nickelodeon. And 120 million people watched the game on CBS alone, largest audience ever for a single network. At one point, over 200 million people were tuned in. Incredible numbers. The CBS New York Book Club is heating up this cold weather. They're wrapping up their current read, Where You End. Now it's time to vote on the next book. And here are the top 3 fic picks for Mary. Act of Forgiveness by Maura Cheeks, The Fortune Seller by Rachel Capley-Dale, and A Love Song for Ricky Wilde by Tia Williams. Go to clubcalvi.com to vote now, and we'll be right back here on CBS News New York.
Just like that, it's winter. 39 your high today. Won't feel like it. Remember, we're still in the midst of this. We have accumulating snow, big area with this range of 4 to 9. Well, we've already verified 6, 7, 8. So yeah, it'll be easy to get to these numbers. And then remember, wind is going to be a big issue too. We'll blow it away by this afternoon. So then overnight tonight, 29. But when you do factor in the wind chills tomorrow morning, and parts of the area will be in the single-digit range, widespread wind chills in the teens. And remember, it's a nor'easter now, but it's a northwest wind tonight. So that wind over all that snow is just going to reinforce the chill. So then as we work our way into your Valentine's Day, it'll be sunny. Ooh, it is going to be cold. 37 won't feel like it's still a bit of a breeze. And then there is another system bringing a chance of a little bit more snow overnight Thursday.
Stupid Cupid, you're a real mean guy. I'd like to clip your wings so you can fly. I'm in love and it's a crime.
One day until Valentine's Day, only 3 more days until our next class act. And so it's only appropriate that we bump back in with a little Newark Arts High School alumni. That's Connie Francis right there. How about that? A star from the school. And I cannot wait to get back to the school, introduce you to these kids, the student body. Incredible. I guarantee you, we've highlighted some brilliant students who are there right now. It is the very first public arts high school in the country, John.
And Chris, you said the students are so talented in a lot of different disciplines, too.
Singing, acting, dancing, they do it all. Television production. I mean, they're singing in the halls. You talk about the sound of music everywhere you go. It's just truly incredible. We cannot wait to be there Friday morning live, all morning long. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Chris Raggi.
I'm Stupid Cupid.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Live and streaming from CBS News, New York. This is CBS 2 News at 9.
First Alert weather team is on red alert, tracking the latest snowfall totals.
Heavy wet snow is what we are seeing at this time right near Columbus Circle.
The major headline this morning in Bergen County are the school closures. We've counted nearly 70 closures.
It's getting a little difficult and a little slippery out here.
There are several travel advisories in effect until at least 6 o'clock this evening.
It's a winter storm warning that's in effect until 6 p.m.
It's just crazy. We're in this kind of snow globe effect, and what a difference a day makes. And we've got more snow falling. There's your precipitation type right there. It's all white on the screen.
It's a very dynamic storm. It's a storm that's already served up some pretty big numbers.
Can you tell us what efforts are underway this morning to keep the roads in Westchester County clear?
The snowfall accumulations we thought would be greater by the morning, but they haven't materialized. They apparently now are going to be happening during the course of the morning. So at least the start of the rush hour has been very normal for us without road closures. Our B-Line bus system is still moving on schedule.
Good morning on this Tuesday, February 13th. Welcome to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. I'm Cindy Hsu. We have a lot to talk about this morning, including some unhappy commuters as the first major snowstorm in at least 2 years hits the tri-state.
It won't hurt my feelings if it doesn't snow anymore.
I like that laugh. We have live team coverage of what it looks like now and when it's supposed to stop. And it's CBS Premiere Week, and all your primetime favorites are back with new episodes. One of the stars of FBI joins me with a preview of tonight's season premiere. Plus, streaming in our next half hour, Valentine's Day is tomorrow. And if you're in need of a last-minute idea here in the city, Time Out New York's Things to Do editor will be here with her top picks. Now let's get to that first alert team coverage. CBS 2's Christina Fan is out in Bergen County with a look at the snowy conditions there. Christy Kalesian is in Mobile 2 with a check on the roads. First, though, let's hand it over to our first alert weather team. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is with Mobile Weather Lab in Westchester County. And meteorologist John Elliott is here in studio tracking the snow's path. So, John, where is the heaviest snow right now?
I got to tell you, it's all snow now. We did do the changeover. Want to just give you just a snapshot. This is our front door, West 57th Street. See where you can actually see the path the cars are going through. It's very slushy. You see the spray there, but boy, in and out of that, it's very slushy. So you got to watch your step. Do the best job you can clearing everything off. I mean, it's a law, but it's just conscientious. It's such a wet snow. If you were to get to speed, that would be like throwing a snowball at the motorist behind you. Here you go, Cindy. Brighter colors indicating this in through parts of Dutchess and Putnam. You know, the National Weather Service was trimming some of the counties in the Hudson Valley from the advisory, but it's still snowing in Sullivan and Ulster County. Heavier snow through parts of Suffolk, and now Monmouth is getting in on the act as well. So we are seeing where we had rain not too long ago. It's all snow, and it is hitting and sticking. In the Bronx, it's a mess. Up through Westchester, Yonkers, Mount Vernon, obviously farther to the north as well, but you can see that cold air pushing through, and that's why we're concerned about a few more hours. In fact, real quickly, I want to show you the kind of the mechanism of this is bringing in that cold air. So watch what happens between, say, now and 2. We're going to be done with it, and we should see some sun. But want to send it up to meteorologist Tony Sadiku in Mount Kisco, where not only are we still dealing with snow, but you've got some pretty big numbers to report already. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, and no surprise, John, it's been snowing literally all morning. Thankfully, it's a fast-moving system, so it's not going to be snowing all day, but certainly our biggest snowfall we've seen in years. And it's coming down heavy. Every once in a while, I've seen Walter, who's behind the camera, grab a rag just to kind of clear off the lens. And, you know, out here, it's been, you know, crews hour after hour, whether it's been the plow trucks, they've been shoveling. It's a heavy, wet snow, and it accumulates very quickly. I'll tell you, this is remarkable to see, too. I mean, just days ago, we were breaking high temperature records. Now we're tracking snow that is piling up. So just how much is piling up? Let me show you the numbers. It's impressive across the board. And you see it there. Places like Port Jervis, you're closing in on a foot of snow. Wantage, that's closing in on 9 inches. In Chester, 8 inches of snow. Parts of Fairfield, Connecticut, more than half a foot of snow, and it is still snowing. So how much additional snow are we talking about? Well, it looks like we could be, especially in the area shaded in pink there, 4 to 9 inch plus, lesser amounts up towards the Catskills and further to the south. But this is a uniform type storm that is going to bring us big time snowfall, as I mentioned, which is going to cause an impact. So winter storm warnings, that's where we are shaded in pink right there. That includes the city up across where we are here in Westchester County. Want to go back out here live where you can see it is a mess on the roads. The wind's not too bad, but I'll tell you, for folks who have to be outside, it's not the kind of day you want to be outside. This is a pretty town, but like you said earlier, it's the kind of day you'd probably rather be inside, hot cup of cocoa, fireplace, not having to navigate through these treacherous conditions. John?
Wow. And also, look, I mean, your gear, you have to wrap the gear to keep it safe. I mean, it's going to be a big chore just to clear off the mobile weather lab. That is a lot of snow. It's funny how we're trying to, like, scare Evan Maxwell out of the shot there. Look at the mobile weather lab. It looks like a sculpture. Wow, that's going to be a big chore.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
We're heating it inside, but it's not just out here. I mean, it's all the vehicles out in the parking lot. You see it. I mean, everybody is waking up to snow-coated cars this morning.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too. It's going to be so cold tonight, you really do have to get everything cleared off. Good news is, Cindy, that we are going to see a nice break for Valentine's Day tomorrow. But how could I forget? It's Galentine's Day today.
Yay.
It's all about Galentine's Day. And it's Fat Tuesday, so you can either have a punchki or some pancake. Follow it with some cheddar cheese.
Sounds good, John. Thank you very much. We need to turn to breaking news right now. New York City public schools are currently experiencing issues with remote learning. The school system tweeted that it has something to do with IBM authentication, and they say they're working with IBM to resolve the issue. We're going to have more details streaming in our next half hour. Now let's head to New Jersey for a look at the snow there. CBS News' Christina Fan joins us live from Mahwah in Bergen County. Still coming down. Hi, Christina.
It sure is, Cindy. We have more than enough snow this morning to perhaps make a few snowballs, build a few snowmen, and perhaps even go sledding. You got to find a way to keep your kids occupied somehow, because chances are, if you live in northern New Jersey, class is canceled for the day. We are again live in Mahwah this morning, where, giving my best estimate, I would say we have at least 5 inches, maybe 6 inches of snowfall accumulation on the ground, and it's still coming down faster and faster with each passing hour. Want to give you a quick look at Route 17 right here. When we first arrived earlier this morning, all the lanes here were clear, not so much anymore, and it is not for a lack of trying. We saw a caravan of about 10 trucks earlier, 3 of them sharing a lane, and even so, it was really hard for them to keep up. Now, this heavy snowfall is expected again to last for a few more hours, and that is why school districts across Bergen County and New Jersey declared snow days. At last count, the number in Bergen County alone, close to 70 school districts closed, and include towns such as Fort Lee, Hackensack, Little Ferry, Paramus, Ridgewood, and of course right here in Mahwah. And if you are hoping to stay in from work today, Governor Murphy, he certainly has your back. He's encouraging everybody to stay off the roads, work remotely, and avoid this hazardous travel. For now, reporting live from Mahwah, New Jersey, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. And back here in New York City, officials at the MTA are keeping a close eye on the snow. CEO and Chair Janno Lieber joins me now. Good morning.
Cindy, good to be with you.
Thank you so much. And has the snow impacted any service so far?
Listen, we are running a full service operation today at the MTA. Buses and subways, full service. Long Island Railroad, full service. Metro North, little northern areas, a slightly modified schedule, but we're really fully running almost every element of the MTA system. A ton of preparation, Cindy, went into that. That's why we're able to keep people moving in New York.
Now, have you seen any issues, though, this morning, and what plans are in place to avoid any for the evening rush?
Well, obviously, we're watching closely at the roads where our bus system operates. We have 5,500 buses that have been chained up so they can deal with any accumulations of snow. So far, only a very limited issues on the roadways, icy conditions on one spot in Staten Island. But what we always do is to make sure that whatever the accumulation, that we will be able to operate service on the rails. We do a ton of de-icing to make sure that the tracks and the switches are in decent shape. We have special equipment that knocks the snow off of the electric third rail so that that trains won't have problems catching power. We're ready to go. Now, obviously, we're watching it very, very closely from the Situation Room where I'm located right now, and in our bus command and other command centers as well.
Now, some New Yorkers may also be concerned about traveling on the subway this morning after last night's shooting in Mount Eden. Do you have any update on that situation?
I don't. The police, the NYPD does an amazing job. They're going to catch these guys. I think in short order. We have good video that is being used in the investigation. I don't have an update at this time. But whenever something bad like this happens in the New York City transit system, I got to say New York is in mourning for the 6 people who were harmed, including one who lost his life, but also for New Yorkers who are just trying to get home and who are caught in the middle of senseless violence. Guns got to get off the street. Governor and mayor have made a ton of progress on that front. We got to keep pushing. Guns have no place in New York in the public space.
All right, Mr. Lieber, thank you so much for your time this morning. We're going to have more on that subway shooting coming up in just a few minutes. Now let's check out road conditions in New Jersey. CBS 2's Christy Collegian joins us live in Mobile 2 from Mountain Lakes in Morris County. How's it looking, Christy?
Oh, Cindy, we are in the thick of it right now, I have to say. I-287 has been a rough go, I would say, throughout pretty much the entire morning, but limited visibility that we can see. Even at some points, it was down to one lane. That's an issue that we had. Right now, it seems like it's expanding just a little bit. That left lane in some areas, though, was really just caked on with the snow. Even on the right-hand side where we see a lot more snow there, on some bends, you could see some of the tire tracks of cars that probably lost control as the road bends. But definitely limited visibility. And also, something to keep in mind, do not rely on those safety features of your car. A lot of these newer cars have a lot of these sensors. They're all being blocked by the snow. So just keeping that safe distance, driving slow, not rushing anywhere where you need to go. Even on our car, I mean, we're trying to use the windshield washer fluid, and it's blocked by the snow that's caked on there, something that could possibly limit your visibility. So keep the heat on that windshield this morning and drive very safe with the wipers on and lights. And we're live on I-287 in New Jersey. Christy Collegian, CBS 2 News. Cindy.
Christy, thank you very much. And we want to see what it looks like near you. Share your pictures or videos with us, and you could see them on air. Just scan the QR code on your screen or head to cbsnewyork.com/photos. Coming up, police are still searching for the gunman who opened fire on a Bronx subway train last night. The new developments we're tracking this morning. Plus, polls are open in the race for George Santos's vacant congressional seat. How both candidates are making that last-minute push as voters head to the ballot box. Welcome back to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. Messy out there. We're going to have another update on today's snowy weather coming up in just a few minutes. Now to other top stories we're following this morning. Police are still searching for the person who opened fire on a Bronx subway platform yesterday, killing one person and hurting 5 others. CBS 2's Mary Calvi has more.
The Mount Eden train station cordoned off into the night Monday as shots were fired, striking 6 people.
Sound like a firecracker. Like boom, 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 you know, real loud.
Witnesses stunned as the gunfire erupted.
We have multiple people shot at the Mount Eden Avenue 4 line.
It was too fast. It was too fast. I ran.
Investigators say around 4:30 p.m. a fight on a northbound 4 train started between a group of teenagers as the train pulled up to the Mount Eden station. That's where police say the 6 people, 4 males and 2 females, were shot as others on the platform ran for cover.
We see that one woman was here blowing a lot of blood, and one they was doing the CPR to one boy.
Detectives say the victims, ages 14 to 71, were rushed to the hospital. Sadly, a 34-year-old man succumbed to his injuries. And now this message from police for subway riders and stern words for the shooter.
New Yorkers, 4 million a day ride to from work or school. You are safe. You will continue to be safe. Today was an isolated event, and those are responsible. We will find you, and we will make sure that you're prosecuted.
And that's Mary Calvi reporting. It is unclear how many people were involved in the fight that led to the shooting. Police are not saying if any of the shooting victims were involved. Well, polls are open in the special election to replace Representative George Santos. Mayor Adams says sites will remain open in the city today despite the weather. New York's 3rd district includes parts of Queens and Long Island. Democratic candidate Tom Suozzi and Republican challenger Mazi Pilip, a Nassau County legislator, are neck and neck. And look for special coverage throughout the day. We have reporters covering both candidates and checking in on the voter turnout, especially with the snow today. And we'll also have special analysis from political reporter Marcia Kramer after the polls close. Look for live updates on our streaming platform, CBS News New York, and complete coverage on the special election on CBS 2 News at 8 o'clock and also at 11. We'll be right back. Starting with kindness often begins by looking within, like my friend Drew Barrymore.
Every morning, to focus on my mental health, the first thing I do, even before I open my eyes, is I ask myself, what do I need? How can I plan my day out with a tone that will keep my mood boosted and not let myself slide back into stress and anxiety and fear, which is a very familiar place for me. So before the eyes even open, what can I do to set myself up today? What do I need?
The CBS New York Book Club is wrapping up its current read, Where You End, and it's already time to vote for the next book. Now, here are the top 3 fic picks. Acts of Forgiveness by Maura Cheeks, about a black family dealing with their past as the nation debates the first reparations program for descendants of the enslaved. The Fortune Seller by Rachel Kapelke Dale is the story of a group of Yale University students, their mysterious roommate, and how a tragic death there upends their futures. And A Love Song for Ricky Wilde by Tia Williams is a book of romance and history in present-day Harlem with flashbacks to the glamour of the Harlem Renaissance. Just go to clubcalvi.com to vote now and read portions of the book. We'll be right back.
Put this on your hand. This is such good quality wrinkle patches for under your eyes, for your forehead, around your mouth. Go to cbsdeals.com. There's lots of different bundles. You could reuse these. You put these on if you're just sitting at home or when you go to sleep. I like because they stay on nicely. They're going to bring more collagen to your skin. They're going to increase hydration. They're going to leave you with a glow. I put them on for 10 minutes yesterday when I was just answering emails. Literally, puffiness gone, dark circles gone. This is, what are you looking at?
Oh, I'm
you're
just
looking
saying,
at my
you
wrinkles,
look like
schminkles.
you're 25, and I know you're not.
Thank you. Under $11 is what the packages start at. Up to 32% off. The dermatologists vouch, plastic surgeons vouch for Wrinkle Schminkles. This is a trusted brand. We also sell the cleaner, so reuse them up to 20 times. That's how good quality.
To get this deal and more, scan the QR code at the top of your screen or head to cbsdeals.com to start shopping now.
Welcome back to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. You can see the snow is coming down across the tri-state area. We'll have another update on its track coming up in just a few minutes. It is CBS Premiere Week. All your primetime favorites are back with brand new seasons. And premiering tonight at 8 o'clock, the season premiere of FBI.
We know.
We've got 10 dead. Young, old, men, women, black, white, Asian.
The bomb? Bomb tech said it was made with T4. Popular with terrorist organizations. Any distinct characteristics, features? No, not yet.
Ziga Zaki joins me now, who plays Special Agent OA. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. So we saw that clip. What else can you tell us about the season 6 premiere tonight?
Oh, season 6 premiere tonight is going to be a good one. We lose someone very close to us, someone in our family. So I hope everyone will have to tune in to see who that is. But yeah, it's a very, very, all of our premieres and our finales, we always try to go as big as possible. So hopefully we deliver again on this one.
Now, the season also delves deeper into the agents' personal lives. Can you say more about that?
Yes. So it's very exciting. We deal with parenthood inside of the Bureau. We deal with a relationship with me, and how all of that sort of intertwines. And within the first 3 episodes, you really get a nice dose of the personal stuff and the action and stuff. So it's going to be a nice run.
I'm glad to hear about that. I like the personal stuff in addition to all the crime and craziness. All right, the season 5 finale, which was fantastic, was so scary, marked the show's 100th episode. So how does it feel to hit such a milestone?
I mean, it's an absolute honor. It is, such a difficult thing to accomplish, and it's just goes to show, that everybody that is involved in this show and production and the crew and the directors and the producers and everyone's really trying to create something that can last for as long as it already has and hopefully continues. So it's just an honor to be part of such an incredible team and hopefully we can keep it going.
All right, Zika, thank you so much. I'm such a big fan of yours. I just have to tell you, and I cannot wait
Thank you so much.
to watch tonight. All right, again, the season premiere of FBI is tonight at 8 o'clock right here on CBS 2.
It's a good show.
It really is.
Very well crafted.
It makes a big difference.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell they spend money on it with everything.
Yeah. And you don't want to leave the show. You want to see how.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know what? You should watch TV right now for the next 3 hours because I just want to show you outside our front door here on West 57. It is messy, so you really have to do a good job cleaning the car off. And when Christy's driving around, you see the stuff flying up, even off your own car. You have to like stop and get. You have to pull off safely. This is the kind of stuff where your windshield wipers will get iced up and chunk up, so you have to get them clear. Good news is, it's better by this afternoon, much better for your Valentine's Day date Wednesday night. Thursday night late, we could see another little bit of impulse with a little bit more snow. But Cindy, I mean, it's going to stay cold right through the weekend, so what balls will stick around?
All right, but you said it's going to move out, which is a good thing.
Yes.
And stay with us as our first alert weather team coverage continues from Bergen County to New York City. We cover everything you need to know about the storm before you head out the door. Our reporters are live in the field, and we're going to check in with them coming up. They're all over the place.
I know.
When we were going through the team, I'm like, could any more people be added to the weather team? Not the weather team, you know what I'm saying,
you know what?
The storm team.
Let us be outside so you don't have to be.
No,
unless you're
exactly.
having a snowball fight or making a snowman.
I know Christina Fan showed us how it's a really good snowball weather.
Perfect packing snow.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Cindy Hsu.
I'm Frosty the Snowman. Stick around and stay safe wherever you're going today.
This is CBS 2 News at 9.
Welcome to the second half hour of CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. I'm Cindy Hsu. Thank you for sticking around, and if you're just joining in, here's what you missed. CBS 2's Christina Fan is out in Bergen County. Christy Calisian is in Mobile 2 with a check on the roads. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is with Mobile Weather Lab in Westchester County. And meteorologist John Elliott is here in studio.
We have more than enough snow this morning to perhaps make a few snowballs, build a few snowmen, and perhaps even go sledding. You got to find a way to keep your kids occupied somehow, because chances are, if you live in northern New Jersey, class is canceled for the day.
We are in the thick of it right now, I have to say. Definitely limited visibility, and also something to keep in mind, do not rely on those safety features of your car. A lot of these newer cars have a lot of these sensors. They're all being blocked by the snow.
So we are seeing where we had rain not too long ago. It's all snow, and it is hitting and sticking.
It's been snowing literally all morning. Thankfully, it's a fast-moving system, so it's not going to be snowing all day, but certainly our biggest snowfall we've seen in years.
Look at the Mobile Weather Lab. That looks like a sculpture.
It is CBS Premiere Week. All your primetime favorites are back with brand new seasons. And premiering tonight at 8 o'clock, the season premiere of FBI.
Distinct characteristics, features. No, not yet.
Ooh, season 6 premiere tonight is going to be a good one. We lose someone very close to us, someone in our family. So I hope everyone will have to tune in to see who that is. All of our premieres and our finales, we always try to go as big as possible. So hopefully we deliver.
We are just getting started on CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. And here's what's coming up in this half hour. Snow is blanketing the tri-state area, and it'll be a couple of hours until we get a break. We have team coverage on this morning's snowstorm, including when it will finally let up. Parents in Stamford, Connecticut are fighting to get 2 former school holidays back, why they say Columbus and Veterans Days should be observed. Now let's get to that first alert team coverage. CBS 2's Elijah Westbrook is at Columbus Circle with a look at the snow here in the city. Christina Fan is in Bergen County, where a large amount of snow is set to fall. First, though, let's hand it over to our first alert weather team, meteorologist Tony Sadiku with the Mobile Weather Lab in Westchester County, and meteorologist John Elliott here in the studio tracking the snow's path. And as we were saying, the good news is we're going to see it break. So when is that happening, John?
So, you know, as you see the smiling faces there, you know, you're drawn to that. But I always am looking here. Look at the amazing job the crew here at the CBS Broadcast Center is doing. And again, it is your responsibility to keep those driveways and sidewalks clear. I know it's tough, but you have to get it done. And just right off the curb, see the slushy, you have to have the boots on, and watch your step. It's very slippery. First off, the numbers, cold enough for snow. Here's another important data, well, a little bit of data we've been watching. Checking visibility, it's bad. And if you talk to traffic guy, it's impacting air travel, it's impacting road travel, it's impacting the big rigs. Quarter-mile visibility at a lot of the reporting stations out there. Wind is filling in. Tony's going to have more on that. But that's going to slow you down, and this is going to slow you down. This is the line. It's finally exiting. But the brighter colors you see here, this indicates those snowfall rates that are probably close to still an inch an hour. And when you check in Rockland, Westchester, where you have more coverage, it's just piling up, piling up, piling up. Inch an hour, that means by the time you get things done, you got to go do it again, or you have an inch, and it's wet and it's sticking, very dense. Please pace yourself. It is heart attack snow. Want to make sure you're ready for that. We'll show you this. Between now and, say, 2, we should see things clear on out. But as they do, wind is going to be more of a menace, really going to do a number on our wind chill number. So I want to talk more about the advisories and get a sample of what's still going on in Westchester County. Meteorologist Tony Sadiku is in Mount Kisco. And, man, Tony, I worry about all these trees being weighed down by all this stuff, too. Take it away.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Completely read my mind. I mean, snow continuing to fall. It's been the case for hours, and you know it's piling up too. Obviously, the sidewalks, the streets. I mean, plows have been working the parking lots as well. But you know, any of these trees, you know, say they're by a power line. This is the heavy, wet snow, which you know, if it's able to pull down a branch on a power line, then there goes the light. Right, so it's one of those situations where folks really kind of got to be mindful of it. Obviously, walking crews have been working, clearing the sidewalks, but it's still kind of slushy. You got to watch your step, and you know, if you're clearing some of this, you really got to take it easy. Obviously, you're dressing for it. You were talking about this earlier, the heart attack type of snow. You want to take it in stride. You want to stretch beforehand, and I mean, this is a storm that even though we're still seeing the snow continuing to fall, there are multiple impacts with this. One of which you mentioned is the wind, and that's certainly a feature here. So I want to show you what to expect there. Winds will be gusty today. They stay with us all day. Our highest gust probably 20 to 30 around the city, Westchester County, perhaps a little bit higher totals the further towards the coast you get, where we've got coastal flood alerts. But it's the wind that's going to drive the chill, right? So this snow is setting up a pattern change coming up. So by this afternoon, that increased wind is making it feel like the 20s. And then overnight, those temperatures come crashing down with those numbers falling. And on your Valentine's Day morning, we're waking up feeling like the teens. But back out here live, I'll tell you, it is impressive to watch the difference that it makes. We got this low setting up, drawing all that cold air, and it is decorating the bushes here. I want to send it back over to you as the snow continues to fall. We've got a few more hours to go. And then the focus tonight, obviously with the cold air, any of these slick spots turning icy.
And to circle back to what you started talking about, potential power outages, you lose power and all of a sudden now you've got wind chills in the teens. It's really going to be a challenge. I want to skip ahead real quick for you, Cindy. Wednesday night, so this is now you're going out for Valentine's night. That's fine. Thursday early flights are fine, but Thursday night, another system coming on board. So remember, you have to do a real good job. I know it's a pain in the neck and every other joint, but clear it away because it's going to be so cold. Whatever isn't cleared away could ice up, and it will stick around with temperatures like this.
All right, John, thank you very much. And speaking of the roads, Guy Stanier is here with your first alert traffic. And how's it looking out there, Guy?
Well, Cindy, we're going to start with the live look outside at the Lincoln Tunnel Toll Plaza. Not a lot of people out there driving into the city today, and you can see why. Terrible driving conditions this morning. If you have to get behind the wheel, give yourself plenty of extra time and be careful. Checking mass transit, Metro North is running on a modified schedule today. Path is showing delays between Hoboken and 33rd Street due to a stalled train, and New Jersey Transit running with 45-minute delays in and out of New York's Penn Station. This is due to FDNY activity in one of the Hudson River tunnels. Also, New Jersey Transit is cross-honoring tickets system-wide. In addition to the rails, we have issues for air travelers. We're seeing hundreds of delays and cancellations at all three area airports, so if you have a flight this morning, check with your airline before you head out the door. Alternate side parking is suspended for snow removal, but you still have to pay the meters. Cindy, back to you.
Guy, thank you. New York City schools have switched to remote learning today because of the snowstorm, but we're hearing reports that students are struggling to log on. CBS News' Elijah Westbrook is live in Columbus Circle with a look at conditions here in the city. Hi, Elijah.
Hey, good morning, Cindy. So all this snow that's falling right now at this hour has got me thinking about, remember just a month ago when we were all excited because New York City was just experiencing its quote-unquote first significant snowfall? Well, look at Columbus Circle at this hour. Far cry from what we saw, again, just a few weeks ago. I mean, if you take a look at the street sign here, you can see it's completely covered. Underneath it, it does read Central Park West. And then, Connie, if you don't mind just panning over to the globe, I mean, you could see what's accumulated thus far. And it seems like there's no signs, essentially, of this snow stopping anytime soon. Here's some new video we got just about a couple of hours ago here at Columbus Circle. If we have all this queued up, you could see the statue covered in snow. We've also been seeing people out and about walking their dogs and heading to work. Some folks even got in on their routine exercising. We spotted some people jogging out here. All this snow may seem pretty when it accumulates on the ground, but be careful as it will be slippery in most spots. Travel advisories curfews are in effect across the city, and as mentioned before, public schools are switching to remote learning for the day. Feel free to take us back out here live. Cindy, before we send it back to you, I do want to mention that apparently there are some issues that students are experiencing logging into the system that allows them to virtually learn. So apparently, according to a tweet from the Department of Education, they are working on that matter now and hope to get students back onto remote learning. Maybe in the meantime, they could try to get some fresh air and enjoy the snow that is coming down. But I have to say, it's quite nice to see what we're seeing at this hour. Cindy, let's go ahead and send it on back to you.
Yeah, it is really beautiful behind you, Elijah. Thank you. And for more on how the city is handling the snowfall, I'm joined now by the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation, Jessica Tisch. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Now, have you seen any issues out on the road so far?
You know, we've had our sanitation workers out, thousands of them all night, spreading salt on every street and every highway in the city. About an hour ago, we reached plowable accumulations of 2 inches, so we have dropped our plows in lots of parts of the city where conditions warrant, and we've started to plow away the snow, and our crews will continue until the job is done.
All right, that's encouraging. New York City public schools are remote today. Do you feel that's helping with the volume on the roads?
Yeah, absolutely. The best thing that New Yorkers can do to help us clear snow is to stay off the roads. It also happens to be treacherous out there, so for their own safety, New Yorkers should stay off the roads. But certainly not having the school buses on the roads was incredibly helpful to our snow fighting efforts today.
And what's the city's plan for the evening rush?
Again, we're asking New Yorkers to stay off the roads. Our crews will be out there. We'll be both plowing at that time, likely, but also continuing to spread salt. As I think you mentioned earlier, the temperatures are supposed to drop later tonight, which creates icy conditions. So the roads really should be, people should be really careful on the roads this evening.
And New York City hasn't seen significant snowfall like this in at least 2 years. Is there anything you want to remind New Yorkers about with weather like this?
Yes. We saw in the last 2 minor storms that we had that the streets were very clear in the days after, but the sidewalks were treacherous. And so I just want to remind New Yorkers, and in particular property owners, whether they're homeowners or business owners, that clearing the sidewalks of snow and ice is the property owner's responsibility. They will have 4 hours from the time the last flake falls to do that. It should be a pathway of about 4 feet, if possible. And it's just so important because all New Yorkers use the sidewalks, among them kids, seniors. We don't want to see people falling on the sidewalks.
Commissioner Tisch, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me.
CBS 2 is part of the First Alert Weather Network, and that means our teams from cities across the Northeast are tracking this snowstorm. Let's get an update now on the situation in eastern Pennsylvania.
I'm Ross DiMattei with CBS News Philadelphia, and we are coming to you from a very snowy Lehigh Valley. It's about an hour northwest of Philly. And the flakes have been falling fast and furious since about 4 o'clock this morning. Take a look at the road conditions. The snow has completely covered the roads here. There are plenty of plows out trying to keep them clear, but they can't seem to keep up with just how fast the snow has been falling. In terms of schools, most of the local districts have gone ahead and canceled classes today. So a traditional snow day for many of the local students, but a messy morning commute for a lot of the folks who have to head into work. We don't expect the snow to stop for several more hours. And by the time it's all said and done, the Lehigh Valley could see as much as 8 inches of snow.
Ross, thank you. Stay with CBS 2 on air and on our streaming channel, CBS News New York, for continuing coverage on the snowstorm. You can also find the latest updates on our website, cbsnewyork.com. Coming up, a school calendar controversy has protesters fired up in Connecticut.
Honor these holidays and reinsert those 2 holidays back in the school calendar.
We speak to parents about the decision to eliminate Columbus and Veterans Days as days off for students. Welcome back to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. We're on red alert this morning. Take a look at some videos sent from our viewers as snow hits the tri-state area. This is a backyard and a cute little doggy in Wantage, New Jersey. And a similar scene in Brewster, New York. You can see some birdhouses totally covered in snow. And then in the city, slush on the streets as people step outside. This is video from Greenpoint, Brooklyn. And we want to see what it looks like near you. Share your pictures or videos with us, and you could see them on air. Just scan the QR code on your screen or head to cbsnewyork.com/photos. Now let's head to New Jersey for a look at the snow there. CBS 2's Christina Fan joins us live from Mahwah in Bergen County. Good morning, Christina.
Good morning there, Cindy. The big headline in Bergen County today are the school closures. At last count, I think we were up to nearly 70, perhaps a few more over 70. And when you look at the beautiful backdrop, it's no surprise why. The flakes, they have been falling fast and furious. The accumulation here on the ground, I have to say, it's got to be at least 6 inches at this point. We were here this morning when there was just barely one on the ground, and it's just been going crazy. Want to show you, this is Route 17 right behind us. When we first arrived at around 4 a.m., it was all blacktop, hardly any snow. The crews were really trying hard to keep up. But this is not for a lack of trying. We saw a caravan of about 8 to 10 trucks. They have been passing by every 30 to 40 minutes, 3 to a lane, trying to do their best, but it really is a losing battle at this point. Governor Murphy was on the phone with us earlier giving us updates. He says about 2,500 pieces of snow removal equipment are currently up and running around the state. And if you have to go out, the governor is asking that you please steer clear of those crews so they can work to the best of their ability. We know state offices are closed too. The governor has been urging everyone to stay at home, work remotely if possible. All of these precautions are, of course, in place because of the tremendous snowfall we are receiving. So make sure you heed the advice of the governor, of John and Tony all morning. Stay off the roads if you can. It is quite treacherous outside. For now, reporting live from Mahwah, New Jersey, Christina Fan, CBS 2 News.
Christina, thank you. And now let's check out road conditions in New Jersey. CBS 2's Christy Collegian joins us live in Mobile 2 from Morris County. Good morning, Christy.
Good morning, Cindy. And Christina's right. There are definitely some more treacherous conditions that we're seeing out here, especially on I-287. We are on north now. We were south before. And actually, we saw a Tesla veer off the road and hit a guardrail. Thankfully, it was able to, I guess, gain control and drive back on the road. But that's just an example. It looked like he was going a little fast there. Yeah, you could see not much blacktop here. It is quite... It's covered, and I have to say it's been a little while since we've seen a plow truck or salt trucks out here. So parts of I-287 have really gone down to one lane because you really just have no choice because that snow is just caked up, and it seems like the snow has caught. It seems like the snow plows have not caught up to the snow yet at some of these points here on I-287. So definitely dangerous. Actually, to our right now, we are seeing a plow truck. I guess they heard me. And definitely very limited visibility. It's beautiful out to really look at, but if you're really driving in it, you have to pay close attention and not stay close to the car in front of you, especially when you can least expect that they might have to put on their brakes and keep your lights on. And I'm hoping that they keep their lights and their wipers on. Definitely, Cindy, it's been getting a little bit more treacherous as we get to some of the bends as well here. It's easy to lose control of your car, especially if you're not driving slow. And we're live on I-287. Christy Collegian, CBS 2 News.
Lots of good advice, Christy. Thank you. And coming up, Super Bowl history made, but not by the teams on the field. We're going to tell you about the new record that was set on Super Bowl Sunday. Stay with us right here on CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. Ooh. Welcome back to CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. on this snowy, messy Tuesday. Another check on the forecast is coming in just a moment. But we're going to talk Valentine's Day, okay? Woo! It's tomorrow, and if you're looking for something to do in the city, we've got you covered. Our friends at Time Out New York sent us a list, no matter your relationship status. If you're looking for some laughs, there's a Tinder live comedy show kicking off today in Ridgewood, and then tomorrow Times Square will be filled with those looking to make things official with surprise proposals and vow renewals.
What could possibly go wrong? And if you're looking for an Instagram-worthy date night, head over to the Pink Pier at Watermark. Or for some quality friend time, try the Mixed Feelings Speed Friending Night this Thursday in Brooklyn. That does sound fun.
That sounds interesting.
Yeah.
All right, Super Bowl 58 on CBS was the most watched program in television history.
Listen to these numbers. More than 123 million people watched the Kansas City Chiefs defeat the San Francisco 49ers in a thrilling overtime game in Las Vegas. Records were set for viewership as fans watched across all platforms, including right here, CBS, Paramount Plus, and Nickelodeon. 120 million people watched the game just on CBS alone, which was the largest audience ever for a single network.
That was so exciting.
Yeah, it was a great game.
It was
great
really
halftime
good.
show.
All right, let's get a final check on the forecast.
All right, real quickly, I just want to dive into this. Visibility is bad. So remember, you have to factor in lots of extra time, and everything's piling up on your car. It's still snowing. It will for a few more hours. So remember, we have a ways to go on these brighter colors, indicating those snowfall rates through parts of Bergen, over into Rockland, Westchester, and then there's a little bit of a break, but more of Middlesex, Monmouth. For Valentine's Day, though, just get your sweetie a scarf. It's going to be really cold.
Or some Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
If there's still any on the shelves.
That does it for CBS 2 News at 9 a.m. I'm Cindy Hsu.
I'm going shopping. For all of us here at CBS 2, seriously, pace yourself. We're going to have updates here on Channel 2 throughout the morning. If you can stay in,
Stay in.
Yeah.